Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. I need to check. This is an old stream that I'm throwing back. Let me see if somebody drops in. If I see a number go up, then I know the stream's going. So happy Saturday night, motherfucking live. I'm on 2 panels at once right now, and now I'm starting a stream, so I'm technically on 3 panels at once. But no one's popping in yet, so I don't know if this is working.
Thing last night. Click the link challenge.
Right, but he's already. I don't even have to play the power games. Mind myself.
I'm not
like,
playing.
I stop talking. As you know, so you just convicted yourself, right? You said you projected onto me that I was waiting for you to come on. We were doing a whole stream in 9 hours, never thinking about you. Yet you're monitoring me on a separate tab.
My notice has been up for
but you're monitoring me while you're doing your stream on a separate tab, proving I'm in your mind and heart.
No, I pulled you up because I said
I have you so triggered and focused on Daddy that.
Oh, I pulled you up.
But I wasn't focused on you at all.
Why would I have your attention?
You didn't have my attention. I did 9 hours without even thinking about you, oddly enough.
Why are you here?
Why are you talking over me when I just let you speak?
Sorry, you're right. Go ahead.
So folks came to me just now as I was wrapping up and said, Dave's talking about you with a bunch of broken hoes again. And Jeebus Crisp is one of the regular haters of the Paul Enslaved. You know, he's the Paul Enslaved hater fan club, right?
You just want to fight right now. Like, I'm a broken ass hoe when you don't even know me.
That's some really
you offended me far before I said anything to ever offend you, dude.
That's the point. Is you're such a broken hoe, you get offended by me just being me.
No, I got offended because you called my wife a fucking whore.
So wait a second. If someone calls your wife a whore and she's not, you get offended?
If you say it to my face, I'll bust you in your fucking mouth.
So now you're going to do violence to me?
I would. Yes, I would.
Great. So you're such a great human that I speak words that. So I speak words that are not true, and then you do violence to me.
No, I'm just telling you what would happen in person.
Right. And so now all of a sudden, the kid with Tourette's and nubby fingers is going to bust me in the face. Are we really buying that?
What? Are
we
really buying the kid who's whining and emotionally triggered is going to bust anyone in the face?
Okay. Enough of the busting in the face bullshit. Okay. Now, if you've got something relevant to talk about, I'd be happy to hear it. Okay. And each time you take everything and try to twist it into some kind of a fucked up narrative, I will correct the record. Okay. So where we're off on that stupid shit where you just went to, this is what I'm talking about, Paul. This is what I'm talking about. You think, oh, I'm just being me, and you just don't like me for being me. Well, if you're an asshole, of course they don't like you. You come on and call the motherfucker a broken hoe and all kinds of other shit.
So can we refocus?
That's what I was trying to do before you went off.
Right. So can we get back to the operative question? Why we carry talking about me over into another day and another stream when you all say you don't care about me, don't like me, don't respect me, and don't need me for anything?
Oh,
Okay,
to be
would you
fair,
like
it
to
was
answer
me
that?
who brought you up. I was the one who brought you up. Stop
So-
to bring you up. Jesus didn't bring you up. I was the one who brought you up. So
And
don't
once
blame
again-
them. It was me.
Right, but that's not how that works.
The only thing I said,
Guarantee-
Paul, about you, and I'm not talking over you. The only thing I said about you was that I had a question for you and that you didn't answer the question,
Which was?
which was why did you feel the need to bring my wife into your?
So how long are you going to go whining about this? How long?
I'm not
When are you
whining.
gonna
I'm
answer the
asking you why you would feel the need to take it.
The
there.
same reason you would feel the need to whine about it for weeks and months when it's apparently
No.
not.
Not
Oh,
the same
that's
way
lame
you
answer,
answered.
You didn't have one
Paul,
about it. You
please.
hadn't
That
said
would be
it.
two
Okay,
completely
sever I say if it takes about it if it's not true.
Why do you say it at all, Paul? Why do you say it at all?
What's the difference what I do? I'm just a crazy man on YouTube. You
Okay,
can sit there
wait,
whining, cry about
wait a
it.
second.
That is probably
Hold
true.
the fucking phone there, Jack Wagon.
What's the difference?
Look at
what
this
Dave
for
does?
real. Let's take a look
Why
at
are
this
you
for real.
name calling and muting?
You
tell you
said
why.
name calling by people, broken ass hoes.
Wait, so if you're acting like a broken gossiping hoe, then I'm not supposed
I'm
to
acting
say
like a broken gossiping hoe. Oh,
So,
thanks, Seth.
as I was saying,
Wow. Oh my
that's the
God.
only way I can do this. As I was saying, if you're an asshole, people are going to call you out as an asshole, right?
Absolutely.
I never brought you up.
No.
Richard Hart mentioned that she saw the stream on Ian's, and we commented about it and some other things. Now, the wise person, before they came over here stretching their munchie cheek, before they get all fucking bent out of shape and shit, because of some of your misinformed fucktards told you, oh, they're talking about you, you don't bother to go and check. You take it for the gospel. Whereas it only was on for a couple of so because some fucking retard manchichi living in a double take care of yourself.
Right.
You know,
I appreciate you, Dave.
You
keep going with the theories and the esoteric and the number
absolutely
counting,
will, Paul.
as we all go deeper into slavery and genocide.
And you keep on ranting.
I got a question.
And
Are you
raving.
going to attack everybody who fucking talks about anything other than what you talk about?
Pretty much.
I can't
Yeah, that's
I
the
can't
thing.
wait to see what
Listen,
you're
I like
doing.
some of the cats.
I
One
can't
way to
wait.
describe it.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
pretty much.
was watching El Piro before you even had a YouTube channel.
Right, so you're now bragging on who you're
like
watching.
guys.
So you're
I tune
bragging
in.
out.
I
So
don't
you're,
tune into
the
your
guy who's
shit.
gonna bust on my face is bragging about another man he was watching.
No, I
before me.
wasn't going to.
Right,
I said
right.
that I would.
Right. So
You
you
were
okay? So
standing
when
2
me
feet
and El
away from
Piro
me,
are gone,
you
you'll be
made the
watching
comment
someone
that
else
you
who's doing
made.
very little. Right. Got it.
And Z, that motherfucker.
Right. Hey, I'm gonna go now. I know you're very triggered and emotional.
Hey, it's not a fucking airport. Hey, it's an airport. Paul, it's not an airport. You can just fucking go. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
You don't have to announce your departure.
Yeah, I was using those social graces you talked about earlier.
Yeah, well,
right?
you just now decided to start using them? Fuck you.
Yeah, you've been so graceful yourself, Dave. I'll see you later, Dave.
Damn clown.
All right, 5 minutes of cycling, Jennifer, if you'll allow me. Mama, can I get 5 or 10 minutes more of watching Dave now cycle and and gossip and act like a cycle and and I love it. I love
don't
it.
like people talking about him. Bullshit.
I love
he loves
it.
Sovereigns there, boogers there.
Hey, you stole that from me, dude.
Nah, man.
Yeah, I say that shit all the time.
So that's the material you guys claim credit for around here. That type of shit.
You're hot
You
shit
stole
with
that
champagne
horrible
glass,
reference to
you
me.
just
That
don't
makes you
diarrhea
sound like a
and
spiritual child.
Oh man, you want to talk about a spiritual child? I've never seen such an earthly driven fucktard in my entire life as you.
Oh, holy. Well, now I have.
You mean successful in the world while not being of it? You're a loser.
Are you
failure. Is that what
successful? Are you
you're
really
saying?
successful? Are you really successful by whose standards?
By my own.
Well, there you go. So what does that matter to me? It's not.
Well, you're not successful by your own standards. You don't even have any standards or goals to
I'm
hit.
very successful. By
What
my
are
own
your
standards.
goals and standards that you're shooting?
People how to crochet by making YouTube videos. Okay.
I love those when you crochet.
So what is that? Oh, they're not talking about mindset. The low
Want is to be a loser failure, and you're
is that what
achieving
it is? Is that what it is? So because some fucking retard Manchichi living in a double wide has that opinion that makes it so, fuck you. Who are you?
Fuck. And then they found out that we were quote, talking about him. You put up this stream first before Sal put up yours. So really, who's the one obsessed with who? When you're the one who brought up the stream first before you even came on the panel.
I tell you who he really wants to get up and these buggering afters. Poor Jack Talcott. He wants to fucking sex up Jack so bad it's not even
Exactly,
funny.
Peachy. I absolutely agree.
It's funny as shit. Ain't nobody fucking you. Ain't nobody. Paul, fuck you. It amazes me that you actually think, oh, I got like 1,000 subscribers, and therefore I am somebody. You ain't fucking nobody. I could go around asking a bunch of people. You ever heard of this fucking Manchichi before? You even show them a goddamn picture of your stupid mug, and they ain't never fucking heard of you. Nor would they care.
Oh,
9 out of 10 of them
this
would
is
listen to
funny.
you for 5 minutes and go, "What an asshole." You know?
And then just hit the X button and go on with your life.
Right there, you go. That's the reality of it, man. That's the reality of it. Get on with yourself. Get on with your bad
So
self.
what would lead 9 out of 10 people to go on with their life and hit the X button, and the rest of you slaves to sit around talking about me hour after hour, day after day?
Oh yeah,
I don't talk about
think
you
that's
hour
what we
after
do,
hour
Paul?
after hour.
Yeah, that's what we do.
You think that we actually sit around and talk about you hour after
I have
hour?
restreams of it for hours and hours for weeks. What do you mean? We didn't all experience that? You want to make up reality now?
Hour after hour?
Hour after hour. Yes. 4 hours the other day. How many hours do you want? 4 hours, 5 hours at a time?
4 hours.
People make their whole stream about you.
Pretty much. Would you like to see the restreams?
How about what the title says? Ass clown.
Just tell me who they are.
Now?
I can go look them up
Oh,
myself.
you're such a hypocrite, Paul. You do nothing but call people fucking names.
No, you're
Then
focused
you wanna
on what I'm
blast people
saying,
with
and you're not
name
focused on the meaning
Dude,
behind
you're
it. There's no
not
meaning
being
behind
focused.
ass
Okay,
clown.
and
So
everything
then what's
you
the
do.
meaning behind what you say, Paul?
Well, am I actually allowed to explain it, or am I going
No,
to?
I'm truly curious. I'm truly curious. I'm
Right.
gonna
So
ask
when you
any
sit around
question.
for days
It's
and weeks and
gossip.
months,
You do it. It's gossip, right?
Edward, apparently you don't know about Paul Unbathed or Unslaved. He has a channel also called Proper Instruction. I don't know, motivates people or something like that. If you want to put the link in, you can put it in the private chat. Paul, and I'll put it out in the chat. But it's an amazing eclectic assortment of some decent people, but for the most part, it's like The View meets Jerry Springer.
They're very passionate. They're very passionate people.
So,
And how would you describe your broadcast?
how would I describe it? Very free flowing. We talk about great topics. We delve into much of the esoteric as well as various phenomenon that people have been unable up to now to actually explain. We talk about various conspiracy theories, those which is really cool in the last few years, have actually proven to be true.
Okay, so I just had
Mind expansion.
We all have important foundational principles.
I don't, well, those are important to you.
There you go. So you convicted yourself again, infidel. Okay, keep going.
Wait,
been streaming for 15
What are
minutes.
you talking about? I used to, just a little while ago, I watched a
Let
movie that had nothing to do with any of that shit, and it was entertaining.
Hey, Dave, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go lay down. I already did.
Well, whatever you got to do,
Right.
take care of yourself.
Right. I appreciate you, Dave.
You're,
Keep going with the theories and the esoteric and the
we
numbers.
absolutely will.
As we all go deeper.
Everybody who fucking talks about anything other than what you talk about.
Pretty much. Yeah,
Okay,
that's one way to
great.
describe it.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
pretty much.
was watching El Piro before you even had a YouTube channel.
Right. So you're now bragging on people watching. So you're bragging out. So the guy who's gonna bust on my face is bragging about another man he was watching.
No, I wasn't going to.
Right,
I said that I would.
Right. So you
You're
say,
standing
when me and El
away from
Piro
me.
are gone, you'll be watching
Comment
someone else
that you
doing
made.
very little. Right. Got it.
And Z, that motherfucker.
Right. Hey, I'm gonna go now. I know you're very triggered and emotional.
Hey, it's not a fucking airport. Hey, it's not an airport. Paul, it's not an airport. You can just fucking go. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
You don't have to announce your departure.
Yeah, I was using those social graces you talked about earlier, right?
Yeah, well, what? You just now decided to start using them? Fuck you.
Yeah, you've been so grateful yourself,
Get the
Dave.
fuck
I'll
out
see you
of
later,
here,
Dave.
goddamn clown.
See you later.
Just now decided to start using them? Fuck you.
Yeah, I've been so grateful.
Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn clown.
I have a question for him. I can't remember what it was. Oh, when he was asking like what you do on your channel, you're explaining what you do on your channel, and he makes a whole list. Holy crap, it's Jack. We go through a whole list of things, and then he goes, oh, so you don't talk about this, and this important stuff. Just because something's important to you doesn't mean that it's important to everyone else. Yeah, yes, of course they're important things, but other people have things that are also important to them that may not be important to you. They don't have to have the same mindset. That's the one thing I don't understand. Like, I don't get it.
Some people think that it's important to teach people how to crochet by making YouTube videos. Okay.
I love those when he's
So what is that? What do you think important? That's not important to you. And just give him the mindset, the lowbrow mentality that man has.
I fucked up on the start of the stream, so I'm gonna probably hop off this panel. And
so this is a guy who regularly says, "Suck a bag of dicks, you're an ass clown," all the rest of it.
Fuck.
But I'm very lowbrow, Jennifer. Right? I'm like not presentable. I'm not eloquent. I'm not articulate. I'm not illustrious. I'm none of the things that Dave clearly is on every level. I'm not classy. I'm not distinguished. I'm not. I have no achievements. I have very little abilities, talents, skills. Dave, these people are insane. This is why they all collect. Dave is a talcott.
Mental maturity of a 14-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Even the children carry wisdom, though.
The right time, place, a day.
Jack now bonding with Dave how I'm a spiritual child, right? The people who live off the government, their pension, their women, have very little purpose in life. Streams going nowhere. Everyone disrespecting them. Multiple divorces. Handfuls of DUIs.
I want to do a panel merger
don't raise their
here.
children.
So,
Children are in their lives by choice because they can't stand them. But they're going to bond over how I'm a
hold
spiritual child who's underdeveloped or unevolved. You can't make this shit up.
The blind squirrel eventually finds a fucking acorn.
Panel
I'm not
merger,
going to go
panel
to child for
merger.
the source of any wisdom, though. They may say something once in a while.
All right, there's the link.
That itself would keep me away. I mean, there's better ways to deliver that information. Granted,
Drop
Paul has
it
good
here.
information. Props on some of the shit I've seen that he does. What I don't like is the fact that he acts like a little fucking butthurt egotistical child. He's let the fucking internet get to him. He thinks he's somebody, and he's not. He's just some dude fucking with a camera, man. Just like the rest of us.
You're absolutely right. We got a lot of good.
No, that's not the thing, man. You slaves made me start thinking I was somebody, right? More than I already did, because I respected myself and the path that I was on, and I was reverent toward the way and the truth. I gave my whole life over to it. You slaves put my name and my dick in your mouth constantly convinced me I was more than what I was. So if I got a big ego, yous all did it, right? Because again, this rap all switched. You could go check the record. They all used to say, "Oh, Paulie Boy's the man for everything."
What is the mental maturity level?
Hey, brother.
I'm sitting here playing my keyboard and shit. I've got my phone out and I've got my laptop. I don't have the other monitor on, but I'm sitting here and I get a notification from PinealPower. What's up, man? And PinealPower is doing a live stream of Paul's channel, who is live streaming us. Is this real?
Oh, wait a second.
The super streaming in.
Believe that it's me because I'm really important, and I need you to take me as credible. The odd part of it is the fake Jack Talcott is more self-aware about Jack Talcott than the real Jack Talcott. So if you actually let the fucking fake Jack Talcott speak for you, you'd probably be perceived as more credible. This is how bizarre the ego is.
Paul's your daddy. Like, yeah, no, that's not him.
Well, initially it was, and that's actually, I don't think we met. I heard kind words from him.
Oh, yes, I'm Witch of Heart. I'm not a real witch. I just play one on YouTube. I have a character, just saying. But if people want to think I am, fine. You think whatever you want. I honestly don't care. But yeah, like I said, I'm not real.
Well, I'm even looking over here in the chat, and I have to think, what is the
Amazing.
You know what? I only got. What do I got? I'm into. Where am I at? I have 355 subscribers. God damn, I'm a threat. Holy shit. It's no wonder.
So much of a threat. So
Yeah.
much.
If you're going by subscribers, then I probably have, you know, I don't know if that's a thing, but yeah, I won't be talking about anybody else's channel or anyone else on my channel. Say,
important foundational principles.
Well, those are important to you.
There you go. So you convicted yourself again, infidel. Okay, keep going, dude. Oh, you know, I'm gonna do what I always do and show my physicality, and then I'm gonna move somebody, right? I don't care. I don't care. Why are you talking about someone you don't know? Who, when I was there, you didn't say.
People don't know that difference. And so they can make things legal. They're absolutely unlawful, and thereby going against God, they create their own rules. You know, and it's at the expense of your soul because you're under the influence that you have to. Well, it's written down on this magic piece of paper. You know, we have to go along with that.
but yeah, I won't be talking about anybody else's channel or anyone else on my channel, save for one person that we were involved with that people just.
How many jacks can you find?
It sounds to me like they're jacking off, man.
Yeah, Jack, you've
Amazing.
become quite the celebrity, my brother.
I'll tell you what, man. You know, and I only got what do I got? I'm going to where am I at? I have 355 subscribers. God damn, I'm a threat. Holy shit. It's
For yourself. I'll see you later, Dave.
Damn clown.
See you later.
Now decided to start using them. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's a break.
Get the fuck out of here, you damn clown.
I'm lost in this in the metaverse, bro. Yeah, I fucked up on the start of the stream, so I'm gonna probably hop off this panel and
So this is the guy who regularly says, suck a bag of dicks, you're an ass man, all the rest of it,
fuck.
but I'm very low brow Jennifer, right? I'm not presentable, I'm not eloquent, another thing that Dave clearly is, I'm not classy, I'm not distinguished, I have no achievements.
You wouldn't put your hands on a man if he, I mean, whatever, dude. Whatever, bro. I just fucking punch somebody.
Alright, I'm so lost in this fucking meta right now, man.
Because that's the most disrespectful thing you can do. And I think he knows that. And this is like fucking YouTube. You can't put your hands on somebody. And yet,
The restream and then victiming. I only have 300 subscribers. I'm nobody, but I'm so powerful with my information. I'm a threat, and he's
Yeah, I'm on
scared.
2 panels
Dave,
right now.
you're scared right now,
This is
and you're
fucked.
projecting full
I'm trying to
strength.
figure out how to
Act
get
like
out.
you're
I'm
going to
gonna get out.
control
I'm just gonna get out
the
of them.
environment. And it just doesn't translate,
Holy
right?
shit.
You're not a threat. That's exactly the point. None of you truther, movement, number counting, sovereign slaves are deemed a threat by your masters because you don't do nothing except yap on the net. And when I put a light on it, I'm the one dividing everyone. I'm the one the masters hate because I might have a chance of getting everyone right under truth, rights, and freedoms, and our destiny by dividing everyone and then reuniting everyone under truth. So I'm the threat on all levels because I'm living it, I'm applying it, I'm helping others get right. You're just yapping and trying to vibe high and match vibes while gossiping about people doing shit. And you all wonder why we're in slavery.
you're going by subscribers, then I probably have, you know, I don't know if that's.
It's not healthy, bro. This is fucked.
Yeah, I won't be
It's
talking
not only
about
gonna keep
anybody
this going
else's
for a little
channel or
bit
channel.
because it's
Save for
just
one person that we were involved
originally
with that people just need to know this dude is a fucking
ridiculous. Hold on.
fake.
It's funny
Yeah, I
because
know
this
exactly what
is
you're talking about.
this is
I
an
think I've
old
actually posted a
stream,
few
but
videos and
Alright.
live streams like
And that's only
correcting
so
some
that no
things.
one else falls for the same shit that we did.
Yes.
You know, we put actually
I
put
hadn't
faith
watched-
in the man. That,
I hadn't watched him or seen him for a while, and then I caught some clips of him on Welsh. I turned it over there. I was watching. I said, "Is it really bad looking and fat, man? He's looking fucked
He's
up."
very he got very frumpy.
probably looks
No,
good.
listen, I am the last person to body shame, do whatever. No,
It's
if
like
you
the
are
other
a
thing, it looks
100%
like-
asshole 100% of the time, that I'm sorry, you're fair game.
I mean, it's me. I'm not trying to be, hateful or nothing. It just looks like to me like he aged quickly. Like
Because he just all he does is have anxiety attacks on every single one of his videos and live streams. He
Well,
looks like he's
that's
about to have a nervous breakdown like any second.
Chili, he's like us in a way. Like,
Oh, they're
we're not,
talking
like you said,
about
everybody has a
Astro.
character. Of course, I'm not a character. I'm just me.
I mean, I'm just
And-
too, but you
And
know.
I'm gonna be real, and I'm not gonna pretend that I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't say that if it's me, because like I was saying to dude, if he was standing in front of me within arm's length and said something like that to my wife, yeah, I mean, and that's the natural reaction. You're telling me that you wouldn't put your hands on a man if he, I mean,
Bro, nobody's
Yeah,
buying
it's
that
good,
you're going to
bro.
punch me in the face for saying anything to you or about
whoops.
anyone around you. I'm not buying that. I think you're going to keep your fucking hands to yourself, as you should. Just like
Call
I
you,
would.
bitch.
It's not a natural
Fucking
reaction.
porn
You call
bomber.
Jennifer a whore. if she is that, I'm gonna get triggered.
It was
But
a
if
porn
she's not that, I'm
bomber.
gonna say, "Whoa, you're entitled to your
I
opinion,
just got
Jennifer.
an
You feel like a
intensive
whore." She's
porn
gonna
bomber,
know.
yo.
I'm gonna say, "I don't
That's
either."
funny.
Now
I
what?
put him on and took
Right?
him right off. I was
So
like,
if you feel the need to put hands on me, it might be because I've triggered
It-
you because your wife might be a whore on some level, according to you or her. So, and then if you go to
Fucking
punch me in the
it.
face, well, then you know what
just put a
happens
porn
next.
bomb the fuck out
I
of you, dog.
get to
That
deal
was G as fuck, homie.
with things next.
Actually pinned to the top of the chat. Anyway, so don't worry about it.
I know him.
Riding with it, you're gonna call police, and then I'm gonna have to describe to them, and it just doesn't translate.
Holy
Right?
shit.
You're not a threat. That's exactly the point. None of you truther, movement, number counting, sovereign slaves are deemed a threat by your masters because you don't do nothing except yap on the net. And when I put a light on it, I'm the one dividing everyone. I'm the one the masters hate because I might have a chance of getting everyone right on the truth, rights and freedoms, and our destiny by dividing everyone and reuniting everyone on truth.
This is a stream.
Turn over and watch it. It's really bad, really bad. Age quickly. Like,
If you were standing in front of me and said something like that, yeah, I mean, and that's the natural reaction. You're telling me that you would put your hands on a man if he's
Bro, nobody's buying that. You're gonna punch me in the face for saying anything to you or about anyone around you. I'm not buying that. I think you're gonna keep your fucking hands to yourself, as you should. Just like I would. It's not a natural reaction. You call Jennifer a whore. So if you feel the need to put hands on me, it might be because I've triggered you because your wife might be a whore on some level, according to you or her. So, and then if you go to punch me in the face, well, then you know what happens next.
That was G as fuck, homie.
Actually pinned to the top of the chat.
If you feel the need to put hands on me, it might be because I've triggered your opinion. You should.
Dude, if you were standing in front of me and said something like that, yeah, I mean, and that's the natural reaction. You're telling me that you would put your hands on a man if he's
Bro, nobody's buying that. You're gonna punch me in the face for saying anything to you or about anyone around you. I'm not buying that. I think you're gonna keep your fucking hands to yourself, as you should. Just like I would. It's not a natural reaction. You call Jennifer a whore. If she is that, I'm gonna get triggered. If she's not that, I'm gonna say, well, you're entitled to your opinion. Jennifer feels like a whore. She's gonna go. I'm gonna say, I don't either now. So if you feel the need to put hands on me, it might be because I've triggered you because your wife might be a whore on some level, according to you or her. So, and then if you go to punch me in the face, well, then you know what happens next. I get to deal with
Actually pinned to the top of the chat.
All right, so let me see. If I talk just through this screen, I'm wondering if you can still hear the screen to test it out.
I think you keep your fucking hands to yourself, as you should. If you feel the need to put hands, I think you keep your fucking. I'm gonna say, I don't either now.
And still hear the screen. All right, so let me see. If I talk just through this screen, I'm wondering if you can still hear the screen to test it out. And still hear the screen. All right, so let me see. If I talk just through this screen, I'm wondering if you can still hear the screen. All right, I don't know what y'all hear. I gotta see what I gotta check the fucking stream on my phone. Hold up. Fucking up right now. There's a fucked up start to the stream, but maybe I'll just get off these panels. I mean, that was so funny. Pathetic. Pathetic. You should say prawn bomb me. My bad. Is that a trigger word? Let me see if I can find my stream. Oh, Truth Seeker's alive. He dropped in the other night. That was pretty dope. Got modded up real quick. But all right, let me see. I'm gonna look up my stream. All right, I'm testing this out. I'm kind of fucking up right now, but let me see what y'all hear. Shout out to y'all. It's 11:01 on 3/11, and there's 3 in the chat. I've been shooting for 31 minutes. So if you're out there, Miss Zenwen, then you already know it's 3s and the 1s. Check, testing, testies.
In him and others on his panel. There is some emotional growth that is happening. You gotta look for it. You gotta look for it.
I don't know. It's a pretty cool song. We'll see if I can find it here in a minute. I gotta pull up what Jeeves just sent me, and then we'll share that over here. See, this is cool.
So I'll be hopping back on my
government systems, and so if we know the enemy, well, now we can start building we can build a plan together. We can build something in that. I think.
Well, people might not have gotten the memo. You're not going to have to fight against that much longer. At least it's something worse than 2008. The major corporations, that the CEOs are just fucking disappearing. Where they're going.
We saw a fucking UFO this afternoon.
Yeah,
like a real live legit fucking anomaly.
Yeah,
straight out of the clouds. It's like some weird shit. And
bring it up.
There got some pictures of it.
Right here.
Like a daily thing here. You're lucky if you can catch them on camera because usually they're so far away that the camera, they don't show up. But this one was kind of weird. It was out of the way.
What part of the land are you at?
We're in was it northeastern Kentucky, right on the border of southern Ohio and I want to say western West Virginia. It's like a tri-state area here.
Oh, no,
we're right on the Ohio River. I could throw a rock in it.
Send those to me again on Messenger.
See, this is what I mean, right? Like you just watch them. I'm so sick of these broads that can't keep their fucking hands out of their hair. Right? This is why I'd be the best judge, quote unquote, administrator. I get one of these people before me and I go, ma'am, do you have a problem? What do you mean? Why can't you stop stroking your hair and playing with your hair? Because I think that you think that either like you're manipulating the room in some way or you're like, you're in this emotional space where you're deciding how you're going to peacock and who you're going to meet with. And I just want to know how it applies to this interaction because that's what I've studied and that's what it seems to be, right? Like when these women want to change the energy and then they go to stroking their hair and playing with their hair and throwing it up and around. And she just can't keep her fucking hands off her hair. Just like she felt the need at some point to come on camera and reveal her attractiveness to everyone. I'm so sick of them. It's a lagoon creature all over again. Oh, I'm not really a witch. I just play one online. Right. It's not how it works. I'm not a fool. You might try to fool yourself and others. I'm not a fool. Okay. I'm onto all the witchcraft and the sorcery and the energy games and the biochemistry games and the body language games and the body language revelations.
I don't know. They didn't show up.
I'm like those lines. Yeah, there is some fantastical things coming out. You know, what's going on in the world. And yeah, there's some dark agendas and the signs are looking pretty dire. But my faith, there is something incredible happening right now. We're part of the consciousness that's I think we're going to be leading the future.
This third one is the zoom in. We got a good.
I don't understand why they're not showing up on here. You know what? I'm going to do this. Let me just shut off Facebook and then open it again. Stupid ass thing. Probably going to my FBI agent first, and then it takes a while for it to get to me.
Right. You're such a threat, Dave.
Hey.
There we go. Hold on. All right. I'm going to zoom this. I got to download it. I think
Right.
that's fucking way appropriate.
No,
Do you see
people like other platforms don't talk about other people. Like, wow, hypocrisy. I love it.
I was hoping to make it up here when Paul was still here, but my
I never
laptop
let you talk.
My
Well,
laptop
his
runs
camera
on
is nearly impossible,
gasoline, so I had to
but-
warm it up.
with someone maintaining some order,
Choke on it.
I think it would I
Fucking
don't know. I still have hopes for
Hi,
actually getting
wizard.
past the ego and having a man-to-man conversation with
Yeah, we're in
You know,
slavery.
look
But
at
we're
something
getting
reflective.
loud.
It wasn't on the same side as the sun. Usually, those are the things that reflect, or the ones that are going like on the side of where the sun sets. We'll see these.
Hey there, I'm on what's up? I texted you. I called you on the house. I called you on the house. My mom's home. You saw the text? She called me and yeah. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm trying to see.
is the systems. It's the corporate and government systems. And so if we know the enemy, well, now we can start building we can
Like made you think
build a plan together. We can build something.
Live.
Well, people might not have gotten the memo. You're not going to have to fight against that much longer, at least as it is now. Okay, things are happening at an exorbitant rate. 3 days ago, I saw a thing talking about we're going to go into something worse than 2008. We have major corporations that the CEOs are just fucking disappearing. Where they're going.
we saw a fucking UFO this afternoon.
Yeah,
Like
you
a legit fucking
yeah.
straight out of the clouds. It's like some weird shit. And
Bring it up. You
there
said
got some pictures of it.
Yeah,
Like a daily thing here. You're lucky if you can catch them on camera because usually they're so far away.
My bad, yo. I'm doing like 4 things at once. My bad. Hold up. Hold up.
We're right on the Ohio River. I can throw a rock in the
Send those to me again.
This is what I mean, right? Like, you just watch them. I'm so sick of these broads that can't keep their fucking hands out of their hair.
Happy 11/11.
Right? This is why I'd be the best judge, quote unquote, administrator. I get one of these people before me and I go, ma'am, do you have a problem? What do you mean? Why can't you stop stroking your hair and playing with your hair? Because I think that you think that either like you're manipulating the room in some way, or you're like, you're in this emotional space where you're deciding how you're going to peacock and who you're going to meet with. And I just want to know how it applies to this interaction, because that's what I've studied and that's what it seems to be. Right? Like when these women want to change the energy and then they go stroking their hair and playing with their hair and throwing it up and around, and she just can't keep her fucking hands off her hair. Just like she felt the need at some point to come on camera and reveal her attractiveness to everyone. I'm so sick of them. It's a lagoon creature all over again. Oh, I'm not really a witch. I just play one online. Right. It's not how it works. I'm not a fool. You might try to fool yourself and others. I'm not a fool. Okay. I'm onto all the witchcraft and the sorcery and the energy games and the biochemistry games and the body language games and the body language revelations.
I don't know, they didn't show it on my computer, on my phone, but
Well, hey, along those lines, yeah, there's some fantastical things coming out. You know what's going on in the world, and yeah, there's some dark agendas, and the signs are looking pretty dire. But my faith, there is something incredible happening right now. This is the quickening. We are a part of it. We're part of the consciousness. That's I think we're going to be leading the future.
This third one is the zoom in. We got a good.
I don't understand why they're not showing up on here. You know what? I'm going to do this. Let me just shut off Facebook and then open it again. Stupid ass thing. Probably going to my FBI agent first, and then it takes a while for it to get to me.
Right. You're such a threat, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Here we go. Hold on. All right, I'm going to zoom this.
My
I got
FBI.
first
It's one of the 8
Go ahead,
people.
what was you saying, Jack?
FBI.
Well, I was curious if you had familiarity with Utah Phillips, the music of Utah Phillips.
Doesn't sound familiar. The name doesn't know.
His local inquiry. He's an older folk singer, sung a lot about labor and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So probably around the same time as Woody Guthrie and shit like that.
I think so.
You ever listen to that song? It was used for the theme song for the TV show Weeds. It was, I guess it was on. I don't know, but it was on local. Anyways, it's called Little Boxes. And there's been several different artists from the era that did that same song, but it's a Woody Guthrie song. And it talks about how Just like what we talk about, how people are just like manufactured fucking people. And it's in reference to the like post-war cheap shit that they use to do mass housing with. And it's just little boxes.
Go ahead, grow your hair. Grow your hair. That is a little
people
bit.
in the houses went to university and they all came out in little boxes. You know, everything's about how everybody's just fucking manufactured, you know? And I don't know, it's a pretty cool song. See if I can find it here. I got to pull up what Jesus just sent me. And then we'll share that over here. See, this is
Hey, so I'll be hopping back on. My phone's about to die though, so I'm gonna be charging my phone. I just want to hop in here real quick and tell Jack. Just want to tell Jack, I think you should get a shirt with Paul's face on it, and just say #1 fan of #God of all media.
Right.
I think that would look really good on you, man. I just out there. I'll be back.
I think that each of us should get a shirt that has a picture of a fucking horse's ass with balls,
I'd wear a picture.
right where the balloon nuts at, right there. I think that's fucking way appropriate.
Do you see how people? I mean, what is serious? Christos doesn't know me. He's never actually had an adult conversation with me.
He's an asshole. We hate him now. Let's gossip about him now. Tristan is an asshole. He's such an asshole. He can't even say that. Hey.
There it is. What the hell? So this thing, we watched it come out of the cloud, kind of like the first couple pictures I sent you, just kind of like stretching out. Then all of a sudden, it was an object. So it looked like a piece of the cloud at first, see there, and then it just became like solid and it had a light.
Yeah, we're in slavery.
It wasn't on the same side as the sun. Usually, those are the things that reflect, or the ones that are going like on the side where the sun sets. We'll see these round orb-looking things, and they reflect really bright at certain angles. But this thing just materialized right out of the fucking clouds, and it was a good distance away. That's a zoom in.
Yeah, I got this one too. I think. Wait, yeah.
This happened over Ashland, Kentucky.
Yeah, there's where you circle it. Okay, the ones that you said earlier finally just showed up. Yeah, they're on my phone and my tablet, but for some reason. Oh yeah, this is going too. All right, cool. All right, so I should be able to bring this up and see. Now I should be able to go see this way.
There it is.
Where's the one that's at? Okay, I'm gonna close this out for a second. Let me pull it back up. There we go. That's way better. All right, so where does that one go? Stupid shit things. I want this one, the circle. There. No. Oh yeah, this is what you said. You said you saw the overall picture. Okay, I got it. What's the window? This one. Right, and here you see this right around this area is where you're gonna zoom it into. And then
look at the clouds off to the left there. That's
little dots, yeah,
that's what we noticed first. They were coming down out of the clouds like separate clouds, like they were being pumped out of the fucking clouds, and they looked different, like they were of a different texture. And then this thing pops out of the fucking cloud, and Sarah's like, "What the fuck is that?" And she starts snapping pictures of it because we have so many pictures of the sky around here, man. It just some weird shit sometimes. But this thing just, I don't know, man.
Really weird.
So
was it going up or come down?
It came down. It came down. It came down. It looked like a cloud.
Hey, so they tried to porn bomb me, and I added them to the screen, and I took them right away, and I saw all the flashing images. It was fucking disgusting.
Sometimes you get clear shots of it. It's up close, but very rare because it's like your cameras. I can't explain it. I've hit the record button before. There was a red triangle. I told you about this thing, Dave, right? We had a whole experience that happened with this thing. This thing was like, you should have fucking seen me, and we felt it. It was pulsated, like hairs on your arm standing up, and this thing pulsated.
I'm calling it now while there's a lull. I don't even want him to get back to me. If they get back to me, I don't even care. It's like a bunch of chimpanzees pointing up at shit, you know. Go ahead, Shawnosaurus. Are you there, sir?
Wait, am I behind? I think I'm behind. I fucked up. Wow. Jesus. All right, give me a second here to adjust, catch up, and just fucking, my bad.
Enforcers, policy makers, policy followers, aka slaves, as well as free men and women alike. It is all of you out there that allows this bizarre simulation to continue to take place. So we thank you for that. We get to learn and grow and have some excitement along the way. So with that, I yield, as they say. And I shall be back tomorrow, barring some act of God and or the state, which at this point has become pretty much one and the same. If you ask the slaves, the state is God. So that is my official sign off. You've heard it before. You might hear it again. With that, I bid you a good night. Jennifer, any final words? Please? Good night. Good night. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love.
A really close-up zoom in because this thing was way up, like it was in the clouds a good distance. I took a picture of the sky and that was in it, so I zoomed in on that.
Why does that one have it really blue and the rest isn't?
Yeah, it's
to the right side, to the left side. The color. I'm talking about the color. Like the color's like very blue, and then everything kind of looks a little more.
Oh, this over here, yeah, this part of the
screen. Could be from the car window.
So because I was behind, unfortunately, yeah, shout out to Mitch. I was actually gonna cover one of your videos, the recover or go over again your video from the other night at the end of Paul's stream. So feel free to hop on for that. I was probably gonna do that in a couple hours, but whoa, hold on. Yeah. So I want to cover this tomorrow. I want to cover this story. I already got a stream set up on my other channel, the Shauna Source channel. Here, I'll drop the link actually in the chat here. Let me see. Give me a minute here. No, Timmy, I'm going to be covering that story tomorrow. That's my stream tomorrow on my other channel here. It's taking likes away. It's so fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah, let me,
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
all right, here's the link for that tomorrow. I love it, bro. Goevel Media. Fuck yeah. You know, that's crazy you're saying that. I'm literally, look what I'm wearing right now. Look at the shirt I'm wearing. Hold up. Wow, dumb. I tried to porn bomb me a little bit ago. It's fucking pathetic.
People.
Ain't no shit to me.
Listen,
Yeah, it's the StreamYard Inception.
I get Pineal, man. People.
Oh no! Oh no! That's low.
People get on to you all the time for like jumping from thing to thing to thing on your thing. I like that, dude, because
I would do that.
you're just like sharing all the shit that you have on your computer, like different cool shit, and that's cool, man. I like the, you know what I mean?
Oh, why is this not doing? There we go. Mike Smith, if you want, you can email those to me at this.
Where is the damn picture?
Email address
Man, I gotta
that I'm putting in the chat right now. That would be cool. I'd be honored to go ahead and show them if you can get them to me. So that would be really cool. Yeah, I think they're Boerg's Plowboy. It's very, very, very possible. I used to be so into that Star Trek. I mean, I still like it. I find it entertaining. But
I'm a Star Trek fanatic.
I used to go, boy, that'll really be cool because one day we'll be there and we'll be doing that shit. Of course, here I am now in the year 2023, and they telling me they can't even go to the fucking moon. And I'm like, I already knew, I've seen through the bullshit now. So I'm like, yeah, it's a cool story, but.
Well, First Contact's in only 40 years. It's only 40 more years until First Contact.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing. There's that space thing and the planets and all that.
Oh, that's right.
Shit.
Those things that you say don't exist.
They don't.
I keep forgetting about that.
It's all speculation. It's somebody's imagination. There's absolutely no proof of it whatsoever.
Okay.
Hey, Sovereign. I've got, I want to do a stream one day soon, I think. This
this was an old stream
outside of what we do on our channel,
and then it was on unlisted for a while, like 20 minutes. I was streaming, and then fucking
Hollywood,
I got lost in that. I'm gonna redirect this
in front of us and stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
Do you remember the stuff I sent you on that Hellraiser movie they just came out with?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Freemason symbolism in the actual Pinhead character that they portray. It's a female character, I guess, or genderless. I don't know. It was female. It looked female. But on her, like woven into her chest were some symbols. There was a rune. It's like a Futhark rune, right? It's the what they call the Oan.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was like the Freemason, the square and the compass. It's in there, incorporated into the same kind of thing. It's weird. They're just slipping it into the movies and stuff.
There's an interesting thing I saw recently.
All right, I'll come back.
It's produced
in a minute,
and he acts in it as well. You know who John Schneider is, right? He played.
I want to show the story that I'm going to be covering tomorrow. I'm going to try to get Paul and Wiz.
Anyway, he did this thing about the mystery of Meriwether Lewis.
(3:22 p.m.) they said, right? Just so happened to need to specify that, right?
Somebody who didn't want him to get to Nashville with these papers or to be able to say what he wanted to say. And that's what the big mystery is all about. But I thought it was interesting that they had to make mention that Meriwether Lewis was a Mason. And then there's symbolism with the guy who was suspected of actually murdering him, having that dagger with the fucking Masonic handle. I thought that was kind of interesting. I wondered how many people had picked up on that had seen it. I think it's on, it's either on Prime or Netflix, but it's pretty interesting.
What show are we talking about?
It's a newer movie that came out either on Prime. I think it's either on Prime or Netflix. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
All right, give me a minute. The link is
Meriwether Lewis.
Come hop up. I don't know whether I'm going with the stream, but I'm going to cover some TV-19 stuff, and
I think it had something to do with some of his discoveries.
Oh.
Let me see here. I'm not sure how you spell it. Meriwether Lewis. There it is. Meriwether Lewis. Yeah, there's, if you put his name in, there's it comes up under his murder.
Let me see. Movie. Yeah, The Mysterious Circumstance. It's called The Death of. And let me see. Is it telling me where? Amazon.
Be a happy
It's on
3-year
Amazon.
anniversary of the great
It's on Amazon.
Greatest scam of
And
all
it's
time.
done by. Yeah, it's pretty good. Stars John Schneider. Most anybody else in it, I wasn't aware of who they were, but it was really an interesting story. And there's, of course, that's another kind of a obscure rabbit hole to jump into because it's still a mystery to this day.
One person's dead after a police-involved shooting in Paterson, New Jersey this afternoon. Officials say one man was struck during the shooting around 12:30 near Mill and Ellison Streets. He was later brought to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. The man's identity has not yet been released. The New Jersey Attorney General's office says this is not connected to any other law enforcement incidents in Paterson this week.
Again, I plan on covering that story tomorrow, so I don't really want to focus on it too much. But yeah, the so-called sovereign citizen executed. Seemed like a gang-style execution to me. What it looked like. I don't know what this is. This might be something else here. Hold on a second.
A friend of mine was just telling me about a Robin Williams movie that was like super serious. And I'm like trying to list all the serious. Like
was it the one where he was like a stalker? Where he was like, I think it was called 90-minute photo or some shit.
No, 1 hour photo.
Ironic
It wasn't that one because that was the first one I thought of, but it wasn't that one.
The Fisher King?
No, it wasn't the Fisher King either. His name all these movies. No, something about his son. Apparently, like his son had killed himself.
Oh yeah.
So I'm thinking like, what dreams may come. He's like, no, and I'm like, this one, no. Like we couldn't figure out what that movie was. And I'm usually pretty good at figuring out what movies are if you describe them to me.
I'll tell you that the Fisher
It's
King
got one called Being Human that's actually a pretty good movie. I like.
Fisher King moved me, man. It really did. There's not many movies that do that, but the Fisher King, I thought that was what a cool story. If you haven't seen it,
it's been a while since I've seen it.
I recommend it. I really do. Because it's got its funny moments in it. Of course, Robin Williams, he's playing this homeless guy.
Mm-hmm.
So you can only imagine, right? And he's touched in.
Yo, honestly, yo, I'm just very grateful tonight because I just avoided a porn bomber. So just that alone, even if the stream is garbage, which hopefully it won't be, but yeah, I'm just grateful for it. Just for that. Could have lost the whole channel in a heartbeat.
I've mostly decided that new technology, this kind or any other kind, is a kind of Faustian bargain. It always gives us something important, but it also takes away something that's important. That's been true of the alphabet and the printing press and the telegraphy right up through the computer. For instance, when I hear people talk about the information superhighway, it will become possible to shop at home and bank at home and get your texts at home and get entertainment at home and so on. I often wonder if this doesn't signify the end of any meaningful community life.
Oh, jeez.
There's Bill.
You know what?
Writers with us. Oh,
That's
yeah,
probably a
there's-
real picture of him sniffing some little girl, and they just photoshopped that little alien.
No, yeah.
Like even weird is weirded out by him type of thing.
Yeah, he's.
Even Stink would say that stinks.
Listen, I'm still waiting for the punchline. Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline because I look at this and I'm like, this is not anywhere close to real. This cannot be happening.
Is this real?
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, you know, I mean, listen, granted, I know the presidents and shit, they're puppets, right? But this one's
the age in which science and technology have largely replaced religion as the bodies of knowledge and the activities that society depends on and lives by. At least one traditional understanding of what God
I'm all over the fucking place, man. I don't even know
Even
what's
as far
going on.
back as Galileo, the idea was already coming in that the way the world works is neither moral nor purposive, but simply mechanical.
When was the last time you just went out and scoured the streets for trouble? Eh? You just go and break something just to do it. You guys are inside generation. I mean, you live indoors, I swear. League, and I tell you what, they didn't have enough players to fill one single team. That's because nobody's doing anything anymore. You know, like when I was your age, I mean, we'd go out and fucking egg houses, you know, for fun. We just meet up and walk around. You know, when's the last time you just went and walked around? You are so old, Steve. I feel bad for you guys. You know, I do.
No, you record me? No, don't record.
All right, yeah, Timmy, I just saw your comment, and I didn't see him being combative, so I'm curious because I haven't seen enough clips, obviously, but there was one clip I wanted to see that was more in full. So if you know that clip, I'd like to see it. I didn't see him being combative, or I didn't see him reach for anything either, but
theoretically possible to pick up all of our frequencies and actually send us by radio. You mean we'll be able to transmit ourselves somewhere else? Yes. To be reconstituted in some distant place? Yeah.
Telling you everything you need to know about your key to the information age. The information age.
No.
20th century man world is on you and me.
Any given moment of the night.
And now for something completely different.
Different. Different.
Different.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations, there are no peoples, there are no nations, there are no peoples, there are no third worlds, there is no West, There is only one holistic system of systems. Holistic system of systems. 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 You get up on little 21st Street and howl about America and democracy. There is no America. There is no democracy.
How weird is this, Joseph? One day you go to get a vaccine, and the next you're live on national TV.
Very weird.
I understand that completely.
Are going to pay for these transhumanist technologies and procedures. This is what the hyper-progressive left is actually offering and control all this stuff, kind of message here or direction, right? Now, the drive here is expression, right? This we're kind of defining the philosophies and almost frames from which the left and the right work. So the left is, of course, more social, more communitarian, more about fairness, more about expression, right? I want to express myself. Right. So the drive behind this type of liberal eugenic transhumanist feature is expression. I want to feel like I am what I feel or I want to be what I think I feel I am. I want to change myself to feel better and express myself in an authentic way. I want to undergo surgery. I want to pump things into my body. I want to literally manipulate my hormonal function to express myself. Now, if we go down, we get into the technocratic right, which is just as transhumanist. And these two together create a polarizing driving force behind the digital revolution. So the reason I have that in the middle there is because these two movements, the left and the right, though they look like they're playing against each other.
Hey, you're not a porn bomber, right? You're
There's
like the actual Jeffrey.
a synthesis and drive.
I'm gonna porn bomb you really quick because I got my finger on the trigger, bro.
Whether it be digital.
All right, one more time. I think it's really him. Okay. Oh yeah, you're good.
Out off at the mouth and say the stupidest shit, and then we think it's just gonna go away. We know it's on YouTube now, buddy. You said that.
Yeah, it's definitely there.
Who said what now?
Anybody says anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, what they don't understand is you have that anyhow. Whatever you say is being recorded on the Akashic record anyhow. Every thought, everything you've done.
Well, I'm screwed.
You know? So Mike Smith in the chat sent these pictures to me.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
No, is that real?
That's not real.
He said a picture of but this one's got
the age in which science and technology have largely replaced religion as the body of activities that society depends on and lives by.
Oh man, I didn't see anything about it, so I'm curious because I haven't seen enough clips.
On YouTube now, buddy.
Activities that society depends on and lives by.
Oh man, I didn't see anything about it. I'm gonna catch up on the chat in a second here.
A real picture of lightning.
That's crazy, Mike. You need to come up here and tell us about
Yeah,
that.
this one I'm not quite sure about. I mean, it looks super cool, but I don't
And then
think
again,
this one. But hey, I mean,
it could have been lighting the clouds up in a way that made it look like
no,
that,
absolutely. But it's the.
I think I'm gonna hop off this panel in a minute, but
Right,
yeah.
Kind of see like the
but
eyes.
Somebody might have been
Like
recording
a-
this, and then they might have paused it during their recording because they saw it,
maybe,
it
maybe
looked like a skull.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, oh no, this is a real, like,
I don't know, man.
if
It's
I'm
a
saying
little
this is a
too-
real, I kind of be like, yeah, but you know, I mean, hey, it can be. I mean, it absolutely could be. I'm just a little skeptical on this one. That's all.
Like,
you know.
Taking a picture of it with a
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna catch up on the chat
Oh, it
and
looks
switch the phone.
amazing. Like, I would love to have that like framed or something. That looks awesome.
That if that's real, that needs way more attention.
Yeah, definitely.
It really does. That's a hell of a phenomenon. I've seen some, you know, where it does look kind of like a demonic face in that smoke or whatever. But that right there, that's.
Have you seen the pictures like from the Enquirer or the National Enquirer or whatever they call it, where it was like the pictures of Satan in like hurricane whatever,
or if somebody saw like, you know, the Virgin Mary in their tortilla.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
Right, but that shit happens, man. Pareidolia is a real thing.
Wait, what's it called?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's pretty fucking nuts.
I can.
Right here. We got a $35 weekly cash, got a monthly membership, $119. I got a yearly membership of $849. I got a lifetime membership of $15. Is the deception that they're trying to hide from anybody. And constitutions. Anyway, what is going on with your judicial system today? As you can see, this is the Constitution for the United States of America. There are two constitutions. There are two. They look exactly alike. So don't ask me what are the differences. They're worded exactly the same. A constitution can be used to form a corporation. I hope y'all know that. But right here, this is the Constitution for the United States of America. You have a Constitution of the United States. And they mirror each other. But what has happened is because we have a delegation of powers doctrine, okay, through that doctrine, the legislature has started to exercise legislative, judicial, and executive powers under one branch. This is the deception that they're trying to hide from anybody. And they're doing it through the administrative agencies. And this is all due to the fact that everybody has a social security number, which belongs to the government, with evidences that you have a federal citizenship, which means you fall under their jurisdiction, which is a territorial jurisdiction. Now, if you got any of you people out there who disagree with what I'm saying, hey, the phone lines are open. You can call in right now. We can get to it right now because I'm in the mood for it. We can get to it right now. We can get to it because I'm tired of this stupidity. 208-444.
Never seen it look like that before. You know, so you could just
All right,
like
yeah, I'm lacking direction here.
Anyway, we're sitting there on the edge of this.
I'm lacking direction. I lost Jeff
light,
there.
one of the stars,
Is it a
all of a sudden
loss? I don't know. Might not want to ask Paul that.
Goes right here and stops. I was like, did anybody else see that?
All right, yeah, so the link is still, oh no, the link isn't pinned. Let me repin it again. I want to drop a video since it's that fateful day.
Must have seemed like the good times would never end. But then, China happened.
Comes from China. That's why. It comes from China.
No, what do you think he's doing?
Okay, this is no joke. This is
It's not social distancing.
I got a couple handshakers right in front of me.
Oh God, another one. You people are like monkeys falling out of a tree.
No, you're the monkey. Put your mask on.
Get away from
Put
me.
it on.
Stop it.
Whoa, whoa. Well, this idea. 6 feet apart. Oh, yeah. Extreme measures of self-isolation. It gets the kid across.
So you can wear it comfortably all day. Share your smile. Z-Shield wraps your face.
On prend une bouchée et on remet le masque. On prend une bouchée et on remet le masque.
Help us put the mask in mascot. You must wear your mask.
I shouldn't have to make it fun. It's science. It's science.
How many fingers am I holding up?
3.
About why it's important to get vaccinated, why these vaccines are safe, why they can still kill you even if you are under the age of 27. We need to be clear and direct about our messaging.
Will exposure sites be put back in place, especially with reopening and people going back to pubs and stuff? Because our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening? Because they're not at the moment.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. And yes, it will be pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working through a number of those issues, but we will have to reflect and learn.
See how they do this with videos? They corrupt the whole file. It's fucking wild.
If you have headaches, rashes, fatigue, brain fog, or even anxiety or depression, and if you've ever drank tap water, grabbed a doorknob, or walked barefoot in the grass, there's a huge chance you've already infected.
We must increase vaccinations among the unvaccinated with new vaccination requirements. With nearly 80 million eligible Americans who have not gotten vaccinated, many said they were waiting for approval from the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. Well, last month, the FDA granted that approval. So the time for waiting is over. This summer, we made progress through the combination of vaccine requirements and incentives, as well as the FDA approval. 4 million more people got their first shot in August than they did in July. But we need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love. My job as president is to protect all Americans. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated. or show a negative test at least once a week. Some of the biggest companies are already requiring this. United Airlines, Disney, Tyson's Food, and even Fox News. The bottom line, we're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers. We're going to reduce the spread of COVID-19 by increasing the share of the workforce that is vaccinated in businesses all across America. Much extended vaccination requirements that I previously issued in the healthcare field. Already, I've announced we'll be requiring vaccinations of all nursing home workers who treat patients on Medicare and Medicaid because I have that federal authority. Tonight, I'm using that same authority to expand that to cover those who work in hospitals, home healthcare facilities, or other medical facilities. 17 million healthcare workers. If you're seeking care at a health facility, you should be able to know that the people treating you are vaccinated. Simple, straightforward, period.
Knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress.
Come up with what we would consider one of these grays or lamb.
Guilty as charged. Dr. Dan Stock, 5777 West 7 North McCordsville, Indiana. To address your comment, geez, it's hard to believe we're 18 months into this and still having a problem. And I would suggest the reason we still have a problem is because we're doing things that are not useful, and we're getting our sources of information from the Indiana State Board of Health and the CDC, who actually don't bother to read science before they do this. I'm actually a functional family medicine physician. That means I am specially trained in immunology and inflammation regulation, and everything being recommended by the CDC and State Board of Health is actually contrary to all the rules of science. So things you should know about coronavirus and all other respiratory viruses, they are spread by aerosol particles, which are small enough to go through every mask. By the way, the literature that supports all of that is in a flash drive that we presented to you as being given to the secretary. As a matter of fact, it quotes at least 3 studies sponsored by the NIH to that exact fact, even though the CDC and the NIH have chosen to ignore the very science that they paid to have done. That is why you keep struggling with this, is because you cannot make these viruses go away. The natural history of all respiratory viruses is that they circulate all year long, waiting for the immune system to get sick through the winter or become deranged, as has happened recently with these vaccines, and then they cause symptomatic disease. Because they cannot be filtered out and they have animal reservoirs, and this is a very important point, no one can make this virus go away. The CDC has managed to convince everybody that we can handle this like we did smallpox, where we could make a virus go away. Smallpox had no animal reservoirs. The only thing it learned to infect was humans. That's why we were able to make that virus go away. That will not happen with this any more than it will with influenza, the common cold, respiratory syncytial virus, adenoviral respiratory syndromes, or anything else that has animal reservoirs. So the reason you can't do this is because you're trying to do something which has already been tried and can't be done. Equally important is that vaccination changes none of this, especially with this vaccine. And I would hope this board would start asking itself, before it considers taking the advice of the CDC, the NIH, and the State Board of Health, why we are doing things about this that we didn't do for the common cold, influenza, or respiratory syncytial virus. And then ask yourself, why is a vaccine that is supposedly so effective having a breakout in the middle of the summer when respiratory viral syndromes don't do that? And to help you understand that, you need to know the condition that is called antibody-mediated viral enhancement. That is a condition done when vaccines work wrong, as they did in every coronavirus study done in animals on coronaviruses after the SARS outbreak, and done in respiratory syncytial virus, where a vaccine used in a vulnerable individual done the wrong way, which cannot be done right for a respiratory virus, which has a very low pathogenicity rate, causes the immune system to actually fight the virus wrong and let the virus become worse than it would with native infection. And that is why you're seeing an outbreak right now. In fact, in that flash drive you're going to have coming to you and in the emails with 6 extra, will be a study showing that 75% of people who had COVID-19 positive symptom cases in Barnstable, Massachusetts outbreak were fully vaccinated. Therefore, there is no reason for treating any person vaccinated any differently than any person unvaccinated. You should also know that no vaccine, even the ones I support and would give to myself and my children, ever stops infection. In 2014, there was outbreak of mumps in the National Hockey League. The only people who came down with symptoms were the people who were unvaccinated or unknown vaccine status. You should ask yourself, knowing that half of them down with symptomatic disease had no contact with an unvaccinated or unknown vaccine status individual,
telling me to do shit, like telling me that I had these abilities to do these things, like crazy shit, like go in your dad's room, stand on the edge of his fucking waterbed and do a flip and kick the thermostat off the wall, like that kind of shit, right? And in my sleep, I actually did this.
Wow.
Right?
Where did they get the disease? And the answer was from the vaccinated individuals. No vaccine prevents you from getting infection. You get infected, you shed pathogen. This is especially true of viral respiratory pathogens. You just don't get symptomatic from it. So you cannot stop spread. You cannot make these numbers that you've planned on get better by doing any of the things you're doing, because that is the nature of viral respiratory pathogens. And you can't prevent it with a vaccine because they don't do the very thing you're wanting them to do. And you will be chasing this the remainder of your life until you recognize that the Center for Disease Control and the Indiana State Board of Health are giving you very bad scientific guidance. And instead, read the articles that are going to come in the email and are on this flash drive, and listen to the people in this audience here tonight who actually have recognized the advice they are getting from the CDC and the NIH is counterfactual. And that's why you're still fighting this with this vaccine that supposedly was going to make all this go away, but suddenly managed to make an outbreak of COVID-19 develop in the middle of the summer when vitamin D levels are at their highest. By the way, the other thing that would be necessary any vaccine restriction to be considered is if there were no other treatment available. And I can tell you, having treated over 15 COVID-19 patients, that between active loading with vitamin D, ivermectin, and zinc, that there is not a single person who has come anywhere near the hospital. And we already have studies that show that if you achieve a 25 hydroxy vitamin D level greater than 55, your risk of COVID-19 death will drop down to 1/4 of the population average for the United States. And there are active treatment trials included on that flash drive that show the same is true. So if you were going to discriminate based upon vaccine, you should also discriminate based upon 25 hydroxy vitamin D level, zinc taste test response, and probably previous infection, since there are also studies on that flash drive that show that people who have recovered from COVID-19 infection actually get no benefit from vaccination, no reduction in symptoms, no reduction in hospitalization, and suffer 2 to 4 times the rate of side effects if they are subsequently vaccinated. Therefore, the policies that you are basing on are totally counterfactual. I don't blame this board for that, because I know you aren't scientists and you've thought it was reasonable to listen to the CDC, NIH, and the Indiana State Board of Health. But I would encourage that instead you listen to the people out here in this audience and read what's on that data drive. And if anybody here in this board has any questions about anything on that, I will happily come back and sit with you individually if you would like to explain the science behind this. And if you're worried about being sued by somebody because you don't follow the guidance of the CDC and the NIH, I will tell you have a free pro bono expert testimony at your disposal. I will testify in defense of this board, turning down all these recommendations for free at any time in any court.
This truck would have plowed me right in the side and killed me.
Yeah, it's the most random
Ran
fucking
right
direction
through
for a
that
stream, probably. And I've had
Couldn't
some
even see
lack
it.
of direction before, but this is just complete
Something in my
lack of
back
any
seat
direction.
yelled out audibly and commanded me to stop. And I don't know why. I just listened to it. I did. And if I hadn't, I wouldn't be here today. Another time was in this factory where they had all this real heavy shit on these big, tall shelves where you had to use a forklift to be able to get the shit off of the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
There was dye shoes and barrels full of really thick welding wire and all kinds of shit. And I was doing an inventory. It was the middle of the night, 3rd shift. Nobody was there, just a skeleton crew. There was nobody around. All of a sudden, this voice, audible as shit, yelled at me and said, "Move!" And it scared me to where I moved. And right where I was standing, this big fucking piece of machinery just standing.
Whoa.
So yeah, there's some shit in this world that I just can't explain like that there.
So
But that
why
near-death
is my
experience I had,
camera
I'll
on
talk
my
about
end
that on another.
fucked up? What the fuck is happening on it?
Really crazy.
Yeah, that's insane.
But yeah, that's it. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. And those are like possible exit points that I avoided. You know, I call it, there's certain exit points that come up where it's like, whew, boy, that was close. You know, like,
Yeah, seriously.
yeah.
How does that happen? Like, how does it not work?
Gentlemen, it is my bedtime.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna shut her
thank
down
you
here pretty
so
soon.
much. Oh my God, that cat is so cute. It's good to see you, Saab, Jeebus, John. Sort of nice to
Yeah.
meet you, since we haven't actually fully talked. But yeah, that was interesting. I wonder how many times my name's going to come up on other people's channels now. That'll be fun. Is that Sarah?
There she is.
There she is. Hi, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm fucked up right now.
All right, guys. Good night. Love you.
Right.
I'll see you soon.
Not literally.
Good night. See you later. My daughter had her wedding shower today, so got up at like 6 o'clock to make Oreo cheesecake and Oreo iced cupcakes
How did
because
we
that's
do
what
that?
she wanted.
That's weird. Oh wait, no, you're there.
How did that
That was
change?
weird.
I
Oh,
don't
that
know
was
why
weird.
that
Like
changed
couldn't
like that.
screen.
Yeah. I don't know. I must have had the wrong thing clicked down here. You got all these different layouts because I can do that or I can do that. Or
Let me try this again here.
that. That's the way I usually prefer it right there. Somehow it got put on that. And I hate that. I like this. There. That's so much better.
I like Pineal's background there.
So much.
How
Yeah,
is
that's
my
got it
camera
on the
not
big
working
screen.
on this on
Just so
my
I
end,
can
but it
actually
is working
see
on
shit
that
because
end.
I'm blind, but that's
This
pretty
is
neat.
cool. The bottom right.
The one
picture.
with the eagle and the contrails.
Yeah.
I have a really cool picture of I took of I mean, it was bombarded with these chemtrails and contrails.
What in the world?
There was an American flag that was kind of waving in there when I got it, and it was good.
I like pictures that have irony involved in them, right? And I'll have to get. I got video of it too. I was at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Of course, we all know that that's the birthplace of flight with the Wright brothers and everything, right? Okay, so here I am at Kitty Hawk, where the Wright brothers flew their plane, and the sky is checkerboarded like a motherfucker in chemtrails, and I was like, oh shit. You know, I wonder if they looked up and saw that, would they keep on with what they were doing? Because the sky over Kitty Hawk was covered in chemtrails. I was like, oh shit, this is terrible. And then, yeah, so I like to look at things that have a moniker of irony. I have a picture I took in England of George
Good stuff.
Orwell's
That's me down
house,
there, actually. That was the
and
snapshot my
right
friend got.
over the doorway
Pretty
is a
classic.
fucking surveillance camera. I was like, there you go. Not only warn us about it, put it into practice there, George. What was his real name? His real name was
Got it.
The link to join is
he was
pinned. I don't know what the
related
fuck
to,
I'm doing. Help
the
me
Prime
out.
Minister that recently. Fuck, what was his real name? Orwell. Oh, I can't come to me right now because I've been burning out brain cells all day long.
All right, fucking, I'm gonna do some Gematria because it's 3:11. So let me show you what he
Smoking
posted.
weed, playing with my dog.
I got a hold of some pretty good ganja. I haven't been
Gematria, huh? Larry said Gematria. I don't usually use this calculator, but I just wanted to show the 113 code, like how today is 3/11 or 11/3. Oh, just hit midnight. Well, whatever. Everywhere else on the West Coast and Mountain Time and Central Time, just hit midnight here. But yeah, 3/11 is the 3-year anniversary of CV19, and here I'm just gonna play another video while I try to do something here instead of calculating. But yeah, I was going to show how, like the date 11/3 or 3/11, 113. 113 is a number associated with deception. Let me see here. Not honest. Oh yeah, not honest. 113. Not true. I think. Not true. Let me see. 113. Yeah, whenever you hear the number 113, just automatically assume, especially if it's a news story, something in the news, 103 dead, 103, I'm sorry, 113, not 103, 113. 113 dead, 113, whatever it might be. It's just most likely 100% pure, 113% pure propaganda. So it's pretty much, let me think. I wish I could just enter the number and it could give me the words, but they changed the calculator now, so you have to pay to fucking ridiculous.
Mitch, you got to take that motherfucker.
Whoa, buddy, we're not going to talk about shit about cats here, man. I'm literally like multitasking here. I'm doing my own stream, but I hear you in the background. You're talking shit about cats, man. That's not cool, man. I'm not okay.
We got.
It's not going to work out for me, bro.
Hey,
I'm Egyptian.
I am learning
Egyptian
to be a cat person.
I do. I like them all right. I would have liked to have one around here.
I've had cats my whole life, man. I've had cats my whole life. Yeah, fucking. It's funny. I was just on the Gematria dude's website. I don't know if you know Gematria Effect, but he rips on people with cats. He's ripped on me before for having cats because I was watching his channel for some years, and he's ripped on me a couple times for having fucking cats. I'm like, man, what's the deal with, like, what's the big difference between? I mean, if you have a little puppy, you know, like a little fucking poodle, a Shih Tzu, I mean, is that any more or less whatever, effeminate, whatever you want to call it, a feminine or, you know, whatever, emasculate than having a cat? I don't know. I don't know what the hatred is with cats, man. Cats are the shit. So
no, I don't hate cats.
I don't look at it as
I just said that because listen, I've always been a dog person or whatever up till about 7 years ago. Like I said, well, little longer than that. It's been about 12 years. I had a black cat that kind of turned me into kind of a cat person. And then I found this cat. He was an outside cat. I went to my mom's and I saw this cat and he had thumbs. I was like, I want that cat. He was really cool. He wasn't like, he didn't try to like go hide under stuff and just be, you know, antisocial. He was all over me. I'm like, I'm taking this cat home. So I did. And I, you know, being a dog person, I trained him like I would a dog. Right. And he was just caught on, man. He could do some little tricks for me and stuff. Sovereign saw him. And then, like she was saying, our cat went missing for like 3 days. So she went around the neighborhood looking for him. And this little old lady let him in her house and let him mate with her cat. And she was like a wild, like, she was really big and she looked like something you would see in the jungle straight up. It didn't look like your average like cat. And we got one of the kittens.
I agree.
And he's a mutant. His paws are freaking like, you know, huge. They don't look right on him. They look like big mitts. And he's got 7 digits on each one. So he's got 8 claws, right? And he's hell on wheels, man. He's all over the place.
Because Sarah wanted to say hi to
Just on my shoulder like a.
He
like
climbs
a
up on
parrot.
Sarah's shoulder like a parrot and wraps around her shoulder and just licks her face and stuff. He lets us know that we're his pets. It's not the other way around.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
Christ. Well, so what? You got your pajamas on, which consists of sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Big deal.
But for Pineal, we weren't talking shit about cats. I was being sarcastic. They're more like rats sometimes. They like to.
Hang on, I can fix it.
I see Leanne hiding behind.
I'll look under there and he's not fucking there. And then I'll hear some scratching and I'll open the dresser drawer and he's in the fucking drawer looking up at me.
No, cats. Leanne has mouseitis right now because we've recently been battling mice. And she's scared to death of them. Well, anyway, over the course of this battle, we've now claimed what, 14? 14. We had Orkin come, put down some poisons and shit. But these fuckers, I don't know, they come in through a little hole in the basement somewhere. And next thing I know, they're all over the place. But can't build a better mousetrap? You can't. The spring ones, the little spring traps, the old-fashioned wooden fucking spring traps, they work every time. So we went
you a bucket. Now it's inhumane. I don't want to do. Listen, Sarah would make every single one of those mice her fucking pets. She could, like literally, she built a mouse mansion.
That trap, it started getting these little ones then, because after the big ones, we got the big ones, and then I guess the little ones were just about ready to venture for food. Man, them traps damn near took their heads off. Oh. That was nasty, boy. That was nastier than shit. We got a body count of about 14.
All right, I'm gonna be back to there. I'm gonna play another video. Yeah, because again, it's a 3-year anniversary, and I just find it wild that it's been 3 years. It just blows my mind. So
flippy tops.
Yeah,
she had some bottles like that she makes vanilla extract.
So go over to here on my other channel. This is the stream I'm going to do tomorrow on this so-called sovereign citizen. He was an American national. Chase Allen passed away. I'll drop it again. Let me drop it again. Hold on.
This is something important, and you need to listen carefully because this is profoundly important. Most people have never heard this and don't even understand what I'm trying to say. But try and follow what I'm going to tell you. On the back of the Social Security card will be numbers in red. On the front will be in blue or black, but on the back will be in red.
My bad.
The numbers on the back
wrong
of the Social
video,
Security
but
card
it's still a good video though. But
it is the serial number of your stock. And this is why if you're wealthy, you are preferred stock. If you're poor, you are common stock. But you are a stock on the stock market. Your body is bought and sold through the use of your person.
all right, 1 or 2 in the chat if you want to watch this video or a CV190 video, because this is a good video. It's a Maxwell video about the obvious. But yeah, drop a 1 in the chat if you want this video, or 2 if you want a CV119.
Birth certificate. This is why when you were born, you have to have a birth certificate. Therefore, your birth certificate is signed by your mother. And where your mother signed on the birth certificate, get it, you will see it does not say parent or mother, it says informant. I need to wake up and find out how this stuff really works. After the change of the century, coming into 1900s, decided they wanted to expand. They got so much money and they're doing so well, they thought maybe we could expand the business, move the corporation out a little bit. Let's expand business. Let's go to Germany or Europe and open up a big corporation there and take in their corporation, their government. We'll take them over. And the Germans said, hey, Germany, it's like a mafia. What are you coming over here? You're gonna buy me? I'll buy you. You don't buy me. Like your godfather. And the American corporation, British American corporation said, unfortunately, maybe you didn't understand. Let me restate so you understand. I didn't ask you. I'm telling you. We're moving in here. It's called a corporate takeover. And so there was a hostile corporate takeover. When the American corporation decided they wanted to take over in Europe and they didn't want to be taken over. Well, that's too bad. We'll take over anyway. So they called it a hostile corporate takeover. We call it World War I. So the corporation called United States was able to overthrow the existing corporate order in Europe, but it cost a lot of money. They had to build a lot of tanks, jeeps, and pay a lot of people. And the corporation, well, they were successful. They did what they wanted to do, but they went broke doing it. And so when they went broke doing it, and then the bankers pulled their money out in 29, we had something called a stock market crash. Because the corporation spent so much money, they went broke. So the international banker said, well, if you're broke, what are you coming to me for? I'm not going to loan you money if you're broke. And so what do you have as collateral? You got any collateral that you put up for me to loan you the money? And the corporation called United States, the British corporation called United States, said, yes, we have the stock. We'll give you stock in the company. You are the stock in the corporation. So they give your body to the banks in Switzerland. So your body now becomes stock for the corporation called United States because you are a moneymaker. Bankers came in and said, if we're going to loan you money, you guys have lost money. You guys have gone bankrupt. We're going to take care of the accounting. We're going to see where the money goes. We'll give you the money, but we're going to make sure it goes where we want it to go. So they set up the Federal Reserve System and then the collection agency to make damn sure that you people pay us. We're going to set up to keep a record of how much you owe us in business each week. We're going to call it the Federal Reserve. And to make sure that your stock, all the chumps out there in America working, make sure the stock pays us. We're going to make sure they pay us. Don't just tell me you're going to pay. I'm going to make sure they're going to pay. So we will set up a collection agency. Our own personal collection agency is called the Internal Revenue. So the banks, the corporation called United States, loaned money to the privately owned corporation called United States. And the United States corporation gave your body, your birth certificate, to the banks as collateral for the loan. And that's why today Americans are nothing but slaves. But this is something I want you to understand. And you need to listen carefully because this is profoundly important. Most people never heard this and don't even understand what I'm trying to say. But try and follow what I'm going to tell you. There are two kinds of law on the earth, as I've said. One is called civil law, which is the law of the land, and one is called maritime admiralty, which is called the law of water. Maritime admiralty is banking law. And the law on the maritime admiralty says that you, because you came out of your mother's water, are a maritime admiralty product. This is why the ship is sitting in its berth and it's tied to the dock, and the captain has to give a certificate of manifest to the port authorities because money is changing hands. This is why when you were born, you have to have a birth certificate. It's got to be signed by the dock because that's where the ship is tied to, is the dock. So the dock signs your birth certificate. Why? Because you came down out of your mother's water. You came down her birth canal. You are a maritime admiralty product. And therefore, your birth certificate is signed by your mother. And where your mother signed on the birth certificate,
Link to
it
join.
does not say parent or mother. It says informant. Your mother was informing the bank that she has just produced another product to be bought and sold. England, the British Crown, through international banking, owns your physical body. And that's the law. You can think it's funny all you want. So the bottom line is that you are a maritime admiralty product. And on the back of the Social Security card will be numbers in red. On the front will be in blue or black, but on the back will be in red. The numbers on the back of the Social Security card in red designate your body. It is the serial number of your stock. And this is why if you're wealthy, you are preferred stock. If you're poor, you are common stock. But you are a stock on the stock market. Your body is bought and sold through the use of your birth certificate. And if you could get your original birth certificate back, you would find that on the back of the birth certificate are all the banks around the world, all over the world.
All right, let me hold on.
Certificate because you are a stock in a maritime admiralty banking scheme where you make money for banks. So consequently, the corporation.
He's got going
Thanks
on.
for having
Who's
us up
green?
as always. Good to see everybody in the chat too.
Sean of Source, Pineal
Oh,
Power. He's
yeah,
got a
that's right.
stream going on.
He's got a thing going too. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
he's got a
Well,
good stream.
I want to thank everybody.
Night, Leanne.
Yeah, she's off in the living room. Probably didn't hear you, but I'll tell her for you. Like I said, this wasn't a planned thing or anything else like that. I was just like, my son Ryan was going to do a stream tonight, but he had some other shit to do, so he's probably going to go on tomorrow. And I thought, well, shit, I'll go ahead and I'll do something here tonight, just fuck around, see what was going on. It was pretty cool to see everybody. Now, Dick for brains will try to make it, oh, they were having a stream about me and shit. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. One person came on here that's not into all that shit, doesn't know a whole lot about it, happened to catch that stream on Ian's and asked about it. So I told her about it. And as you can see, other than him having to come out half-cocked about it, we didn't continue, you see. So, but I guarantee you that'll be his narrative because for some reason I am a threat. So pick your battles wisely. That's all I can say.
Oh no, check out his paws. You got to see this. Let me see if I can get him close to the camera.
I got people.
He's got 7 digits.
He's a polydac. On the damn. Crazy. Yeah, it's Ernest Hemingway bred. These cats, they're called polydactyl. They got extra. They're Hemingways. They've got extra digits. But he's got more than anyone I've ever seen. Like he's a mutant for real. He can climb anything.
A mutant.
He climbs the door jams all the way to the ceiling. Look at it.
Oh my God.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Good one. I'm gonna pop
Everybody.
over to this other one here.
Night.
Peace out, everybody. Have a good night.
You too.
I'm probably on mute, aren't I? Okay. Yep. That doesn't work. All right. So I went from Paul's to Dave's, and now I'm alone. Alone by myself. Happened to Talcott. Talcott, if you're there, sir, I got some clips for you, sir. Let's drop a Talcott clip here. Shout out to Pale Horse Rider. Mitchy Mitch in the building.
Yo, what up?
Chilling, man. Yeah, I started this stream for like 20-30 minutes. I didn't even realize it was set to unlisted. And so I was streaming to nobody. And but the whole time I was on panel with Paul, and then I hopped on panel with Dave. Or I did that before I started streaming. I was on Paul's panel for a while, and then I hopped on Dave's, and then I started my stream. And then yeah, and then I got off Paul's because he ended it, and I just got off Dave's. So here I am, 2 hours in. But yeah, I thought it was funny that the Saturday fell. I mean that the 3-year anniversary fell tonight on Saturday night, because I never really play any like whatever, scamdemic videos, whatever you want to call it. But I used to a lot more so in 2020, 21, be all into that. And that's what got, channels taken down. So videos, the channels, what do you call it? An Instagram page, all kinds of shit, man. So, and I almost got killed, and I had to text at my house, and that kind of stuff. So, classic, kind of.
You're pulling a brochure. You're pulling a brochure. I need complete sentences, please.
Complete sentences. Damn, that's gonna be hard, man. I think all the brochure got to me is what it is. Why is this in my fucking playlist 3 times? How's my sound, by the way? Are you listening through the phone or just through StreamYard?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the scanner on my phone. Wait, what'd you ask me?
Here, I'll just check it myself. You're good. I'm just gonna play this quick video. It's like 4 or 5 minutes. It's pretty good if I remember correctly.
Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform.
And then I want to watch that. I want to watch a clip of you, man.
It's probably too late now. I know it is for me. Although that hardly matters anymore, as very soon you all shall see. As a last act of rebellious acceptance, I even left my door unlatched, as from the second I put pen to paper, a team of thought police dispatched. All that's left for me now is a few minutes to try and tell you all my tale. Then I'll be dragged to the Ministry of Love, into that dark and loathsome jail. I won't lie and say I'm not frightened of what's inside room 101, but I'll use my last free act to document how life's fabric came undone. Fires, but not in places you'd expect. The orange skies were burned and bruised just like the world that they reflect. Whole towns turned into embers, houses swallowed up by flames. We all just watched on, sympathetic, but through the smoke the virus came. We carried it, like luggage, to every corner of the globe. Soon, so many started coughing that the hospitals couldn't cope. For a while, the rules were simple. Everyone knew how best to serve. Stay inside your homes, they told us, so we may flatten out the curve. Days turned into weeks and months, but the curve was still not flat, and so the leaders lost their patience, and each decided that was that. They let us out and made incentives for us to confidently spend, and so relieved were we all obliged, pleased to be at lockdown's end. But the theatre doors stayed darkened, and there were still no live events. They juggled health and economics, and the rules stopped making sense. The leadership was beyond question, so it was really no surprise that they could take their trips to castles and say it was just to check their eyes, but it was us whose eyes were failing as we tried to toe their line. Big Brother would trick or treat us like criminals and manufactured heavy fines. There was tension thick about the air like an unexploded powder keg, until at last we saw the image of the knee upon the neck. While so-called leaders hid in bunkers, somehow people held their ground. We stood together against oppression and tore slave owners' statues down.
All right, for the record, this clip isn't as good as I remember, but it's almost over anyway. So,
but a new enemy was brewing. As we fought for equality of race, but this new foe had fooled us all alike, though it had no body and no face, a beast that fed on algorithms, and we were powerless to stop it. Under the guise of 1,000 songs, they put CCTV in your pocket. Somehow, they built a sort of prison, but one that had no need for bars. They conjured up a state in which the inmates were the guards. They tracked us through our photos and placed pins down at our feet. They stood back and let us publish every thought we had in tweets, and the TikToks kept us dancing, but it no longer felt divine. Slowly, the only source of news we needed was online. Elections ceased to matter. Integrity produced only failures. Compromise met its demise as we were locked in echo chambers. You always think it would take decades for a world to manifest that we should fear, but all the things I've written now culminated in 1 year. They ground the artists out of business. They told the dancers to retrain. They kept the writers so distracted that their writing was in vain. They made musicians no longer necessary since the concert halls were closed. And the actors, comedians, poets were rounded up and all disposed. If this message has made it to you, then
this whole time I didn't realize it was in normal speed.
As long as thought is
I've never
free
watched
and
anything
independent
in
and
normal
lives and
speed.
thrives inside your head. I once read a novel by George Orwell about how easily the powerful can lull us until nothing was your own except a few cubic centimeters inside your skull. I believe that's where we find our humanity. In thoughts and words that are free and true. They can burn a book, but not an idea. And so that spark lives on in you. I hope you find this. I regret nothing. They're here now, at my door. We all thought it was 2020. But it was COVID 1984.
Now what? It's perpetual victim culture. They didn't do it to you. They did it for you, so you could wake up and
certain future. My
move on with your life.
You're right. You're right. It's always how you look at it, right? So you could look at it and
yeah, I mean that's my new perspective on things and trying to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sad that you know, what's happened to so many people, but then again, how much of that is actually true is the question, obviously.
There's a lot of sad shit that happens all around the world every day, you know. So like, you don't talk about any of that, you know.
Whoever just tried to join the panel there, Triviral Pictures or Productions or whatever, you kind of got booted right off there. So I was gonna add you on there, sir. Unless you're just a repeater of what happened earlier. And of course, I had my trigger finger on lock. It was actually an accident. I didn't mean to add them. I meant to add them. I meant to screen them. It's basically when you like go from here or here to just here. like with no, so you can add them and you can, because sometimes people won't show their camera, while they're backstage. So what ends up happening, a lot of people, they add them on, which really doesn't do anything different. They can hear you if they're fucking, well, I guess if they're not on the listening through a stream, they won't hear you, but whatever. Anyone who doesn't turn their camera on or fucking respond while you ask them to while they're backstage should automatically be up for questioning, man. Try to find the tab. Yeah, but Mitch, I would really appreciate you to join, and Timmy too, if he's still down there, because he seems like he's watched some videos on this. But I'm gonna stream about this in the. It's set for 1:30. Yeah. But I don't know. Timmy says the guy he saw some video where the guy looked kind of. Here, I have some other tabs with it, but I kind of wanted to cover it more tomorrow and not cover it tonight, because then it'll be already exhausted.
Timmy touches on a good point, though. I haven't seen anything of it. I'm trying to resist the temptation. I don't know. I'm not actually really interested in it, and because it's emotionally triggering. But
well, keep in mind, I'm so open-minded, Mitch, that I'm open to the possibility that the whole entire clip, and it's mainstream media to me, I'm just automatically, I don't rule out the fact that it could be 150% horseshit nonsense propaganda. You know what I mean? Not an ounce, not a lick of truth in it. But and at the point now with the deep fake shit and all that stuff, again, I'm not trying to think all out there. By all means, it could be 100% legitimate and all that. But yeah, this channel.
I think you're drunk. I think you're drunk on information. I'm just saying.
You think so?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know. I haven't even really looked that much into it, to be honest. But
because you got to be able to have a little bit of discernment, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the news is 150% bullshit.
I didn't say. I didn't say that.
What did you say?
You mixed up my words. I said that I wouldn't be surprised if it was 150% bullshit, because I think the news is 75% bullshit. So, or something, somewhere to that effect. I don't know. 50%? I don't know. Whatever. It's a lot of horseshit, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, I guess I didn't say you said that,
even though
but I was just responding to your
news,
I was just responding to your point, man. I mean, I
get it. It's very emotionally triggering. It's very fucking sensationalist. It's sensationalism. I get it. I mean,
right. So if you have no discernment, if it's any bit of real, then why would you even look into it? But I mean, that was my point. So it's not a very important point. So moving on, because I think it's probably real. And maybe, have a special sort of narrative twist put on it by the news and media. That's just what they do. So, I mean, you got to take that with a grain of salt. Whatever they're reporting, you got to use your discernment to figure out what is being sensationalized and over dramatized and whatever, and then figure out with your own discernment what's real and what makes sense. But
what really I think disturbs me about it is just that this story of how the mom and them, and I think it was the mom and the son, or it was the mom and the father, or I think it was the mom and the son. That the son is the one that ended up getting allegedly shot, but he, or rather she and him, went into the office and tried to do some type of status correction of some sort, and here a year later in a similar traffic stop, it just reeks of conspiracy, you know what I mean? So
well, I would say a couple of things. You don't go into the office to do any of that, because it's all two-dimensional. You can put them on notice through the mail, and so you don't really want to put yourself in harm's way, if at all possible, is my perspective on that, generally speaking. But what I heard Timmy, I can only kind of respond to what Timmy has told me, and so this is the first I've heard you speak on it. So my kind of predetermined opinion on it is that he ended up kind of failing to maintain his honor. He probably got, upset or whatever and emotional, and so they were able to somehow probably justify. I don't know if you pay much close attention to police killings, but most of them get justified, even if they're bullshit and clearly bullshit. And so I think, though, so it raises an important issue of maintaining your honor, not becoming belligerent, because that puts you in a combative state. They see you as an enemy of the state according to their rules. So it's important for us to recognize that, so we can take the higher ground. We can claim the higher ground, but we got to maintain it by keeping the grass cut so the snakes show. And
that's a good analogy, man.
Sorry for rambling, but I think that's really the main point of why I came up here, is because I thought it was really important to stress the fact that maintaining the honor. So it's real easy to cross that line, and I
Sure.
find myself doing it way more than I'm willing to admit. You can cut me off at any time. I won't be offended.
No, same. I mean, likewise, bro.
I got out the main point I needed to.
Well, I just want to add to that the double-edged sword of me being very hermited like the last several months really is that I'm not doing things I used to do. And admittedly, even before I was hermiting myself more, I was already kind of not doing it so much. But frequenting Paul's channel and talking to so many people around the community who are, I don't want to say the law community, but those who focus more on adhering to natural law precepts and stuff. How much better things. In some ways, I still have trouble being able to be completely innocent in my thinking about certain things. When I taking into account things like food waste, and then realizing that you could literally go shopping at a store just through all their expired foods, foods that are just expired, and technically you would just be helping them, save them the time of cleaning and getting free food and stopping food waste all at the same time.
Hey, Mitchell.
But because the system doesn't work like that, and all that stuff's just going to go in the trash, and people are just going to spend money otherwise. I mean, anyway.
You could do that, but it wouldn't be sustainable for everyone to do that. Hey, what up, Jeebus?
You said you were at Whole Foods earlier, right? Whole Foods is my favorite fucking store. You know what I mean? But I rarely go there. But mostly because I don't have one that close. They're both 15 fucking minutes away. But
I worked there for a few years, but they do waste a lot of food.
Oh, dude, it's ridiculous, man. And back in the day, you could dumpster dive there, and I was probably too young then to even do that. But back then you could probably get a couple $100 of fucking stuff at, just out, unopened, unexpired even stuff. When I did do a little bit of dumpster diving, admittedly, one of the best things I ever got was at a nutrition kind of store. It's called some type of health food store and supplement store. And I got a couple $100 of stuff, dude, that they were getting rid of. Literally supplements that were fucking not even expired yet, that were about to expire. Food that was pretty much non-perishable that hadn't even expired yet. And I'm like, what in the fuck, dude? And expired stuff, expired chips that were fine, because expiration dates are bullshit, first of all. And so anyway, I don't really do any type of, dumpster diving these days, but been a long time. But
hey, there's nothing wrong with it, brother. Check it out.
No, especially depending on where you're at. I mean, there is something wrong with dumpster diving at a McDonald's. There is something wrong with that. There is something wrong with dumpster diving at a fucking whatever, a Dunkin' Donuts, or although I will admit I have dumpster dived at Dunkin' Donuts. But no, that was way back in the day. But way back in the day. I haven't eaten McDonald's in over a decade. pretty much, other than maybe a hash brown per every 2 years or something, and a couple fries or something. But literally, I haven't had McDonald's in, I don't even know, a year or two since I maybe had a hash brown type of thing. You know, I won't eat that shit, bro. I won't eat that Soylent Green, man. Can't do it. I feel bad enough eating the hash brown, so, which is why I don't. Yeah. Anyway, been off microwaves for over a decade.
Muted or something, guys, or you just? Is it?
Yeah,
like
you were muted. You were about to say something, and then you kind of like I couldn't hear you anymore. I'm just reading the
I'm
comment
so
here,
used
though.
to having a lag, and it feels like I'm interrupting everybody. But we got our internet upgraded, and it's, I don't know, it's different. What he was talking about, dumpster diving, back in like '99, I went on a trip with a bus full of cats that I met at a head shop in the town where I lived in, and it was like a big gathering, about 60,000 people out in the woods, and we were on our way there. We got stranded in a Walmart parking lot in Clarksburg, West Virginia, right? And these dudes, they hit me to some shit like KFC dumpsters. They'll throw their food away in dumpsters and in bags. They separate the chicken and the biscuits and all that shit, and they throw it in this like very clean dumpster, right? And they say you can't have that stuff. And we were diving in it and grabbing literally bags of chicken that were still hot, right? They'd rather throw the shit away than give it to somebody who's starving. And, there were a few homeless people around. We camped out in this parking lot for about 3 days while we fixed the transmission on this bus we were in. We were in a huge fucking hippie bus, right? And there were a few homeless people that frequented the Walmarts that we'd met, and, we fed them and stuff. And they told us that they'd been arrested for getting in those dumpsters and stuff. So why, they'd rather just throw it away than feed somebody that's starving? Like, what?
Yeah, pretty much. Money, 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 man. Money, money, money. Who do you trust?
Yeah.
But yeah, I had some good a pretty good playlist here. In the spirit of well, I guess I could first ask is did anybody here decide to go along, to get along in 2020 by any chance? I'll first say that I didn't, but that's
Dr. Dan Stock.
I guess why I'm asking.
West 7 North.
We came down with the whatchamacallit in like about a few months ago, actually. It was I'm not trying to scare anybody or convince anybody either way, but I won't do the thing, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
it was the worst I'd ever been, aside from walking pneumonia where I almost died. My lungs tried to shut down. It took me a long time to get over it, like 3 weeks of coughing, and I couldn't talk for 2 weeks.
I'm at the grocery store right now, and I just passed this one food that is a complete lie.
I'd have to watch the lab. Good, brother.
It actually drains a guy's testosterone levels and causes his sex drive to completely plummet.
Fucking B-shred, dude.
Then when I inherited this job, when I inherited the coronavirus pandemic, when I first got elected. So the thing that I continue to hope that people will overcome their fears. Then when I inherited this job,
Why is it that you're anybody with a job or anybody who goes to school to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but you're not requiring that of migrants that continue walking across the southern border into the country?
Well, look, our objective is to get as many people vaccinated across the country as humanly possible. And so the president's announcement yesterday was an effort to empower businesses, to give businesses the tools to protect their workforces. That's exactly what we did. But certainly we want everybody to get vaccinated, and more people are vaccinated, whether they are migrants or whether they are workers, protects more people in the United States.
But it's a requirement for people at a business with more than 100 people. It is not a requirement for migrants at the southern border. Why?
That's correct. Go ahead.
Ooh, you dumb bitch.
Even as the Delta variant has ravaged the unvaccinated, the deaths have climbed. the death rate is still 70% lower than it was last winter. Why? Because we did such a good job vaccinating those most at risk, senior citizens.
Why are you
America has about
playing this
54
shit,
million
bro?
senior citizens. About 50 million have gotten at least one shot. That's almost 92%. Secondly, overall weekly new vaccinations are up more than 56% from where they were a month ago.
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is August 18th, 2021, and today's big news is that booster shots are coming out next month. And before they updated the headline, it showed that they were coming out September 20th. If you read the story, it says the same thing. They're coming out September 20th, and that's the 263rd day of the year. And 263 is the 56th prime number. And in Gematria, coronavirus is 56, COVID vaccines 56, Anthony Fauci 56, Washington, D.C. 56, mind control 56, toilet paper 56, Fratelli Tutti 56, which is Pope Francis's encyclical about what to do about coronavirus. And you know the rest of the list. It's been a year. It's been years. It's been almost 2 years now of coronavirus 56 rituals. In the U.S., it began with Gavin Newsom locking down California, saying 56% of
Now it's
California will
been
get
free. This is
coronavirus
a
in 8 weeks,
year-old
which is
video,
26
I
days. In the UK, you had Boris Johnson introducing the 56% more infectious UK strain, locking down London on November 5th, the day leaving 56 days left in the year, reading the 56-page winter plan. You had Amazon put out the comedy special at the end of 2020, which begins by saying 2020 was such a bad year because of COVID and everything else that it felt like it was 56 months long. Again, you guys, all this stuff is ritual. It's ritual. It's not a serious pandemic. It's a serious ritual.
My bad. I heard you. I heard you back in the. I'm listening back to my phone, so it's got a delay by like 10 seconds. But yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's the same shit. I mean, why participate in their ritual, you know?
Right.
Oh, dude, I've
So-
made it clear. I'm only focusing on this shit because it's the 3-year anniversary day. So I just thought it was ironic because I always do Saturday night streams. So it's the only stream I do every week is Saturday night. So I just thought it was ironic that it fell on tonight on Saturday night. But yeah, I don't know. I think even though people are in these, whatever you want to call it, these channels, the communities, whatever, somehow I still find people that went along in some way, shape, or form. And again, I mean,
who cares? Like, who cares? I have friends, I'm sure, and family that went along. It's their choice, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt me. It doesn't make them.
Well, as far as you know, it doesn't hurt you.
Well, if anything, maybe we can just use that, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
yeah, I'm
until it
kinda-
does, I'm not gonna worry about it.
Right. I wouldn't necessarily not be super stoked if, say, 2/3 of the population dropped. It might, who knows? It could do good for you and I. It could not either.
Yeah.
But, you know, it
That's
might
kinda
make
awesome.
fiat worth more. Maybe it could destabilize things too. Like that could fuck up the supply chain, and it could do a lot. But you know, you can what if all day long. I didn't go along with anything. I assume you guys didn't. I got fired, lost my job over it, and then like 9 months later, they pretty much begged for me back, and
what up, dude?
It worked out good, you know. It actually worked out good by doing that. Look at this right now, like this whole streaming.
Why is this not? Hold on. Hold up.
You need a producer, dude. You need to pay someone remotely in India to run your stream.
I'm trying to learn how to do this here.
You're good. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I don't want to get porn bombed again. Hold on. How do I throw the overlay on?
That
Just,
person who's, sorry, Mitch.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's just
How do I throw the overlay, bro?
There you go. You got it.
No, it keeps popping them back on. What the hell, man?
Well, when you put them up, then you got to change the. As soon as you put them up, it'll pop them on. Then you got to put. There you go.
What up, man? Nice. It's good stuff, bro.
Okay.
How you
Bye bye.
How'd you find the stream, bro? Alrighty then.
Hey, you know that sounded like the Josh kid.
Yeah, reminded me a little bit of that.
A little bit.
Let me hear that back one more time here. Hold on. Interesting, right? Fascinating.
Pretty sure.
No, not
yeah,
really.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was.
What up, man? I thought that's what I heard.
I mean, look what it goes to show, though, too, dude. Like 3 years ago, when it did.
Some people's kids.
Hold up, tech glitch. Bro, you're frozen. This is crazy. That was a wild glitch, man.
Wow. I think.
That was wild, bro. You had a mean glitch there, dude.
My VPN, I had to shut it off. It seems to work better without it on the streams.
Yeah, so I've been reconsidering taking this guy's course because he's actually pretty responsive to messages and stuff. But at the same time, it's like a lot of these courses don't really necessarily, like these certifications, they don't really necessarily go anywhere. It's what you do with it always. But I got a chat I got a private comment here from that guy. Try verbal pictures. It says Gago Ka. Gagoka. I don't know what language that is, but fascinating. Gagoka.
Sounds like some the language of the Klingons.
Gag on.
Uranus.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, any ideas anywhere you want to take it, man, go for it.
I don't know, man.
I mean, to me, the point I was trying to get at really was just like, you know, I was super convinced we were fucking doomed, to be honest. I think a lot of people I knew were convinced we were doomed as well. And here we are 3 years later. I mean, yeah, the economy is a lot shittier. Some things have changed. Lots of people have gotten there.
3 years.
But, right, whatever, however long. And the world's still not over. It's still going. I'm still fucking, you know, everything's still happening essentially just the same way it was. I think it goes to show that it's like a carrot on a stick in front of you of fear almost, you know? People have been thinking the world's going to end since the world has begun, and it's yet to really end. I think it's sort of like what Mitch said, like, where does it affect you? I didn't get that shit. I didn't take a fucking stab. I didn't wear the mask. I didn't do any of that shit. So in the end, it really didn't affect me in a negative way. If anything,
The next few weeks will set the tone for the next.
because of this. Look where we are right now. I'm talking to you guys. I've met you guys. I've had great conversations over the years because of this. I think it really showed where some people stand in their convictions, you know, and kind of drew a line between certain people. It's whatever you make it, you know. You know, or sort of like the Cold War, or whatever, or nukes are all gonna kill us, or fucking Middle Eastern terrorists are gonna come blow us up, or whatever the latest fucking fear is. It really never even
Hey,
ends up
he's
happening.
right. You're right, man. We get on Google, you know, just our Google screen pops up or whatever, and the first see is like some shit about an asteroid or
right
something about. It's always something that's supposed to be like, oh God, it's coming, or it's always some bullshit. It's fear porn for real. It really is.
Right. Which, not to say things aren't happening, you know, and it's like Mitch said, what do you, you know, what do you make of it?
Ridiculous shit, though. I mean, ridiculous. Like white powder falling down in the sky in West Virginia and shit like that, which I'm not going to say that didn't happen, because I've got videos taken on my phone of these particles. I mean, it just looks like it's snowing outside, and it's in the middle of the summer, and it's just particles and fibers flying around in the air. But this is what we're dealing with, right?
Right. But at what, you know, that's what you're shown. Like you said, like at what point, that's what you're being fed. Why aren't you being fed all the kind acts people do to each other? You know, you don't see videos of people holding doors for old ladies, helping people in need, saving hurt animals, whatever the fucking thing might be. There's always a balance. It's a matter of what are you looking at? You know, what do you do? And fuck what you're looking at. Fuck what you're getting fed. Fuck what the world's doing. Fuck what politicians, banks, Klaus Schwab, you know, fuck all these people. What do you do to make the world better?
Right.
Because in the end, that's all that matters anyways. So if the world's going out and we're dying in a nuclear holocaust and everyone's dying from fucking injections and the economy is going to be fucked and they're blowing up trains and everything's going to be fucked, then that's that much more reason to just get right with God, get right with yourself, right? And do nice shit for people and be a good person as much as you can and enjoy every fucking breath, because it may be your last, right? But it probably
it's good to hear young people say things like this, because this isn't the typical thing that, you know, I don't know how old you are, but you look pretty young.
28.
Well, you know, still yet. Yeah, the generation that comes after you is they're a little different. And,
right. I have 3 daughters, dude. So
there are
you
a
know,
few.
that's what I mean. I do my part onto. I'm not focusing.
They're a little different.
The
Yeah,
bullshit.
I have
you know,
3
I teach them.
daughters, dude. There are a few. Yeah, that's what I would say. Definitely teach them.
I teach them to help people. I teach them to resist tyranny. But every time, that's how you
You gotta mute yourself, bro.
What happened there, man? It's cool, bro. Look, Pineal, I understand, dude. I'm with you. I got the ADHD and all that good stuff that comes with it. Tourette's is like a big ball of every fucking mental case you can think of, but it's controllable.
Yeah, it's controllable, and when you embellish it, you're not doing anything to work on it. You gotta focus on trying to be aware of it. You know, not let it control you. But what I wanted to say is, you know, Pineal, you're big on the food thing. You know, you wouldn't put a bunch of synthetics in your food. Why would you want to consume a bunch of synthetic information or intelligence or whatever? You know, it's like, I don't know. Why wouldn't you want to seek out what's real rather than obsessing over the satanic ritual or whatever you want to call it? You know, that's just kind of how I see it.
And I agree. Like I would say, you know, whatever, give it a big fucking percentage. 75% of news is completely fake, and then 25%, like Mitch, you know, they give you a true story. Like, you know, towers fell down in New York City, right? No one really disputes that. Maybe the details are skewed. So we know things really happen.
That's the thing, though, man. Nobody wants to hear the truth. People claim they want to hear the truth. They claim they want to know the truth. But when you tell them the truth, they either choose not to believe it because it gets them out of their little box, their little comfort zone, or, you know, they act like they don't see it. You know what I mean? Like people in with the YouTube, even like with this shit, people want to see the big drama scenes. They want to see it's like that Tool song, like I said before, you know, we don't applaud till the blood starts flowing. Like, are you not entertained? They want to see people go at it. They want to see hatred. They want to, and it's a distraction from reality. It's, they just want to see other people fail so they can feel better and feel like they're not such a loser in their life or whatever it is. But it's a thing. It's people are more attracted to the negative because that's what they're trained to see. Like,
People
they're not
seek
trained to see the
suffering,
good
bro,
things that are going on.
especially people like who are sitting on a fucking laptop like us or talking, like this is the biggest problem we have, is to speculate on what the government may or may not be doing to fucking poison us and kill us. Like, there's people out there who are sucking on rocks, bro, eating trash with extended bellies, who don't have a fucking pot
Yeah.
to piss in, dog. And we're sitting here creating issue like, oh well, what can I focus on that causes suffering in my life, because I have it so fucking good that I have nothing else to do except go on the internet and find, well, oh, what are they doing today to fuck me over, because I can't see it in my
Right.
own life, so I need the news
Sort of
to
a
tell
guilty
me.
conscience thing, right?
Yeah, I
It's
guess
like we
that's
know
a
all
good
this
way to
fucked
put
up
it.
shit's going on, but we want to be like, well, we're fucked up too, when we got it
Right,
really
right,
good. I
right,
mean, we
right.
really do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in some
I mean,
pretty
not-
harsh
not to-
fucking
not to say-
situations in my life, dude. I've lived in the woods for months. It's not even a thing. But there are people out there that don't have the resources or the means to do
the
that,
knowledge.
or the knowledge. Yeah, like, some people don't know that you can go out in the woods in your area and find things that are actually nutritious to eat. Like, there are roots that
Right.
can serve as medicine. Anise root. This shit grows everywhere here. Sassafras. I mean, if you want to
Dandelions,
buzz,
bro, are called a weed.
dandelion,
Abundance has been fucking
man.
demonized. Thistle,
Poke
berries,
salad, you name it.
fun.
Mushrooms.
Why
We
do
go
you
mushroom
need
hunting
food?
every summer, bro.
Sun gazing, pranayama, breath. You
Yeah.
have energy inside you, dude.
The old man in India, I don't remember what his name was, but they put him under observation because they didn't believe that he had went 70 years without eating or drinking, right? The guy didn't urinate. He didn't defecate. They didn't believe this. So they put him under 3-month observation, and the guy sat and sun gazed every day. He said he built up a lump in his throat of like a nectar that would his body would produce, and he would swallow it, and it kept him nourished. Do you believe in that? I mean, do you believe that that's possible?
Potentially, I think anything is possible. I know a guy. I sat ayahuasca with this dude a few years ago, and he sun gazes with his butthole, and now it's like a huge viral fucking internet thing. I mean,
Wow.
whatever. If people, and there's a huge following of people who swear and attest to it. So, what
Yeah,
is
it was
that?
just like back in my days when I was I was a little younger than you are now, and I lived in Nashville, and ecstasy was a big thing. Everybody was popping X. It's before it was called Molly, and it was more pure or whatever. And there were some females that I knew of that would swear that they would put it in their ass. They would take one pill and they disappear in the bathroom with it and come out and say, well, what did they call that shit? Suitcasing or some shit? They would put it up their butt and to get high off
Maybe.
of it.
I mean, as
Because
a
it
teenager, dude,
goes straight
I
to
was
the
a really
bloodstream.
bad drug addict and have done that. And yeah, it totally does work. I mean, that's besides the point, really, and kind of off track.
I've just always wondered, does that really work? Because
Yeah,
it's
100%,
fucked up just
bro.
to hear somebody
Definitely.
say, I went and shoved it up. Why? I took it
It
through my
does,
mouth and I
definitely.
got just fine. But no, they were pretty hardcore. They were feeling it. And I was like, whoa. They was like, well, try doing it this way. No, I'm good.
I mean, it's almost like we were saying, like
Apparently it's a thing.
looking outward to find suffering. We're also always looking outward to find sense pleasure, right? Your eyes can't turn around and look. You can't look at your own eyes, right? Maybe with a mirror.
My point was that, the sun gazing with your, that it's possible that it might really be a thing that works. Would I ever go do a headstand in a field? And I don't know, man. It depends. I guess that's crazy.
Right, but I get your point. I mean, the nature provides. Earth will always provide. I think there could be 500 billion people, and there will always be enough resource. It's a matter of distribution.
Yep.
Hey, Pineal, Are you have you ever heard of a mushroom called ovoid estadiata?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, those
So
are
they
from the
grow
West.
here like crazy. I'm in the Ohio River Valley, and this is like the most abundant place in the U.S. for these kinds of mushrooms. We call them ovoids, and here in about a month, they're going to be popping up like wildflowers. I can't wait, dude. I'm just stoked.
Dude, you should dig up some of the mycelium and put it in some wood chips, dude, and the ovoids will grow out of wood chips real good.
I have. How I know when it's time to go hunting them is they'll start popping up in my strawberry patch in my backyard where I put them in some wood and threw them in with my strawberry dirt and stuff, and they grow out of
small fires too. You know, you can make little fires out in nature and put the mycelium out in there, and you can make a patch that'll perennially, come back perpetually.
Wow.
And,
well, what
and
we
then
do is
you
we
can
make a
share that,
slurry with
too.
a big. What is it?
Go on. I didn't mean to speak over you.
Oh, my bad, man. I kind of interrupted you. What I usually do is I take a big turkey baster and I make a slurry with distilled water, and I put some of the spores in it from the caps. And when I'm out hunting, if I'm in a spot where I don't find them, because generally they grow right off the creek where the sand starts turning into grass in the spill off areas. They grow off of like rotted wood and stuff. And we usually take a little slurry and just go out and just bless the land. Like, I bless you. Hang on, like this sort of thing. Like just go out and just take the slurry and just,
Right, a liquid culture,
and,
pretty much.
Yeah. Then 2 years later, sure enough, we'll go back to that spot and they'll be everywhere.
Dude, I had this Paul Stamets book back in the day in high school, and he spore printed his hat. And that when he went out, spores were falling off out in the wind, getting spread around everywhere.
That's good stuff.
Pretty dope.
Take a look. Oh my god.
Which, I mean, yeah, think about how much more productive things like that are than focusing on whatever nonsense they're doing, which isn't to say, I mean, it's good to be aware, right? That's what pretty much brings all these people in these communities together, is the awareness of the attack on us, right? But doing what with it? What do we do with the knowledge? Do we sit there and fucking bitch about it? Do we waste electricity and support China?
Why microdosing is a scam, really?
Who
the fuck said that?
I think everything can be
Oh,
a scam
I see it.
if not applied properly, anyways, In what sense is microdosing a scam? Oh, the video, okay.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, thank God I had a YouTube video to think for me. All right.
I mean, you can scam anybody with any idea, I guess. To say microdosing doesn't work.
Anyway, I'm gonna change from here, but
doesn't make you more.
It's the context. It's a scam of what? Are you saying it's going to make you live forever? Yeah, that's a scam. That's not going to work.
Right.
Is it going to maybe improve your day-to-day life? Maybe give you a little energy, concentration? Yeah, probably. Maybe not.
Definitely a little creativity, a little maybe connect some synapse in your brain that you haven't used since you were a clairvoyant little child. And then you had all this creativity and all these great ideas that would come to mind, and now you're just blah. Yeah.
Anyway, the only reason I was looking at this, because you were talking about the stuff that's sprayed everywhere. It's called aerogel. It's aerosolized hydrogel. That's what I think it is. I've seen it everywhere too. I know exactly what you're talking about. I have a couple videos. I think either on this channel or my other one.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the little fibers that we were talking about.
Yeah, you can see the webs falling. You can see the web falling from the sky, or like what I do. I literally just go out in the backyard. If I'm like floor level to the yard, I can see a whole. It looks like spider web throughout the whole yard. The whole entire backyard just looks like it's coated in spider webbing. It's fucking ridiculous.
I've seen that, but there are actually insects that do that too. We have those here. They're like I can't remember what they are, but they make these type of like spider webs, and they cover your the grass areas. And I've seen spiders. I've got a lot of pictures of spiders that lay their webs right on the grass, and they'll be just everywhere. And there's a fungus that does that as well.
Have you ever seen Pale Horse Riders content or no?
No, I didn't know he had content. I have to check that out real quick.
He doesn't really post
have you ever been to
anymore,
my channel, Pineal?
Yeah. Yep. I'm subbed to you, bro.
If you go there, there are 2 shorts that I actually put. Okay, I actually put a couple of the shorts out because of what we talked about on your stream that I was on, and I went because people were asking to see those videos, and I went and put them on my channel as shorts. It's kind of way off context of what we do on our channel, but if you want to check that out, it's yeah, there's like 89 degrees out, and it looked like it was little particles and like little cat hair, like fibers, little. I don't know, they look like I got some in a petri dish actually. So, and they're really weird looking.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend, Son of Perdition. He could literally, you could literally send him stuff and he'll test it. But yeah, look at his picture. Look at Pale Horse Rider's picture. Is that one? Yeah, he was commenting
that day that I was talking about it, and that's why I posted it.
Yeah, in Dave's chat. But
Bill Donahue.
Let me see.
Okay. That's like the old he was a preacher or something, right? Bill Donahue.
Bill Donahue? I'm not sure.
Bill Donahue. I thought he was like a host. He's a talk show host from way back when, like early 90s and shit.
There's two. There's a talk show guy, and then I want to say that dude is an old pastor, preacher.
Oh shit.
Something to that effect.
But yeah, I feel like 3 years really flew by, man. That's why I'm just kind of surprised that. Yeah, I don't know. That it's been 3 years. Like you said, 2 years. I was like, no, bro, 3, man. You know.
Right. I mean, look what that does my daughter's cereal. 3 years of the shit clogging up our fucking mind. Like,
whoa, what are we checking out here? Can you blow that up,
like, in food? Let me see. I don't know if I can.
Sure enough. So I saw a post about Gerber having metals in their baby food. So I go and pull out my daughter's cereal to take a look, and sure enough.
Yeah,
so
anyway.
In their baby
like
food.
iron?
So I go and pull out my daughter's cereal.
Well, that's the question, right? Because they do add like the ferrous iron or whatever, right?
So I saw a post.
Here we go.
That looked like a bag of iron shavings, literally, though.
No, that's a baby rice.
Baby rice, oh,
yeah. Rice.
and then what? Like that, I don't know. That's sort of like the numbers with the Rona. Like, I don't need that to tell me that Gerber is bad. You're feeding your infant something from Walmart. Probably not good. Unnatural.
What am I looking at?
Say they tell you. Here we go.
Wait, what?
God bless you, man.
Am I slow? All right, now it's not. Oh, why won't it literally change video? Come on now. What's happening? All right. Wait, what am I? Is this? This is probably Dave's stream.
Dude, I saw that and I thought that was me. I was like, what the fuck?
Epstein's past the mice wall.
Yo, Jeebus, man, that's a dope. I almost pressed remove. That's a dope. Is that all yours, or is that at a shop or something?
Yeah, just like a handful of stuff we put together. Like, we had them in a little like a carry bag. We went camping, so we took some shit with us, and I just threw them out on the bed when we got back and took a picture. I have like a little shelf with fuck tons of crystals and just different shit I collect from all over. Some of those amethyst crystals we actually found when we were in Virginia. It's called Virginia amethyst. They have their own type of amethyst there. But if you go to this lake that we went to, I mean, you can feel around with your toes and pick up rocks, and you can find little geodes of fucking crystals.
That's super neat.
All right, I just got a good idea, actually.
What's crazy is the store right next door where I was laying carpet. There was like a rock store, and this guy was selling the same size crystals for like $20-$30. We was finding them at the lake with our toes.
Right.
It's crazy, man.
I mean, just like, dude, you walk into a store and they're selling water.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well, we buy distilled water a lot. But you know, there's places in like fucking Michigan and shit where people were getting in trouble for collecting rainwater.
Oh yeah,
and
sure.
filtering it and distilling it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, are you allowed to go get solar panels and just put them above your home? Or do you have to have a permit for that? Does the government have to give you okay for that? Because you're not paying fucking China for the electricity. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not legal just to go ahead and run off of solar panels. Pretty sure you have to have some kind of okay from the government. That's not right. Like, we should be able to, like, if we have the means to produce our own energy, we should be free to do so without anybody regulating it or, you know, putting any stipulations on it whatsoever. That's, I mean, it's natural energy. You're harnessing the power of the sun. Who the fuck owns the sun, man? Like, who owns Earth? Why are we fucking everybody saying, oh, well, this is my land and this is my land? And how in the fuck, who was the first person that decided I'm just going to start selling land and making money because it's mine, all of it? Like, we gave that up. We gave that fucking power up, and now they're like selling our own shit back to us.
Shout out to the newbies in the chat. It looks like Snafu Crew's in the house, and not Snafu, but his homie. And then Black Horse 23. 23 is my number, man. And Mr. E in here, Mr. We Are Awake TV. Him and I share that in common, number 23. So here we are in 2023, of course. So this is my year in many ways. But it's also it's good and bad. It's all in how you look at it, man. Nothing's new under the sun. But as far as all the Skull and Bones rituals, man, it's definitely a dark year in many ways. But
yeah.
I haven't even been paying attention to that. I haven't even been paying attention really to what's going on, but I can just feel it on my back of my spine, you know, that just because I'm not paying attention to it doesn't mean it's not happening. So
three's a powerful number.
Right.
Really
Like you just said, like, just because you're not paying attention to it doesn't mean it's not happening. So does it matter if we're paying attention or not? Like, I've never been a mainstream, like, maybe I had older siblings, and my old man, like, my parents are pretty old. My old man's like in his mid 70s. So I just grew up with a little bit older, less mainstream stuff. My siblings were into like punk rock, hardcore, I don't know, like jam band, drug scene stuff. Most of this, I never needed to know. I never needed like a video to show me Miley Cyrus is a fucking evil Illuminati. Like, if you're walking in the right line and in the line of light, then you don't need anything to tell you that this is bullshit. It just, your bullshit detectors just go off. Just like Rome.
I mean,
I don't need a box to tell me a fucking mask doesn't work, because first, I don't care enough, and I don't live in the fear of it, you know. But I also
what really bothers me about this fucking,
I don't need the CDC to tell me it doesn't work, because they're fucking liars anyway. So what is it?
What really bothers me though, dude, about this story, I mean, look at this fucking mockery, dude. It's sick, bro. It's fucking sick. Am I sharing it? Hold on. I'm not sharing the tab. Hold up. Hold up.
That looks like aren't you got there?
Look at this shit, bro. Look at this fucking mockery. It's sickening, man.
Wait, what the fuck?
fucking sick, dude. They're
Right,
sick.
Yeah, at what point, it could have been fucking 2:15, and they just put that in the article. Who
or whatever, or 3:15, or 3, whatever, 3:30, or
the time is bullshit, Gregorian, made up fucking construct anyway. So it's not even relevant. At what? According to what? Daylight savings, maybe. Well, that.
Look, I think like this: if the fact that these numbers pop out to you, Pineal, if you notice things like this and you want to correlate them with the situation at hand, I don't think it has anything to do with, the cop pulled him over at a certain time. He didn't know it was 3:22 when he pulled him over. But the fact that it stands out to you might just be telling you to take a better look at that. It's like stands out, says, hey, look a little closer here. Or it could be, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, when
I don't know if
see
you believe
that,
in angels or whatever, but I've heard a lot about this and how angels will put certain things in your eyesight to kind of just bring your awareness to it. Or, you know what I mean? Or your subconscious or whatever you want to call it will do that. The fact that is a significant number to you and you see it and it stands out to you, maybe that would draw more attention to it for you.
Right.
Or it is significant and they're doing ritualistic shit, and it goes back
Right
to
on,
again,
yeah.
like, I don't know, at what point do you not let it get you?
So yeah, dude, the chat's been hella active tonight. So I'm over an hour behind in the on StreamYard on the chat.
I haven't even.
Yeah, I'm around like midnight on the chat. Actually, crazy. So if there's anything you want to present, otherwise I could drop another. Let me see. You remember A Plain Truth? Have you ever seen that channel or no? They're like an OG. I don't want to say, I don't know what to call it, but I don't want to sound cliche as fuck. A truther, fucking. Content.
Are you familiar with
a truther YouTuber?
Shattered
YouTube
Paradise?
Truther. Nah, doesn't ring any bells
Check
anyway.
that channel out. That's a good. They're not monetized, but they do a Patreon thing because I guess their channel got shut down so many times. It's a couple that, they put together some really good shit, and it's real informative. You should check it out. It's called. Actually, I'm a mod on your channel. I can put a link in the comments for you.
Yeah, you can. You got it. You're modded up, sir. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I got it.
But yeah, it's right up your alley. Put it that way.
So yeah, it's funny. I posted a video, a little short, and Esoteric Warrior's face is on the cover of it. So it kind of looks like I'm trying to insinuate something. Here, look. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You see this short here? It says shout out to all the fucking gay stalkers. I'll just say gay stalkers so it doesn't pick up the algorithm. But Al Gore here, right here. It looks like I'm saying. Oh, okay. Well, it's just funny because it's like a shout out to all the gay stalkers, and then it's Esoteric's face. It's just like I wasn't trying to insinuate that, but is what it looks like.
Yeah, you can change it. It's just a thumbnail, man.
How do you do that again?
YouTube Studios. You just go. Well, I don't know about the shorts, how that works. I've never tried it with a short. I don't know. I'll look into it real quick and let you know. Hang on. If I can change the thumbnail on a short. Look, I just learned this whole thing less than a year ago. I've done a few live streams. The StreamYard thing has only worked for me like once or twice because, like I said, I'm just getting the hang of this stuff. We've dealt with the trolls. We've had a lot of bigger channels that we were involved with because of some things that were going on here. And we started seeing through some shit. And, everybody's got their own opinion about what happened or whatever. But long story short, we were taken for a ride by a pretty big YouTuber. And, we had some corruption going on here. We tried to get some change to happen. we got some exposure on the situation. He actually brought a lot of light to the situation. A lot of people here were reaching out to him, and they really thought he was going to be some guy that was going to be able to do something about it. But then they railroaded him and sent him packing, and he never looked back. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Just fucked up shit, man.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
People get their own idea of what they see, and they'll see one person's channel and then not see the other person's channel. And if you don't make a video to address it, they won't know it happened. So they'll just go with the other story and believe everything they fucking hear. It's a real thing. There's actually fanatics out there that have nothing to do but sit around and watch YouTube, and hey, more power to you.
Right, seeking suffering, seeking bullshit. Fuck,
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. They're attracted to that negative energy. They want that shit, especially because it's not theirs. You know what I mean? They can feed off of it, so to say, but it's not. They don't have to experience it. They're not going through the shit. They're just watching someone else go through it. And if you're posting it on YouTube, you're inviting that. So there it is. If you put your life story on YouTube and tell everybody all the stuff you do in the bedroom with your girl and all this, and then you get a bunch of trolls calling your girl this and that, and because they saw this and depicted it that way or whatever, you're kind of just doing that to yourself,
Yeah, 100% for sure. And who gives a fuck too? Like, you wouldn't put it out there if you didn't give a fuck what people thought either.
Right.
My wife is listening to me. I don't have it on. I'm not showing her for a reason because I don't give a fuck about it.
Right, and to paint somewhat of a better picture.
Dude, I want one of those so bad.
I don't really know how old both of you gentlemen are, and it's really not my business, but I feel like you guys are younger than we are. I just turned 40 in January, and you guys have to understand, like, I'm from a very, very small town, like, nowhere, USA, literally. And up until probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago, something just hit me out of nowhere, and I started questioning things, like getting indescribable feelings that, the feeling you get in your gut when you know something's up, and you better just follow that inclination. And that kind of got us, for me, looking into things, not letting others make my choice or my thought for me, and to research and build my own opinion of it. But where we're from here is just a little country town in the bottom of a valley where they pop sunshine in. Like, I've never been far from home. So to me, it's paradise out there for all I know, because I've never left home. But at the same time, I love the fact that we connect with people from all over through this platform. I think it's great, and I want to say that I am a truth seeker. I think everyone's version of that is different, but in the end, as long as everybody comes to the same understanding, that's all that really matters. And when we decided to step out and kind of stand in our own box to fight back about what was going on here, it's been a lonely little box, very, very much so. But I still have to stand firm, because I'm not just doing it for me. I'm doing it for others around here that have been done the same way. And if I cave in and give up, then what's the point? I have to do something. I can't just not do anything about what's been going on here. And it's scary. It's honestly scary.
Right. And we had heard stories about it. Like, we knew certain things were happening or whatever. But when it started happening to us, it kind of kicked us into gear. Like, all right, now they fucked with the wrong motherfuckers, right?
Like, we're right in the Bible Belt, and there are so many old-fashioned teachings and people set in their ways that they're closed-minded. They don't want to open up to anything else than what they've known already.
Oh, they're
like
comfortable
we said,
with
is
it.
they're comfortable with that.
They're comfortable. Like they know there's corruption. Like Sarah's mom told us one day when we were, talking about filing complaints on these officers, and she saw the stuff happening on YouTube. She was like, "Be careful. They're gonna kill you, Sarah. You're gonna end up in a ditch somewhere." Her mom told her that because she knows what goes on.
It's been going on here for so long that it's normal to everyone else.
Right, and that's the to me that's the Maya, the illusion of like the body. Oh no, you're gonna die. The first attachment we have is this. People are so caught up in this that we often forget that you're the exact same as the laptop. There's no difference. There's a quote. What's holier, the temple or the fields? Neither. It's the exact same thing, right? It's composed of the same thing, especially if you go on the subatomic and you're even talking materialist level. At the end of the day, we're a pile of atoms stacked up with the illusion that this is your body, this is the laptop, this is the wall, this is the room, this is America. These are these imaginary fucking borders. These are my beliefs. I'm gay. I'm a Republican. I'm a truther. I'm black. I'm white. None of that is really anything. It's very short term. In the long term, the soul is never born. The soul never dies. Beyond that, we're living in a fucking illusion. Now, modern science will call it the matrix or simulation theory or whatever it is. When deep down, it's just the man, the illusion of this fucking vessel.
The background noise is hideous.
That's what I mean when I say like I really enjoy reaching out to people and feeding back and forth information, because here people look at you like you're crazy when you start to say things. You kind of get shunned. You're going to be the black sheep because you're trying to wake people up, and they'd rather stay asleep. They'd rather stay asleep.
Hey, Pineal, if I put a link in your chat, will you click on it? It's the video that I was telling you about of the fucking particles that are raining down on us here.
About the what now?
I've got a short that I want to send you. It's from our channel. It's a video. I've got 2 of them actually. But this is what it looks. This is what I was telling you about the particles that rain down here. It looks like snow falling on you and shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, drop it, and then I was gonna play one of Mitch's videos that I'm looking at.
Yeah, go
here.
for that. Go ahead and do that.
I'm trying to pull it up.
Right on. Hey guys, I'm gonna let you all get back to it. Let the fellas get back to it. But thanks for letting us be part of your journey, and hopefully you guys can journey with us from here on out. So,
well, namaste. God bless you.
Good night, guys. Bless you too.
In Lakesh.
All right, I popped it in there whenever you're done there, you whatever. And there's another one I took on another day.
No, you got to drop it in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, hang on.
And Mitch, if you could too, well, it's all good. Wait a minute. I think I got it here. Hold on.
Wait, how do I do that here?
Wait.
See, let's see. I would have to. I don't know if I could do that from my laptop because I would have to. Close down. Actually, I don't know about that. Hang on. I'm not good with computers, but I'm gonna try.
We're super untechnical too.
Let me try. Open up another window. Maybe I'll stay here too. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, yeah, we're still good.
Oh, there we go. Wow. Shout out to the chat. My bad, I haven't really been interacting with the chat much tonight, but oh, what the hell, bro? Mitch, I think the video's gone, bro. Wait. Oh no, wait. That's watch the collapse. What you dropped.
Here we go.
When you said that the. What did you say here? Hold up.
I don't got Facebook.
Look at the what I pinned in the chat.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, those are pharmacists in my town. That's me showing them, making them pull out the blank insert.
Oh, it got deleted though.
No, it shouldn't have been. Maybe. It should. No, it should.
Oh,
be
it's in a it's in a group.
I don't know. Maybe. I thought it would have worked for you. I guess I didn't know it was.
Yeah, look, read it.
No,
right there.
No. Small group of people.
I don't know.
Oh, well.
All right, I'm gonna play what he dropped in the chat here.
All right, I dropped the other one too, if you want to look at it.
Yep.
It's a little blurry, but it's not that blurry on our chat. I think that's just your internet or something. But
so is that not snow?
No, it was in July. It was like 89 degrees out.
Wow.
It's raining nanotech down on us, man.
I don't know if you can see it like I'm seeing it, but it looks really
Yeah,
pixely and blurry.
I can see it.
Flying around everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like snow, dude. I mean,
Here in a minute,
just
I'll turn the camera
bunch
around
of
and you'll see
nano
I'm
fucking, it's a bunch of smart dust, dude.
just standing there with no shirt on. It's like midsummer. I'm sweating all to hell, and it's hot as hell outside. And this shit's just flying around like snow. We drove on we tried to go to like the high ground where we live, because we live in like the valleys and hills here. We went up to like the highest point we could find, and it was still coming down. So it wasn't like something just, I mean, it was coming from high up. And it was blowing off the road like snow too, like dust. So I got a sample of it.
Yet again, you know, all the more reason. All the more reason to just get in with the self. Look inward. Find God. Find the self. They're raining nanotech on us, and they're fucking killing us. So how do you stop that?
So are you hip to a dude? He's the comedian Russell Brand. He's like this fucking famous comedian dude.
I've heard.
He's got
of
a
him.
YouTube channel.
I hate movies and Hollywood and all that shit. But I'm
right.
aware
I
of
get
him,
you.
yeah, for sure.
See, and that's me too. But I watch a lot of this shit because I like to sit and pause it throughout the whole movie and find all the little Easter eggs and all the little symbolisms and shit. Just so I know, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
I'm hip to him.
I
For
see
sure.
that
Like
shit.
I know who he
I'll
is.
sound
Yeah,
like a
definitely.
fully
I'm familiar with him. I know he has like a channel where he.
So he did one, and I got a notification from it because I watched a couple of his, and he was talking about microplastics. And when he said it, he said microplastics raining down on us like Christmas snow, making all the men impotent and this and that and blah blah blah, limp doodled men and this and that. But when he said raining down on like Christmas snow, I remembered that I had these videos. I was like, what the fuck? He's talking about the same shit, right? And that dude lives where? Like, so this isn't just here. It's happening all over. It looks like fog. It's so thick. When you look out your window, it looks like fog. But when you take a flashlight and shine it into what, you know, we walk out into it and shine a light in it, you can see all the little particles flying around. And we were like, fuck. And I went home and I put a particulate mask on the first time I saw it. Because to be honest, we had dosed that night and it kind of tripped me out a little bit.
Yeah, that would bug me out, dude, for sure. Especially if I was on a head full of anything. I could definitely, that would bug me out. But you know, again, what do we do with it? I think this is where Karma Yoga comes in, and we need to take all these worldly acts and turn them into devotions to God. That's the biggest train I'm on lately, is just trying to see through all this shit and just see the bigger picture, you know, looking through the long term, like the eternal term. Fuck the long term, the eternal, you know. We're all unborn, we're all undying. This is merely an illusion. It's sad, you know, it's sad, but that's your brain making it sad. What is sad, you know? What is bad? What is good? Isn't it all the
relevant.
same? Isn't it all one fucking cosmic swirl going on, all in one mix? You know, everything's. I don't know, man.
And we have all these different classifications of these different types of people that with these different types of emotions. Like some people, they call them introverts, and then they call them empaths. You know, people that they don't get sad so much as when they see other people sad, it makes them sad. Like they get sad for other people, and they don't give shits about themselves. Type. But putting categories on that shit, that's just human. There should be one category, human. You know, I was diagnosed with some shit, and I don't look at it as like a disease or a neurological nerve disorder or whatever. You know, I think that even like Pineal with your OCD stuff and your sporadic thinking stuff, that's a gift, dude. These things are gifts. If we know how to use them the right way, then you know, it goes from a disorder to a gift, something that you can use towards something positive or you know, I find a lot of good out of the whole Tourette's thing. I know that I've been accused of, you know, what is it? Claiming victim status because I made someone aware that I have Tourette's and that's a thing because, you know, but I look at it as a gift. I don't. I have a few friends.
Know, man. Like, do you have Tourette's, or does the body and the mind? Like, is it your soul?
Well, it's just a nervous system thing. I can't explain it. It's just these series of urges that you get. It can be, you know, neurological, like it can be in your nerves. It could make you twitch out of control.
Right. But is the nerves you? Is the brain you? Is the Tourette's you? Is
no, not at all. But the mind is affected as well.
Addicts?
Your thinking patterns are affected as well. Like, you know, it comes with the whole OCD thing too, with the, you know, not helping but notice how many times something happens or you know, impulses like that.
Right.
You know, blur. You know, sometimes you'll blurt out things vocally because they cross your mind and it just comes out of your mouth. Your brain lets it just releases that fence and lets it out. And you're aware that you said it or that you did it or that you're ticking or whatever. But you have to be able to control it. You can't just be aware of it. You have to be able to catch it before it happens. And that's really hard to do because, you know, with thoughts, they happen sporadically. If there's a nerve in your brain or somewhere or something that tells your mouth to go ahead and let it out, you know, vocally, that's the Tourette's part of that makes it really hard to control. Like sometimes it just comes out. Or like a vocal tick, what they call vocal ticks. It's more of a breathing thing, and sometimes your voice comes out with it. Like sounds like a dog barking or something. But it happens uncontrollably. It just happens. But for me, that's made me stronger mentally, dealing with that since I was like a kid. But when I started realizing that you know,
what about spiritually or just mentally? You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're talking about worldly shit. We're talking about nerves. We're talking about words and thoughts and reactions and OCD and all this. Well, mentally, yeah, maybe it, you know, it makes you better in the world. But what about spiritually? Is that really you? Is the Tourette's your soul? Like, does your soul have Tourette's, bro? No, right? So
absolutely not.
It doesn't even matter. Fuck what people say and fuck.
But like with these thoughts, you know, where do your thoughts come from? Are they, you know, because you don't control what thoughts pop up in your mind, right? It's like they're being fed to you through some kind of antenna, and you just reach out and grab them and you use the ones you like and say them out of your mouth, right? But what if everything you thought of came out of your mouth and everybody got to hear it, you know? It's kind of hard to explain, but I always tell people,
dude, I'm right there. Like, I understand what you're saying for sure.
If you think your thoughts are yours, if you think that they're your thoughts, tell me what the fuck your next one is going to be. You can't, because they're fed to you from somewhere else. You know, you're just grabbing them and
Right.
Pull them out of the fucking
I
ether.
think a lot of them are fed from the external, though. You know, you're pulling them from the sense. It's a lot of it's sense object. Like, okay, I'm walking up to a cliff and now I'm having a thought. How high is this cliff? Am I happy? Let me analyze my life. Should I jump off this cliff? Should I commit suicide, or should I slowly scale down it? You know, all coming back down to worldly external sense outside.
Right.
If you once you're fucking dead, bro, there's none of that.
Right.
No, I don't know because I'm not dead.
No, I don't think that when you pass on that you would have thoughts per se. More like I don't know. I would.
Or how
I would
about
think it'd be
before
like
you were born?
experiences that
Was
you
the
can't.
Tourette's there, or was it given to you in this vessel that you're in right now?
Well, my parents were heavy drug users, so I would attribute some of it to that, maybe. But it, like I said, when I was younger, it was way worse. I got a lot of trouble for vocalizing things, and then I shouldn't have, stuff like that, like in school and stuff, blurting out and shit like that. But when you get older and you start coming into yourself and you start taking a look inward and at yourself, it's easier to control these things, because it's easier to recognize that they're there, for one.
Which is not a bad thing to do at all, but it's like.
But I don't know. I don't know how I control it better than my dad did. My dad, it's a hereditary thing. My dad had it really bad. He used to, the tics were crazy. They would drive me crazy just being in the room with him. It's like contagious, right?
Yeah, I don't want to be the fucking pot calling the kettle black or whatever. You know, we're all guilty of, like, we're all living in the fucking world, right?
On TikTok,
what about before and after and dreams? Like, do you have Tourette's in your dreams? And that's I'm just like, that's just.
I wouldn't know. I've never acknowledged it in my dreams.
Right. So is it really you? Is it really your mind? Or is it just a fucking external, is it a manifestation of your experience from all this other shit on the outside, you know?
It's definitely a physical thing. It's your nerves and electric pulses in your nerves that are sent from your brain. And it's just, maybe an imbalance.
All worldly, dude. You could have no legs and not be able to walk, but that doesn't mean you can't fly with your fucking soul.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm trying. Maybe I sound like. Maybe I'm not coming across how I want, but
no, I get it. I'm not taking it.
These are just conditions, dude. These are just worldly conditions that. Right. Okay. Your parents did a bunch of drugs. So did mine. You know. Fucking. It is what it is. You're a product of that, and maybe you have a neurological disorder from it, or whatever the case may be. You know, you might be fucking happy, or you might be sad because of these external conditions. But at the end of the day, they're all external conditions. They're all material conditions. It's all brain. It's all chemical. It's all nerves. It's all perception. You know, it all comes down to the instrument. Do you have a flawed instrument? Are you born blind? Does that mean you can't see through bullshit when it's happening to you? You know?
Right. But it goes to say, like, okay, like music.
But it's not you.
Certain music that touches you and that you enjoy, right? Would you say, I fuck music. I don't like it anymore because I know it comes from the physical, because it comes from these sound waves that are, this is what we have to deal with. Because
yeah, of course, dude. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put myself above reproach, or that I'm like some fucking guru or anything like that. But it's not you. You aren't diseased. You aren't the Tourette's. That's your brain. That's your body. You know.
Right.
I can tell by this conversation with you.
I'm glad there's that much to talk about.
What are you trying to share, Pineal? Like, what are we looking at, bro?
He's putting
my dog,
music videos. The worst fucking band ever. Speaking of shitty music, 311. Yeah, that band sucks.
Hey, yeah, the 113. This is kind of like the Zachary Hubbard kind of like not enemy or anything show, but kind of the people that had a, what do you call it? A falling out with him, I guess. Yeah. Simple Truth TV, Angel Baby, Chigozi Truth.
Chigozi?
Chigozi, yeah.
What does that mean?
I think it has something to do with his background.
Powers.
I can't remember
I'll
what
say it once and I'll say it again. But
what he is, but
think about it, like, why would
Then
you
again,
worship
maybe it's
Satan?
just a
Because these
name
people
that
clearly
came up with.
11 times
Yeah,
3 is
I was
33.
just
10
wondering if
TV.
it
Oh
was
my
like
god,
a
I hope
cool
it's gonna
name
be
he
10
made up.
TV.
That'd be cool.
Let's look at Jackie
It
Kennedy's
is
13 bedroom DC estate.
comes off the tongue pretty good, I think.
I hope you don't took nothing I said
Kind
the
of
wrong
sounds
way. I
like
mean, just
food.
like a 113, a 1241, the 13 prime, Kennedy 13. I mean, it's just, I mean, this one. They also equal 666 in reverse Sumerian. Yeah, more satanic garbage.
7 minus.
It's the number of the man as well, of course. Again, don't be afraid of 666. I'm just saying, this cabal using it. You know what they're doing. These people are, they're Satan worshippers. That's where they get their fucking
Jeffrey's
powers.
live.
Guys,
Wow,
I'm just
hold
say it
up
once,
here.
and I'll
I
say it
gotta look
again.
at
But
this.
just
I gotta.
think about it. Like, why would you worship Satan? Because these people clearly do satanic rituals all the time. I think you can't take that shit lightly. Like, if they're literally going to be doing tributes to Satan, to Baphomet every fucking day, and they're garbage, they clearly worship that shit. They clearly are like loving it. They clearly get their energy from that shit, and they clearly are trying to push that everywhere they can. This is what these people are fucking into. You don't just, oh, this is cool. Like,
With Lucifer, and that's not the
no, it's shit you're into. It's shit you're really fucking into. Just how people have like Jesus shit all over their Facebook because they're really into that, which I'm not doubting that. I'm saying that, if you love Jesus a lot, you might put it on your Facebook. If you love Buddha a lot, or Muhammad, or Allah, or anything, right? You see people on their Facebook that like go really preach it and promote it and talk about it because they have a very strong affinity towards that, right? That's how these people feel about Satan. There's,
I mean, even
I hope
all
that made
this,
sense.
dude, like, Satan, God, Satan, Krishna, Buddha, whatever it is. These are all
Yeah, let's go to 10 TV
worldly
real quick.
shit that we're naming.
Georgetown, they talk about, like, why are you talking about Washington D.C.
We're
and
trying to
Georgetown?
put it into words.
Jesuit Georgetown? That's the price tag for the sale of 3 Georgetown mansions. Why even bring that up? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
We're not
I mean, come
us
on.
here.
These people are just so obvious. 13 bedrooms, 13 full baths, 5 half baths. 3003 North Street, Northwest. See how they put this? See, in 2017, this home was seamlessly connected with 3,000.
I'm on mute. My bad. But anyway.
Well, what the fuck? Take it off. Oh, dang, dude. Is this dude really about to find out his girl fucking gave this other guy a blowjob right now?
I guess talk.
God damn it.
What up, y'all? Hi.
What the fuck?
A few nights ago, me and Allie were actually able to confront Paul Enslaved on a channel that wasn't his, where he didn't have the ability to.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, he was a full sentence. But
It's disappointing because I still don't feel like I've been able to get out what my response is to
And
everything,
subscribe
all the
to
drama
the video.
and lies and shit talking is very unfortunate.
You the
But,
man.
But today we're contacted again.
Yeah, I'm not about to restream. He's like, yeah, I don't blame you, but I don't even know if I want to do that.
Oh, that's why Mitch. Oh, okay. I see what happened there. Well, Mitch, hit me up, dude. Next time you're coming through Colorado, I'd like to hang out and fucking smoke and shit, dude. Actually, I haven't smoked weed in a week. Kind of just realized that, but still like to hang out. Go for a hike or something. I mean, do you, dude? Like, if you think you'll get some value out of playing it, then go for it. Whatever.
Oh, I was on mute again. Damn.
Good God, man, get a hold of yourself.
Word, bro. I will give you a fucking iPhone or a laptop or something if you want to. Like, I'm dead ass. If you need something better, I have like spare shit like that. If a couple like a laptop or two that has been kicking around for a few years, and definitely like an old iPhone or something too. If that might help with your tech shit.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to watch any of this here, but
Well, I think what it boils down to is someone else's business. Like, honestly, you should just keep it off of out of there. he kind of set himself up for.
I don't think I said anything about them, so.
Official sort of ritualistic process that they're like involved in.
I called it. I said, well, there's not something happened. Like, he's too much of a fuck up.
And I don't understand why, like, where this is coming. Well, I do understand.
Women.
I do understand. Well, and also,
And he's mad you didn't immediately leave me.
Well, Paul is very easily manipulates Brian.
Oh yeah.
So
go watch.
We're all hanging out. It's all good until Brian leaves, and we.
Then
know
I do 2 podcasts with Brian, and he's kissing my ass, and he's saying that it was a great experience.
Kissing, and like being like it's all good.
Yeah, no, like it was not like kissing my ass, but he was like, dude, that was fucking dope. You know, props to you for that. Like, wow, I learned a lot. You know, and then I've seen like the text messages he sent her, like. He's saying one thing, and then the second he talks to Paul, his brain goes out the window.
And he was feeling some emotions, and I understand that, but Brian should have expressed those
emotions. What happened when you guys hung out?
Which time? I mean, when we went on a hike. When we went on a hike, it was like therapy sessions. We went deep. We talked about a lot of shit. We talked about our previous relationships. We talked about, he talked about his sexual problems and we talked about on stream. But I don't understand how he's coming up on Paul's panel and acting like I'm some cold succubus when we had a lot of conversation. We went deep, and he's acting
about how you aren't leaving me.
Okay.
Yeah, like
that came up as well. He even said, "All right, so joke around. Hey, so who are we gonna go see next on the panel? We're gonna hit the road. We're gonna visit." And I looked at him. And I said, "Brian, like, what would you even if I left Jeffrey and you had me, then what? Like, you wouldn't. That's not. You don't even want that." And we went and we talked about it from there, and we reached a common ground. And there's even a couple times when we hung out where he was like, I could see that he was having trouble, and we talked through it. But as soon as he had that day away, and then I guess talked with Paul, and there's a lot going on.
The whole look of his face changed from the day before.
And
we were like,
holy shit.
Yeah.
We became the enemy.
He got this little scrunchy look on his face that he was pissed off about something. And ever since he's left, he's taking shots at me, trying to throw these like Hail Mary lies out to try and piss me off enough to leave her. When I watched in front of me,
and like
what went down.
Literally, and looking back now, like I take responsibility for misjudging this beginning. He hasn't trusted Jeffrey. He hasn't trusted our intention. This is crazy shit. I fucking get it. And you know what? The messed up thing is that we could have, even after all this, we could have still been, friends and making crazy content. But now it's gotten to the point to where
we could have been doing so many things. That's the funniest part of all of this.
We were never Paul's enemies.
Nothing.
It's over nothing. It's literally over nothing. And it's a fucking shame because I spoke to Paul about this on the other channel the other night. There's work to be done here. Like when he said that, I messaged him the other day. I messaged him his video of this sob sick guy getting fucking shot and killed the wrong way. Paul needs to be reviewing videos like this. He could be saving lives. I mean, it's like I said, like I'm not trying to take Paul's channel down. None of us are. Like there's good, he's doing good work, but it's being completely drowned. It's now such a small percentage of what he does. It's like like we could be doing the great work, but we're like O'Shea's fucking fighting over her. And saying I'm like, oh, she's sucking my dick. Look at this fucking whore. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You guys are like fucking boomer misogynists. Like
seriously,
dogmatic boomer misogynists, and it's fucking sad to see. I thought all you guys were better than that.
Yeah.
Like, even Jeff Peaser, like, what the fuck, dude? You were on Jeffrey's stream. Like, we were all interacting on multiple times since you watched our stream. You didn't say shit. You were telling us, oh, come visit me up north and stay on my land. Bullshit. Like, it's bullshit.
The second you're up on Paulie's show,
dude, like,
fucking
no backbone. Like, that's not like a fucking man. Like, that's not, you don't act like men.
Don't fucking think for themselves.
So, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Wild. Like, I've never been, I've been a part of a lot of fucking communities, but holy shit.
This is gnarly. Like, these are, Paul said we're broken people. He says I'm a broken person. Like, we're all broken to a certain degree. Paul, you're fucking broken. Brian, you're broke. Like, let's fucking work on it instead of being, I don't know, like it's like high school level shit. It's really bad. It's really embarrassing. But hey, I mean, it's content, I guess. Hot content. It's like reality TV. Ooh, so fun.
Yeah, like
yikes.
Like, you guys don't, like, I keep telling these guys, like, I'm not like these other dudes on this show. That's just a fucking
when I do it,
insecure simp.
Act like you don't see it.
I'm gonna tell it like it is, and that's why Paul sees me as a threat, because he's seen me take down big people before. And he knows that if I'm not one of his yes men, that I'm potentially his biggest enemy. And if he wants to keep doing this, we can keep doing this. But like, I don't.
I just want to say, look, I don't have any. I don't have any animosity towards Paul. Anything he does on his channel. I know
we're not even talking about Paul right now. We're talking about Jeffrey.
Right. No, but I want to say this about Paul because it all started because they, introduced themselves on Paul's channel. They were characters that got a little attention. Paul gave them a lot of attention. Z gave them a lot of attention because of the female aspect of that. And but there's been words back and forth between Paul and I, and I'm going to tell somebody what I think and how I feel and what I see happening, what I see them displaying, especially if they're pointing out the same behaviors in someone else and they're doing the same shit. But other than that, I don't have anything against it. I actually watch Paul's stream, not so much lately because, he's kind of made me feel uncomfortable. If like I want to come in the chat or whatever and say something, I feel like, oh, he's gonna see my name and just go off on me because he associates me with this other shit, and he just his name keeps coming up every time I'm in a conversation with someone on YouTube. They bring him up, and it's like just, God, don't bring him here, man. Go to his channel and talk about him or talk to him or whatever. But I do it, because he keeps getting brought up, and I'm gonna say what I think and what I see. If it's a conversation, I'm gonna add to it. I'm not gonna tell someone else on their stream what they can and can't talk about. But at the same time, I wish, at least if you say you don't care about what he's doing and you don't care about him at all, then stop talking about him. And if you don't care that people will talk about you, then stop restreaming them when they talk about
It used to be about getting to the next level. Now, Broward Health.
The
I
legend
don't
himself.
practice what I preach either, so.
Dude, we're all living it, bro. We're all just fucking people, dude. So,
Gabby.
what? Who's throwing stones and who's living in a glass onion, right?
Right.
More Maya, more illusion, dude. It's all good, bro. We're all.
I want to watch this clip really quick from Chalk.
Fire it up. It's fucking midnight. Everyone in my house is asleep. I'm hanging out with you guys. Kids are asleep.
Oh yeah, guys. Time goes back 1 hour tonight.
No, it don't.
Oh, it goes
12:05 where I
Goes
am.
forward?
Spring.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh yeah. It springs forward. My bad. It's spring.
Wait,
So set your clocks
what?
1 hour ahead.
At like 2 o'clock, it'll turn to 3
The
o'clock.
legend himself.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, it's like 2
I gotta
o'clock
get up
here.
early tomorrow.
Yeah, and where are you? Like California?
Colorado.
3 hours difference. That's
Yeah.
crazy. I've been all over Colorado, by the way.
Nice. Yeah, I love it here, dude.
I liked it. I Pikes Peak was my favorite. My favorite experience there.
Garden of the
It
Gods.
was like 90 degrees on the ground, and on top of this mountain, it
Like
was like
30.
30 something.
Word. Yep. So used to that.
So that's Provo Kid at the top, and then I think Enslaved by Truth, and then Chalk Body Outline, and then Jack Talcott on the bottom, and I think that might be Toilet Bowl Earth on the bottom.
Dang, bro. Just sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to fucking interrupt you, dude. Just you reading those people's names, I need to just. How do
We
I
gotta
change
ask
my
you,
name?
Jack Talcott, how are you doing tonight?
Brother, I'm blessed. How are you guys?
We're good. I gotta ask you.
Brothers and sisters.
Pulling up earlier, the social security card and the design on the social security card is the exact same as your background. Is this a work?
Oh, crap. Probably.
Got him.
Got him.
Is this real?
I don't know.
Is this a security card and the
You guys.
We're good. I gotta ask you. I was pulling up earlier. The social security card and the design on the social security card is the exact same as your background. Is this a work?
Oh, crap. Probably.
Got him.
That's the Freemason arch.
Is this real?
I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
Power
See,
pillars.
Talcott's ready, man. He's ready to go.
bro, I got some real
You got the
shit
two
on that
pillars and the
stuff.
little arch behind you, and then on the social security.
I had this troll fucking make a video about me.
Upside down, 1212 to date. That's a code. It's an encoded. 1212 is a 33. Bam. It's a date. That's a code. What is it?
I gotta show him this. This is crazy. So I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this.
Upside down, 1212 to date. That's a code. It's an encoded. 1212 is a 33. Bam.
33, bam, got him. It's a wrap.
What do you think about this, Talcott, that you're now this, like, you're almost like an internet icon. You're a living meme. And yet, at the same time, though, like your channel, you would think would be a lot bigger at this point, don't you think?
Wouldn't you? Yes.
Oh, yeah, totally. So you're only up to 300 subscribers, but yet there's like 12 hours a day of content about you, Jack.
Did we lose you, bro?
There might be 300 imposters and impersonators like my names.
I think you're right. You go in there and they all have the Talcott name and avatar. What do you think of that? That's got to be surreal to you.
It is. Dude, I seriously, where is this real? It came from, how the hell did my life end up like this? Man? What the hell is going on?
Now look at the social security card and look at his background. I'm telling you, there's some. I think this is a Hollywood studio. These are actors.
Even his hair looks like the
And look, the stripes coming down is his beard.
Holy shit. I was just a laborer. I was a postal clerk. I worked at shift work at night, sorting the letters and the packages. And then I was also the guy at the counters. I mean, it comes down to this. What I finally realized, I've been holding myself back my whole life. I've settled for a job. I settled for security. What's that?
I kind of sense that. Keep going. You've been holding yourself back.
I have a new conspiracy, actually. I think due to Truth or Cop hopping timelines, I think Jack Talcott is provocating the future. Person.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Fuck us up,
dude.
Are you an AI?
Wow. And look, Provo Kid's got the Twin Towers behind him as well, don't he?
No, they're in the glasses. Okay, I see. Yeah, they're in the glasses in the chair.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right there. Yeah, there you go.
And I have a question. Is our life, are we living it or just remembering it? Because right now it's just a memory. Now, Jack, you've never heard a more profound quote, and that's mine. You can copyright it. That's my quote. Are we living life or just remembering it? Because everything just becomes a memory. So just this frame. Hold on, this frame right now.
Show together.
I mean, honestly, we mean the exact same way.
That was pretty fucking funny. You're narking on yourself, muting your mic, dude.
Hey, Pineal.
I'll tell you what happened earlier.
Send me your email, dude. I want to.
Pineal Power 23 or 92, either one. I have two different ones. Pineal Power 92 or 23 at Gmail.
Gmail, all right.
I got something to show you guys. This is what I have the paper upstairs. This is what my daughter came home with from school yesterday. She had a little trifold like worksheet from school, and it was like, oh, fucking, here's the president, Joe Biden, and a bunch of stupid shit about the government. And the back of the pamphlet says, would you want to serve in government? Why or why not?
Out of everything I've tried, there's
no, because my dad says that they're bad.
What the fuck?
One of the proudest moments of my life.
Wait, what was the question again? I can't.
Would you want to serve in government? Why or why not? Like, who the fuck asked that to a 7-year-old kid, anyways? And she said, no, because my dad says that they're bad.
That's good.
Fucking
From the looks of it, she's like 7.
She's 7, yeah. I was stoked on it.
Yeah. I was just going by the handwriting, you know.
Yep. She's learning. She's getting there.
That's pretty good for 7, actually. I mean,
dude, yeah, man, by today's standards, dude, Jesus, I don't know how many children you have in your life, but they're pretty fucked these days.
But I'm saying, you know, with the phones and the you know, that they're using their thumbs to write now, so handwriting is a thing. You know, it's really hard for kids.
Not mine. Definitely not mine.
When I was 7, I was right. It just looked like what you would see a 20-year-old, how they would write in print now, right?
Same,
because back then they made it a serious thing, part of your structure basics. You know, it was the handwriting, and then we had cursive. They don't do cursive anymore.
Right. I teach mine like a little bit. They you know, I go and buy them like fucking Walmart 3rd grade activity book, and it has like tracing and cursive and shit.
Why do you think they would stop teaching kids cursive though? Think about that. Look at the U.S. Constitution and how it's written out. It's all in cursive.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
You know, all the original stuff is in cursive writing. So of course they don't want them to be able to read it.
Then they won't even have the typing. Then they won't even be speaking. Then they're just gonna have a chip in their brain, and it's just beaming their thoughts. And then it'll just be AI. There's an AI teacher who's grading the AI fucking homework.
Then we'll be the fucking gray aliens just talking to each other through telepathy. Our mouths will just evolve.
That'll be the fucking day. You see my
look. If we actually stop speaking to each other in 1,000,000 years, we'll evolve humans with no mouth, with no, you know, they'll have to have, you know, we'd have to have it to eat, obviously, but maybe no vocal cords, right? Like, we still need those too, right?
With
We
the
still need
muscles,
those
yeah, maybe over
responses.
time would get weak.
But just imagine a world where nobody could talk and argue through their
I was
vocal
about to say that
abilities.
sounds
Or
kind of good because I hear just I want to tell a lot of people to shut the fuck up a lot of the time. So might not be
the
worst.
best language is body language for real. I mean, everything you really need to know somebody, you could tell without them opening their mouth. Like
Actions speak louder than words, right?
Yeah.
This is nice, guys. I'm thankful for this conversation. I'm thankful we can still talk.
Yeah, me too.
Is that a joke, bro?
It was.
And is this a joke too?
What?
I'm pro NWO. NWO.
I'm pro.
I'm pro NWO. Even though your name's Illuminati, but all right.
He's like, who was those guys? It was Kane and someone else, right? From WWF. Who was NWF? I don't remember. It was like some 90s shit.
I need to make another proton mail. I made one time, but I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, I have a personal one.
I gotta remember it. I mean.
Too, obviously, but that one's just for the. That way, I know it's just about the podcast shit. And I don't have a way to. I'd give you my number, dude, for sure. Yurt has my phone number. But that's the only way to hit me up, other than the phone, is the email. So I made a spare one, you know.
All right, I'm not gonna watch Jeffrey, bro. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, dude. I don't know how I'd feel if I was them either. I'm sure they feel like almost a, not a commitment, but like a need or to defend their situation. Maybe that's why they're doing it. I mean, whatever.
You think you could hold it down a minute, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
I could play the rest of that Maxwell video, maybe.
Can we? Can you
I
make
used to
it
be a
so
conspiracy theorist, then I talked to some elites and found out they are not evil. They are chill.
L is Israel,
Isra, yeah.
ISIS
Pretty
Ra
much.
elites, Israelites. Can you make
Wow.
it so we can share? Is that possible?
Pretty sure, yeah.
So if I hit share screen, it'll share.
Pretty sure.
Cool. I got something I was working on for our podcast tomorrow, but I don't think we have any of the similar shit, so I'm just gonna show you guys anyways. And I also just don't really give a fuck about anything. So, all right. Allow to see your screen. Select window or screen.
Mass control technology.
I don't know what I'm doing. Entire screen? Sure. Let's see what that does.
Wait, how does that work?
Damn it, dude! I hate the computer. It's asking me a bunch of questions. All right, let's see if this works. Allow. Browser cannot. Nope. Cool. Watch me fuck with this for a second and try and get this to work. Share screen. Share screen. I'm attempting to share. Okay. Nope. No.
I don't know if it will actually let you present something if you're on someone else's
I
channel.
thought it does, but I guess not. So
what if you get rid of yours?
Well, it gives
I'll play
you
this
the
one
option
later.
to share screen and
Unbelievable.
stuff,
Like
but
something
then
out
it
of a
won't
sci-fi
share
movie,
the
but true.
screen. I've tried
Musk's
it.
company Neuralink just developed a way to
Whack.
infect
Show one more time.
Damn, it seems faster than.
microchips in our brains. In our freaking brains, people. Each chip has 1,024 electrodes to monitor, electrically stimulate, and even control our brains
won't
remotely.
let you,
He intends to
share
start
it.
human trials in 6 months or less. It's not enough that they forced us to wear masks, forced us to lock down, forced us to get vaccinated, and took away what we had left of our God-given privacy. Now they want to herd us like cattle to the slaughter and control our every move, even our every thought. But if you're like me, you're not going to stand for it either, because this isn't just a power grab. This is part of the Great Reset, their boldest move yet to gain total control over our lives. America's Last Stand, the documentary, talks about this in depth. how those in control of the global financial power structure are closer than ever to their end game, and why they are brashly and openly making shocking statements like, "You'll own nothing and be happy." So if you don't want to become a pawn that is mass controlled by the elite, I urge you to watch this documentary and see the facts for yourself. Do it right now before we reach the point of no return.
Hey,
I mean,
Steve.
Yeah.
And Pineal, I got to. I see your email there in the private chat.
2 months I've been eating.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's not mine. That's
I'll send some stuff so you can check it out if you want to check.
That one's mine.
yeah, that's his.
Okay, yeah. I got yours too. I wrote it down.
Send it over, dude,
higher
for
elevations
sure.
and triggering rapid snow melt. CBS 8's Abby Black reports on the potential for a major flood event.
But Audi 5000.
God bless.
Take care, guys. Good stream, by the way.
Namaste, my friend. Have a good evening.
God bless, brother.
Oh, you're out? Okay, bro. Easy, brother.
Yeah, I got to bounce like a Nerf ball, bro. I've got this big monitor in front of me, and it's lighting up the whole room. And Sarah's got.
Yeah, you're good. It's super late here. I'm on the East Coast, so it's already past 3. But sometimes I stay up all night, so it all depends. It all depends how I'm feeling.
It's 3:20 here.
Yeah, but I was gonna try to stream earlier, kind of somewhat early, so I might not go too long. But
to see a comparable storm, even though this appears.
God bless you. Good night.
I might cut it around 4 maybe. But anyway, peace and blessings, bro. I didn't realize Cali got fucking smacked.
Yeah, dude, they got wrecked with all that snow and then a bunch of rain.
When you see the pinwheeling of the storm, it becomes like a conveyor belt.
And it's dry as shit there. You know, you ever try and water a house plant that you haven't watered in a while, and the water just like fucking. It takes a while for it to become porous again.
Ripple in the jet stream to make that plume of moisture sag a little bit south.
You still have some time to prepare.
Clean out all the drains around your house and make sure the water flows freely.
I just snow in here.
The first atmospheric river is forecast for Friday and Saturday, the next one on Monday and Tuesday, and possibly another one in the next couple of weeks.
Get ready, it's coming our way.
I'm Abby Black, CBS 8. All right, Abby, thanks.
To listen carefully, because this is profoundly important. Most people never heard this and don't even understand what I'm trying to say.
Profound, huh?
But try and follow what I'm going to tell you. On the back of the Social Security
Should I let it run?
will be numbers in red.
What do you think? Should I let it go?
Numbers on the back of the Social Security card.
Whatever. Yeah, sure.
It's only like 15 minutes, so.
This is why if you're wealthy, you are preferred stock. If you're poor,
Oh yeah, this is Jordan
you are
Maxwell.
stock
Huh?
on the
Yeah, I
stock
like
market.
him, dude.
Your body is bought and sold through the use of your birth certificate. This is why when you were born, you have to have a birth certificate. Therefore, your birth certificate is signed by your mother. And where your mother signed on the birth certificate, get it, you will see it does not say parent or mother, it says informant. You need to wake up and find out how this stuff really works. After the change of the century, coming into decided to expand. They expand the business, move the corporation out. Let's go to Germany and open up a big corporation there and take in their corporation, their government. We'll take them over. And the Germans said, "Hey, Jack, that was like a mafia. What are you coming over here? You're gonna buy me? I'll buy you." I said, "Unfortunately, maybe you didn't understand. Let me state so you understand. I didn't ask you. I'm telling you. We're moving in here. It's called a corporate takeover." And so there was a hostile corporate takeover. Well, the American corporation decided they want to take over in Europe, and they don't want to take over. Well, too bad. Take over anyway. Unfortunately, maybe you didn't understand. Let me state so you understand. I didn't ask you. I'm telling you. We're moving in here. So they call it a hostile corporate takeover. How United States was able to overthrow the existing corporate order in Europe, but it cost a lot of money. They had to build a lot of tanks and jeeps and pay a lot of people. And the corporation, well, they were successful. They did what they wanted to do, but they went broke doing it. And so when they went broke doing it, and then the bankers pulled their money out in 29, we had something called a stock market crash. Because the corporation spent so much money, they went broke. So the international banker said, "Well, if you're broke, what are you coming to me for? I'm not going to loan you money if you're broke." And so what do you have as collateral? You got any collateral that you put up for me to loan you the money? And the corporation called United States, the British corporation called United States, said, "Yes, we have the stock. We'll give you stock in the company. You are the stock in the corporation." So they give your body to the banks in Switzerland. So your body now becomes stock for the corporation called United States because you are a moneymaker. Bankers came in and said, "If we're going to loan you money, you guys have lost money. You guys have gone bankrupt. We're going to take care of the accounting. We're going to see where the money goes. We'll give you the money, but we're going to make sure it goes where we want it to go." So they set up the Federal Reserve System and then the collection agency to make damn sure that you people pay us. We're going to set up to keep a record of how much you owe us in business each week. We're going to call it the Federal Reserve. And to make sure that your stock, all the chumps out there in America working, make sure the stock pays us. We're going to make sure they pay us. Don't just tell
Spoiler
them.
alert,
I'm gonna
it's
make sure
not
they pay us.
federal,
So we
and
will
there's
set up
no
a collection
reserve.
agency. Our own personal collection agency is called the Internal Revenue. So the banks, the corporation called United States, loan money to the privately owned corporation called United States. And the United States corporation gave your body, your birth certificate, to the banks as collateral for the loan. And that's why today Americans are nothing but slaves. Now, this is something I want you to understand. And you need to listen carefully because this is profoundly important. Most people never heard this and don't even understand what I'm trying to say. But try and follow what I'm going to tell you. There are two kinds of law on the earth, as I've said. One is called civil law, which is the law of the land, and one is called maritime admiralty, which is called the law of water. Maritime admiralty is banking law. And the law on the maritime admiralty says that you, because you came out of your mother's water, are a maritime admiralty product. This is why the ship is sitting in its berth and it's tied to the dock, and the captain has to give a certificate of manifest to the port authorities because money is changing hands. This is why when you were born, you have to have a birth certificate. It's got to be signed by the dock because that's where the ship is tied to, is the dock. So the dock signs your birth certificate. Why? Because you came down out of your mother's water. You came down her birth canal. You are a maritime admiralty product. And therefore, your birth certificate is signed by your mother. And where your mother signed on the birth certificate, get it, you will see it does not say parent or mother. It says informant. Your mother was the bank that she has just produced another product to be bought and sold. England, the British Crown, through international banking, owns your physical body. And that's the law. You can think it's funny all you want. So the bottom line is that you are a maritime admiralty product. And on the back of the Social Security card will be numbers in red. On the front will be in blue or black, but on the back will be in red. The numbers on the back of a Social Security card in red designate your body. It is the serial number of your stock. And this is why if you're wealthy, you are preferred stock. If you're poor, you are common stock. But you are a stock on the stock market. Your body is bought and sold through the use of your birth certificate. And if you could get your original birth certificate back, you would find that on the back of the birth certificate are all the banks around the world. All over the world, banks have used your birth certificate because you are a stock in a maritime admiralty banking scheme where you make money for banks. So consequently, the corporation and government people who want to control you, they create a second you, and that second you that they control, that they created, is all capital letters. Check it out. Anytime you get a bill, get a lawsuit, you get a fine, a ticket. Somebody sends you a bill from the Department of Water and Power. Check it out on your driver's license, on your Social Security.
Yeah, they always want you to fill
on
it
your
out in
insurance
all
card.
caps, too, dude. I was just
anything having
applying
to
for
do business, your name will always be all
like
capital
trash
letters,
removal and
because
shit in the
only
city I'm
all
about to
capital
move
letters can be
to,
dealt with by
and
banks and government. Anytime you have a name
everything
upper
was
or
like,
lowercase,
please
it'll
fill it
follow
out
you
in
are
all
gonna follow
caps.
you. You sign a contract
And
and
I
your name is
didn't
in all
do that
capital letters.
because it
Now I
was
can
on the
take it.
computer. So
Now I can take it. As a matter of fact, the judge sits on the bench. He rules from the bench.
they fuck
The
you.
word bench in Latin is a bank. Look it up in a Latin dictionary. So the judge rules from the bench. Right, because he's ruling for the bank. Why? Because somebody's going to pay. It's just a game here. The Queen of England wants a cut of the American blood. She wants a piece. So it's going, somebody's going to pay, and the money's going to go where? Into a bank. That's right. The judge rules of the bank. So consequently, if you are working in California making money, you are then referred to as a franchisee. You're a franchisee of a foreign corporation. 1849 Constitution of California says, no California citizen will ever pay taxes in California state, ever. There will never be a state tax in California, ever. That's the Constitution of California. But if you say that you're a United States citizen, you're saying you work for a privately owned corporation called United States. Therefore, you are a franchisee of a foreign corporation. Therefore, you must pay the California Franchise Tax Board, not California State Tax Board. There is no franchisee of a foreign corporation on the maritime banking law, international law. You work for the Queen of England. Your butt is owned by the Queen of England in a corporation called United States, while a man called Bush is the president of the British corporation. You need to wake up and find out how this stuff really works. Because once you understand that you don't need to submit yourself as an American to a British commercial venture called courts. You're an American. You don't need to go to court. You only go to court because you agreed to go to court. When they send you a subpoena to court or a summons to court, or they've sent you something, you look at it and say, hey, Jack, that's not me. That's an all capital. No, I'm an American, Jack. I ain't dead. And besides, I'll go to an American system for justice. I don't need no British Grand Lodge Masonic system called courts. This British Grand Lodge Masonic system called Inns of Court comes out of England. And it has manipulated, exploited, and lied to the people. And everybody in America thinks they got to go to court. Oh, the judge is, they've sent me something that I've got to go to court. I don't go to anybody's court. I'm an American. I don't need to go to court. That's the difference between being a free man and a slave.
Nothing.
Yeah, you're playing games on a court, dude.
Nothing.
know.
There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to. All we know is what we live with today, the hidden history of the world we live in. For 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is the old saying that all roads lead to Rome. Just keep in mind that what you are seeing happening on the earth today, with all the economic problems, etc., all has a pedigree and all has a background which you need to understand. Our commercial systems, our educational systems are all based on ancient concepts and belief systems. Knowledge is power. And this is why so many people in America especially feel powerless, because they have no knowledge. Profound things have been said in the Bible. For instance, it is written in the Old Testament that my people are dying from the lack of knowledge. And that's certainly true. Today, people are dying. They're wasting their lives away because they're ignorant, ill-informed, and unread as to how the world works. And there's another scripture that I think is extremely important that says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Simply meaning that as long as civilization does not understand where we have come from, where we are now, and where is the whole human race going in the future, if you don't have that kind of spiritual vision, then we're going to perish. Educate yourself about how the world really works. Banks do not loan money. There's a law in America that says no bank can loan money, period. That's the law. Now, how many people go to get a loan from a bank know that the law in America says no banks can loan money? How many people know that? The way it works is very simple. Suppose you're buying a $30,000 car, $50,000 car. That car, first of all, has to be appraised by the state approved appraiser. So you have a government appraiser appraise the car for
Fractional reserve
let's say
ranking.
$50,000. Therefore, the paperwork which represents that $50,000 car is referred to in commerce and business as commercial paper. And that piece of paper represents $50,000 in business. So what happens is if you decide you want to buy the car, the dealership sends the paper to the bank. So now the bank has a $50,000 worth of account in your name without you knowing it. All banks do this. They open up a bank account in your name. They sign
I'll be right back.
bank account, but you can't open a bank account without a signature. So they sign your name on a bank account and open up a bank account for you.
Wait, what?
But you don't know that. Then they
I'm gonna send you something. Do whatever you gotta do.
and they put it into
work for you.
your account. So now you have in there that bank account, and they write a check on that for you. So the first check, for the first $50,000, they write for you, and they sign it for you and give it to you, so you can give it to the dealer. So you think the bank has loaned you $50,000? No. The bank merely gave you credit on the commercial paper which they're holding. They are confirming that they have the $50,000 in the bank with the paper. They're holding the pink stuff. Therefore, they will give you a credit of $50,000 based on your commercial paper. So they didn't give you anything. You gave them $50,000 on commercial paper. They just gave you a credit. And so that's the way it works. There is no money changing hands. Now, let me give you another example that's even easier to understand. Suppose you were a painting contractor, and I hire you to paint my office, and you tell me it's going to cost $100 to paint my office. Well, the way it works in business, in commercial business, is that I agree to your bill of $100. So when you're through with the job, you come to me and you give me a bill, and the bill is for $100. I reach in my wallet and I pull out a $100 bill, and I give it to you. Now, you have been paid because I gave you a $100 bill. No, I didn't pay you anything. I paid you
Bills for bills.
You gave me a bill for $100.
It says it on the fucking money, dude. It's debt.
For $100. It's called a $100 bill. So now you owe me
Money
$100.
can't
It's a
exist
bill.
without debt.
Look on
If
the
all
$100
debt was
bill,
paid,
at the
there
top
would
it
be
says
no money.
reserve note. It's a bank note, meaning you now owe
That's
me
how it
$100.
works.
It's a bank note. And so if you had given me a bill for $20, I give you a $20 bill. So all we're doing is just exchanging bills. That's why banks are called banks of exchange. So we're just exchanging paper. Nobody has bought anything. And because of that, the law basically says in America, you cannot pay a bill. So understand, when you say that you've got a bill that you have to pay, you cannot pay a bill in America. That's the law. But you can discharge a debt. That's different. Discharging a debt is different from paying a bill. Since you didn't pay for anything, since you're using the Federal Reserve note and you're buying something, you did not pay. You didn't pay the bill. So therefore, whatever it is you're buying, you don't own. You don't own anything. It was just a bill of exchange. They give you something worth $100 bill, and I gave them a bill for $100. So the bottom line on the way commerce works is that nobody pays anyone, period. Therefore, in point of fact, by law, no one owns anything. Also is why you have to have insurance and a seatbelt. It's because you do not own your body. The government owns your body. In point of fact. And so your body is a security on the New York Stock Exchange, and the corporation that owns you, and you are owned. There are laws that expressly say that you are owned. You just don't know it.
I decided to try out a Casper mattress, and let me tell you guys, that is the best decision I've ever made. After just one night sleeping on this mattress, we were hooked. Our new Casper is designed to contour your body just right, so now when I wake up, no more soreness.
My
No,
favorite
you
part
gotta
is the
come back,
mattress
dude.
temperature, so it keeps me cool and comfortable all night long.
They got
I
us
love
in
that
the
this
commerce
Casper mattress
commercials.
provides full body and ergonomic support. I could not be happier with my Casper mattress. It's amazing. I absolutely love it.
And that's where the anger's coming in. You know, that and people being stuck in traffic. There is no democracy in Oxford. What is that?
Wanton vandalism or a form of civil disobedience.
Spend your entire day avocado.
As Southwest Florida grows, more 15-minute cities are likely.
You're going to see a lot in the next 3 to 5 years.
Along with building, the city says changes to zoning restrictions and development incentives are likely necessary. Friedman urges community members to make sure they're at the table. Not just asking, demanding.
I was telling y'all they was rolling out the 15-minute cities in America as people were pushing down the barricades or they were being erected. But I've looked into documents now and I see where things are going.
I have the
Not just
documents.
documents about how they tracked us and why this 15-minute city plan is elaborate, but the detailed aspect of what is coming to stores. I have video that is showing what they'll be putting in there and placing above each section to watch you and deem how many items you get. So this is really elaborate plan. We'll have this video in the background. You can see it right here, but we'll play audio a little bit later. We just have to go into detail of what is going to happen here. The map that we laid out, the extensive planning zones, they have already said multiple aspects of what they have been looking into and how they use GPS data, location tracking models and systems. So check this out right here. Look closely with me. Paper provides complete comprehensive analysis of local behavior in U.S. cities using GPS data on individual trips from 40 million mobile devices. This was the reason they primarily now used all these algorithms to then initiate how and where we would go and what we would do in this World Economic Forum plan. The question is, we told you, where does it lead to? It leads to a global police force that is the United Nations. And it also leads to, before that even happens, something that is robotoids and stuff like that at checkpoints, kind of like you see in China, where they're going to be scanning and stuff, your phones and everything else. So this 15-minute city plan, the whole chemical rollout, the toxicity of America this year, this was totally elaborated into the whole compact economic plan. So the first thing we want to do here is take you to how people were pushing back and they're already in the streets talking about this.
We're going to call this little segment Layers of Tyranny. They have rights and freedoms. And now they know a pandemic can't last forever, but what can? A climate crisis can. Well, we already saw with the environmental regulations, they're closing down farms, taking control of food production, making everything more expensive for us when 99% of us are on a fixed budget. But that's not the real thing. The real thing is something called a personal carbon allowance. And they don't want you to know about it yet until they can finally implement it. But it's there. It's everywhere around you. You just haven't really noticed it yet. In fact, you can go and ask MasterCard.
And he's exactly right. This credit card cuts you off once you've exceeded your carbon footprint. MasterCard created DO Black in partnership with Swedish think tank and the UN Climate Change Secretariat. So once you've exceeded your carbon credits, you can't buy or you can't get whatever else you want. So we told you that 300,000 motorists was the reason that a lot of these fines got rolled off. But now they're talking about, and we have to look at the predictive programming from other countries, because America, we're going to get to you and don't worry, because it's always how it works. And so we got to be prepared ahead of the game so we can get ahead of the game, basically, and get this thing intact and be ready to fight back. They're now talking about a tax for if it's just multiple cars and traffic. Check this video out.
As Melbourne's gridlock worsens, a congestion tax has been proposed to help ease the squeeze in and around the city. Reid Butler's on the notorious Victoria Street in Carlton. Reid, how would the charges work?
Well, essentially, Pete, you'd have to pay for the privilege of driving into the CBD. Under this proposal, the inner city would be surrounded by an invisible wall. Victoria Street here would form part of the boundary. So imagine you're driving
All the
down
more
Rathdown
reason
Street
to
here
walk,
towards the
exercise,
CBD, and bang,
skateboard,
you would be
ride
charged. Then you'd be
bikes.
hit with another fee driving back out again. The drivers we spoke to for this story say
Who gives a
it's
fuck
unfair
about these
considering
idiots?
everything is going up at the moment. But the experts believe that this change could have a really big positive impact on roads right across Melbourne, from Ringwood to Craigieburn and Altona. Introduce a congestion tax.
Now is the time.
We're paying for food and bills and groceries. Like, what else? What else can we pay for?
Oh my God.
They are putting us in a position to where now they really want to use the climate to take from it, okay? the pretext was 2020, how they were setting that up. And that was basically the grabbing a power system so they can now say, oh, well, you're going to do this, this, and that. Now we got this, this, and this for you to do. Exactly what we was telling people. And the real Hunger Games actually begins because what happens when you go to a grocery store, and in that grocery store, you look around and you're like, yeah, got my eggs, got my milk, or got my bread, or got my lettuce, got my vegan stuff, whatever you eat. And you go to grab an extra one and then beep, beep, beep. Next thing you know, oh, you just got beat out of there. So you just can't have too many.
All the more reason to be armed too.
Climate model. You have to be economically friendly. And if you got too much meat, well, sorry.
If they ain't giving it, then fucking take it.
Blocks initiated.
That'll be the fucking day anybody gets in between me from feeding my kids, whether it's from a store or nature.
Okay, so I'm in the Walmart in London, and I'm thinking all this is cameras for when? Tell me. They're here. In front of the meat section. And here, in the egg department, all along. Hello? I know you're there. Like, what is this saying? Since these
It
stores
also
went up,
means they just
since
spy on
these
their
stores went up,
employees too,
these cameras are here.
and
They're all over the place.
customers, and they pick up your shopping habits so that they can market to you better. They see what you buy that tracks to your phone.
At least not globally.
You know, then they can market to you. It's just like the NSA getting the data from you. It's also that they can market to you and sell you some stupid shit, as much as the aspect of like social credit. And limiting people's purchasing, I think it's trying to make people buy more things as well.
Timing frame that you need to get ready between mid-year or maybe in the next couple
Chris
of
Sky,
months.
some claim him to be compromised,
15
controlled
minutes
up. Everyone
Here
says
is the
that
data
about
location stuff
everybody.
that they're talking about. And when you see the green,
I don't think it.
If you have headaches,
You're not a
rashes,
controlled op, dude.
fatigue,
You remind me of myself a
brain
lot.
fog, or even anxiety or depression, and if you've ever drank tap water, grabbed a
Maybe we're
doorknob,
both
or
controlled
walked
up.
barefoot in the grass,
Maybe I just revealed it.
there's a huge chance you've already infected. Have you heard about this alarming health hijacker that affects the lives of millions of everyday Americans and the real reason for dozens of chronic health problems? So what is this secret health hijacker? I'm talking about parasites. Research
Gross. Drink some
shows
diet
that
tomatoes
9 out
earth.
of 10 people are infected
Stop eating
with
fucking
parasites.
gross meat.
Jump from host to host, and they can hide in your body for years without you noticing a single thing. Even if you're clean, you eat healthy, and take good care of your body, chances are you're still walking around with parasites in your system.
Right out
So
of that
how
tap
can you tell
water. Super fucking healthy.
you won't hear about it from your
Spitting
doctor.
image
In
of health.
mainstream medicine, we
Straight out
tell
of the
you
sink.
either. And that's because the symptoms of parasites
What is this,
look
Pineal?
different
Skip
and
this shit, dude.
take diarrhea, for example. Most parasites aren't even visible to the
I
naked
know you're
eye.
there. I see you
And
commenting and
parasites
shit.
don't just hang out in your intestines. They can travel anywhere in your body. They can settle into your joints and your muscles and eat the tissue. You might notice a painful swollen bump that doesn't go away. Or you might develop swelling and inflammation that look a lot like arthritis, but are actually due to damage caused by parasites. Now, all this may sound a little scary. Fortunately, there's an ancient remedy that's been used for thousands of years to get rid of parasites and keep them gone. This herb is a must-have, and that's because it contains 10 different parasite-fighting compounds, and it's the perfect way to eliminate parasites, maggots, and their eggs. But that's not all. If you're tired of the constant stomach problems, headaches, fatigue, and bloating, then there's another age-old remedy that's just what you need to get relief. And once your digestive system is up and running again, it could transform your entire life. Your aches and pains could fade away, your focus and memory could sharpen, and you could be thinner than you've been in years. You could be happier, have more energy, and finally feel like things are looking up again. If you want to have the best chance of becoming your most authentic, incredible,
Come on,
powerful
dude.
self,
Skip
hit
this,
the button below
please.
and get started.
Are you controlled op? Are you trying to drive me fucking insane right now?
Since our launch in 2019, we've received thousands of requests for an electric trike, which means a bunch of people out there want to ride electric, but need that third wheel to take that adventure
we're gonna
on
save
with
the fucking
confidence.
planet.
Our mission is to get as many people riding as possible and make the carefree fun of e-biking accessible to everyone.
Right,
So today,
make you a
we are
lazy piece of
stoked
shit
to
who can't
finally
ride a
introduce
bike.
the ultimate
Right.
experience for all, the electric XP trike.
We took our award-winning XP Series e-bikes to create the industry's first fully foldable and fully assembled electric tricycle.
The XP trike accommodates a wide range of abilities and preferences with our lowest standover height ever, making getting on and off a breeze.
Best of all, this e-trike has a rear hub motor that drives both wheels, paired with the differential axle for improved turning stability. The XP Trike's powerful 14 amp hour battery will get you up to 60 miles of range on a single charge. With this added
not
power,
bad
we
at
knew
all.
that front and rear hydraulic brakes were a must to keep all of your stops smooth and controlled. We even included parking brakes for when you put your adventures on pause.
It's also equipped with our top-of-the-line elite headlight, integrated rear lights, and a center brake light.
It's also fully compatible with some of our best-selling accessories, including the Wagalong pet
Nice.
trailer,
I
cargo
can there's the
package, and
electricity
trike-exclusive
that powers
seat
my
upgrade,
bike.
including a comfortable backrest.
As always,
where we're at.
each XP trike includes a free 1-year.
Explain this well last time. Just bring
Dude, my bad, bro. Wow.
deepest
You're good. You're good.
I was like fucking outside and shit. Fuck, dude.
documents that I
You're
looked
good.
up right here. This could
I was
make
giving it
even
some
more
commentary.
these not of wealth, but of the underclass poorer communities. It could create that type of situation. So that's why we called it a lockdown, because this is what it is. It's the global. What is the extensive new change type of situation? So that's why we called it a lockdown, because this is what it is. It's the global lockdown plan under the guise of, well, you know, let's keep.
He's a Globie. We can't believe him.
They polluted Ohio. They polluted Florida. Toxic radioactive waste. They polluted California. Toxic.
Is it Globey? Why? Because he said around the world?
Countless more. Louisiana.
Yeah, he said it's a global lockdown.
New York.
Global.
We're now at the level.
Not a bad point.
And they're starting the Smart Forest Plan, which is under the World Economic Development Model, where they've been doing it, but now
Living on a ball, right?
That's why I like to say worldwide.
Technology of surveillance state. And that's what's going to be looking at you when you go into the forest and stuff like that. It means big urban development model, sustainable systems. And
word, right? Worldwide.
Yeah, instead of global.
You just can't bring your car in here, period.
Instead of a globalist, you're a worldwide.
Their traditional vehicles at the city's outer edge. According to Stefano Boeri Architetti, the development would house an advanced research center for international organizations and companies that are interested in our planet's sustainability issues. The proposed plan would reforest the area and build a smart forest city instead of a shopping district.
Oh, that's why we wear fucking plastic hairnets, because we care about the earth.
That is the plan. You cannot even bring it inside of the zone. And in these zones, the climate cities, the transmission systems and detection systems.
Dude, I'll slap anybody who tries to make this a fucking thing
People
in
walking
my
around
life.
and in China, they make you smile. And but again, that's what it all leads down to. What is the extensive new changes you're going to see in the stores around you? Well, for one, it's not going to be every store that's going to do it. For two, it's going to be mostly global corporate stores. The mom and pop shops, potentially they're going to start coming after them with different zoning codes and saying like, hey, this is a part of the sustainable development economic model. So if you don't accept this, we're going to try to fine you. So this is going to be the next phase of the whole business, small business problems and issues when it comes to restaurants. And probably a lot of people not talking about it, but I can see this already as an aspect of what they will do based on what we're seeing right now. So if you're a business like you prepare for all these common scenarios, certain states though will not do this.
Oh God, my cat is pushing me off my bed.
This video was about the other day on Monday, and it's highly important getting into how it all breaks down and where it goes as well. So again,
You just have one cat, or you have more?
No, I just have one.
Now it's going to affect us for years to come.
Darby Crash.
Low help TV keep this broadcast.
He's a sleepy boy.
Welcome back to Raised by Giants, where we talk all things spirituality. I'm Ryder Lee. Tonight we have a special guest.
Yeah, you know what I noticed is that because I don't have the best streaming capability as far as like replaying videos, it's a lot more enjoyable to just, like the other day I was looking at AI art, and because that's like not a video, it's just you can kind of scroll. Same with articles, looking at articles, like, you know, anything that's not a video essentially is a lot more streamlined, a lot more fluid.
I mean, yeah, there's like
more
a small
entertaining.
lag. There's a tiny little bit of a lag, but I can read it fine.
Yeah, it's
I sent you a
true.
thing in the private chat. Click on that and tell me if it works when you open it up. You don't even gotta. I mean, you can share it if you want, but just click it and see if it opens up and if you can look at it.
It's okay to share it.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I was gonna show it on ours tomorrow, anyways, or whenever. I don't know. Oh, nice, it worked. Cool. Yeah, you ever heard of this Operation Aphrodite?
Yeah, after you brought it up on, I think a couple months ago on Paul's stream, I think I looked into it a little bit.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's early drone tech. But I think if you try like clicking somewhere, it'll let you skip to the next one. Oh, cool. Yeah, here's a little thing I made about them.
Lieutenant General Jimmy Doolittle. Wow.
Because he didn't do
Commanding
shit.
officer of the 8th U.S. Air Force, knew all about. Yeah, Pearl Harbor. You know, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Pearl Harbor. What up?
My bad.
Yeah, it was your.
I was gonna say, people don't realize that Pearl Harbor. People called 9/11 the new Pearl Harbor, and Pearl Harbor happened on 12/7, and on 9/11, you know, towers 1, 2, and 7 came down.
And
like 12/7, the date of Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I'm curious to know what the fuck really even happened there, you know, because they pushed that movie, and it's like,
who knows if it even happened?
Who even knows what happened on 9/11, man?
Right. He
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Led the raid to Tokyo too, and it was, I think, before Dresden. I don't know if you've seen Hellstorm or read the book about Germany getting attacked by the Allies after the war was over. But more people died in the 2 years of peace after World War II than they did in all of World War II together. That in the background is the V1. And what they would do is the Allies, and American forces, they would fly within 6 inches of it and hit the wing, and it would spiral that thing down, and it would fucking crash.
Yep.
So they were able to combat it that way. And then I think in the next slide, it keeps going, and Werner von Braun made the V2, and it went like super fucking fast, dude, like thousands of miles an hour. So Allied planes, forces couldn't keep up with it. So the whole point of Aphrodite essentially was to, since they couldn't shoot the V2 down and they couldn't like do that little wing smack thing that they were doing. Yeah, there we go. And Werner von Braun also, those were assembled by slaves in concentration camps. He developed that, and they couldn't take it out in the air. So the whole reason for Aphrodite was to bomb the bunkers, essentially, is the reason of all of it. You can skip.
I'm telling you, man, Werner von Braun and fucking Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard were some really scheming motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. Whatever that was going on there between that connection, that relationship must have been on some whole other fucking level, man.
Who's to even? Yeah, dude. Who the fuck knows? Too. People say Hitler was a Rothschild as well.
Yeah, I've heard that.
But the whole point of it was so that they could, get the bunkers that these fucking V2s were at, and Aphrodite failed miserably because it was super early, like primitive, shitty remote control tech, and so Pineal's in one plane, right? You take off in a plane in front of me, and then I fly behind you. Say we get a couple miles from the target. You eject yourself out. Woo! You fly down in a parachute, nice and safe. And then I'm driving behind you in a plane, and I'm operating that. It had to be within a certain range. So the tech was really shitty. and it was just not good anyways. And they had to fly super low to the ground too. So the planes and the pilots were getting shot down. It failed like 15, 16 times. You don't gotta, I mean, yeah, you can skip through it if you want. Essentially, that's the idea behind it. So it was failing miserably. And the idea was to be attacking these bunkers because they were obviously like the one pictured. You know, it was hard to get. So it was filling planes with explosives and remotely flying them into buildings, essentially. Like we haven't seen that before.
Right.
Yeah, and it failed miserably a bunch of times. So the Navy took over and they started their own little thing called Operation Anvil. In Operation Anvil, the first person to go out was Joe Kennedy Jr. And he finished like, dude, he was in the fucking service for like a few years. I want to say like 4 years. I have the dates down in the slideshow somewhere. But he was done. He did 25 combat missions. He like, you know, was a great soldier, yada, yada, yada. And he was eligible to just go home. And they were offering like, you know, you get like 5 fucking battle credits and you get like this super good war award and all this shit. So they were, there was like an incentive to volunteer into this. So he volunteered through the Navy, even though he could have just gone home. And they wired his shit up like really poorly. One of the pilots or the electricians who wired it up said that it was like something that you would see from like Lincoln Logs in an erector set, you know, some super glue on like a piece of plywood. Like it was this really shitty bomb that they made, and his plane was filled with like 20,000 pounds of explosives. So he's flying, and there's 2 dudes behind him in a mothership. You know, here's his plane, here's the dudes behind him. He pulls the pin out, so now the explosives are armed. He gives his whatever the radio signal. I think it was like spade flush was what that was his code to let them know that, okay, I pulled the pin. Now all I have to do is eject out, and you guys can detonate it remotely from behind. So he pulls the pin, and within like a minute or something, it just fucking blows up, and they get rid of him. And it's chalked up to like, oh, it was poor wiring, and there was like it was all filmed too, and there was cameras attached to everything, like a modern drone. You know, you can see it on your phone or whatever that you're flying. You can see the fucking, you know, you're flying a drone, you can see what the drone is seeing. And they say that like some electromagnetic interference happened with that, and that's what caused it to explode. But I mean, as we all know, the Kennedys are notoriously essentially hated politicians and considered to kind of be like traitors and anti Rothschild or whatever, wherever you fall in the JFK shit. And then JFK Jr. dies in a plane crash too in the 90s, I think in like 1999. But either way, shortly after this, so there's 16 failed missions. They kill Joe Kennedy Jr. No V2s. They didn't get anything. None of these missions were successful. A bunch of people died, and a bunch of fucking bombs or a bunch of planes were blown up, all in vain, essentially. Nothing ever came from it, really. But what it does show is that the military has equipped planes with explosives and flown them remotely into buildings, or at least attempted to, you know, and this is now almost 100 years ago, right? And he expressed approval of Adolf Hitler 10 years before this. So there's someone the family's already not liked through American politics, and he's praising Hitler, and he's going to do away with the disgusting species of, you know, the small hats. So there's definitely an incentive to get rid of this guy. They get rid of him, and then later on, we see in the Empire State Building gets hit by a B-52 or a B-25 bomber. B-52s is a fucking band. B-25 bomber crashes into the Empire State Building, and they say it's because
B-52s did Love Shack, man.
Yeah, and the Rocko's Modern Life theme song. I have that CD.
Right.
Yeah. Either way, they crashed into fucking the Empire State Building, and then a year after that, another plane. I don't think it was a. It might have been a B-25. It was a military aircraft. It was an army aircraft. Crashes into 40 Wall Street, which then later becomes Trump Tower, and then later on, so now 2 times at post this operation in New York City, planes fly into buildings, military craft, right? And then it's blamed on fog or whatever. There you go. Yep. Empire State Building getting struck. And you see the difference between it too. In this next slide too, you know, you'll see parts of the plane are still there. There's charred documents in there. Right. And that doesn't look like fucking the planes vaporizing, right? Like we saw on the Twin Towers. It looks totally different. That's what you would expect, right? If anything. Which you wouldn't even expect that. You'd expect the plane to just crash into the building and fucking crumple on the outside. Either way, it's happened multiple times. There's also a record-breaking fall where this woman supposedly was inside the elevator shaft of the Empire State Building when the plane hit impact, or the plane impact happened. Yeah, Betty Lou Oliver, and she's supposedly falls 75 stories, breaks a world record, and then goes back 5 months later and gets in the elevator. And oh yeah, here we took a picture for fucking fuckface newspaper, whatever it was. And then later on, we see, 50 years after that, or so, 9/11 happens, and George Bush being quoted, even though we've all seen it disproved a bunch of times, no one could imagine planes flying into buildings, even though military aircraft had been flown into buildings multiple times, or at least attempted to.
What's funny is actually it was 56 years later.
45, 56. Yeah, you're right. 2001. Regardless,
Society of Jesus is 56, but yeah.
Regardless, they're making a mockery of it, right? No one could imagine it, even though it's not only did you have inside information that it was going to happen and that people were planning on attacking that with planes, but it had happened multiple times in that city already, all military aircraft as well. So I don't know, man. It's just a good rabbit hole to go down that I find this one super interesting. I feel like a lot of people don't know about this, and how deep it really goes. So it's pretty interesting. And then later on, you see that, and here's a bunch of newspaper articles too. So for people to say that no one could have imagined it, well, people did imagine it. It did happen. Parts of the plane were recovered. Everything didn't get vaporized into nothing. The building didn't fucking fall down. No steel melted, right? The steel didn't weaken, or whatever the mainstream narrative is behind this. Then later on, we see it happen on 9/11. And also Boeing, working with Honeywell, developed an uninterrupted autopilot system. Essentially, say a plane gets hijacked, right? Hijacked. And now Sean is in the control room, right? And you get word, okay, this plane is hijacked. Well, now Sean can take it over, and now you can land the plane somewhere, right? And the terrorists, they can be pushing all the buttons they want, and nothing's happening. They can't do anything because you are remotely controlling it, and hence the term remote control, right? And they have it patented and everything. And I think that goes into even the Malaysian Airlines shit too, like missing planes, when planes just
MH370.
Yeah, when they mysteriously go missing over the fucking ocean and Bermuda Triangle, and these planes are equipped with this shit, and they all have their own power supply as well. Like the system is running on its complete own independent system, separate from the plane. So even if power were to go out in the plane, they can still be remotely operating it. Yeah, more proof. There's some old newspaper articles I was able to dig up and find. Second of kind within a year, but no one can imagine it, right? There's a wing on the fucking street of New York City, but there's not a black box found later on in 2001. it's a good rabbit hole to go down. I plan on getting a little more in depth on it tomorrow, but this is sort of a little rough draft I was making for our podcast, and I don't know, thought it'd be cool to share. And there's some yep, that's from the DHS release, dedicated electrical circuits, so that no matter what, they'd be able to take over it, even if the terrorists, started ripping controls out or whatever it was that they were doing. The person remotely controlling it would always be able to override it. All for your safety, right? Here's the problem, terrorists. Here's the reaction. Oh no, what are we going to do if someone takes over the plane? Oh, don't worry. The government can remotely crash the plane into a building for you in case they have to. So the classic Hegelian dialect we see playing out yet again. I'm done ranting. Yeah.
Nice, dude. Yeah, what time is that stream at?
I don't know, dude. I have some I'm trying to move and shit. I have a bunch of actual life shit. I have a lot of shit with the illusion going on. So I'm trying maybe tomorrow night, whatever, 8 p.m. or so my time, and I should have that a little more polished up and a bit better of a script or spiel to narrate over it.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well.
I can't stay here or I'll turn pro WEF. The fuck does that mean? Why would you be pro?
Let me see what Burn Eye's up to.
Where were you at? What did this when you were talking to it? What was the environment like?
All I knew that it was my son. It was
Really?
a house. It was a house type situation, and I just knew that this was my kid. And it literally.
Bro, I was literally just restreaming Chalk Body Outline, and now he's restreaming Chalk Body Outline, and Enslaved by Truth and fucking Toilet Bowl Earth. I was literally just showing their video, and my channel name is Pineal Power, and this dude's name is Burn Eye Third Eye. That's just so synchronistic.
It had these blue tentacles on its hands.
He's
and I was
biting
looking
your
at them.
style, dog. He's
I can't
watching
describe
you.
how realistic these tentacles were on his hand. It was literally like a human hand, but with blue tentacles coming off it.
Thousands of people discuss this, where they say
Yeah.
they're taken somewhere and they're united with it, and that they know, and that so almost whoever arranged for this to happen knows that this meeting needs to happen, something's exchanged, that moment, and so it's is it clone? Did they clone you and genetically mix you? That's another thing too. Is a lot of these abductions is that implementing a transhumanist state and a whole different set of genetic experiments that's been going on for a long time.
Oh my gosh, how did we get to 4 o'clock? Oh my god. Sorry, I just realized what time it is.
Would you like to go to bed?
I'm here. No, I've got a in an hour. I've got a.
What time is it where you are, dude?
Well, I was going to say it's 8 a.m. for me. So fucking let's go.
Wait, say that again? My bad.
What time is it where you are?
Oh, you don't want to know. How many people are in the chat and how many hours have I been streaming? Because that's what time it is.
4:36.
Well, it's 4:06 here, but yeah.
Damn, it's 1:06 here. So you already had the daylight shit happen, huh? Okay.
I don't know if it automatically said or what. I feel like it did, though. It doesn't feel like it'd be 4. Yeah, feels like it'd be 3, but I could be wrong.
Well, it's 1 where I am, and you should be 2 hours ahead. So it definitely skipped forward already for you.
Yeah, I think I started streaming around 11. So yeah, yep.
Such bullshit. What does that even mean? They're just changing fucking time on us,
Supposedly they're not going to do it anymore.
Really?
I'll believe it when I see it, though.
I know some states. So doesn't Arizona not do it?
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. But supposedly, on a federal or national, whatever, level, I think it's stopping. Supposedly, allegedly. Metaverse.
It'll be universal. It'll be a one world time. It'll just be fucking one time for everybody all the time. Time to get up and go to fucking work. Start paying some fucking debt. Debt time, baby. Slave time.
That is just so funny. He's mirroring fucking the same, practically the same shit.
Is he mirroring himself? Who's the dude with the hat?
I mean, I've mirrored myself a couple times when I've called into like when I called in a donut factory and talked to Tom Truthful and him, and the time I called in Old World Florida, the time I called into Zach's show, Paul's show.
Tommy Truthful. Yeah, is that the dude with the beanie?
I mean, he wears a beanie sometimes.
Yeah, he's always wearing a beanie. Every time I've seen him, I like that dude.
Yeah, him and Truth Seeker and Donut Factory had a little bit of like a issue come up or whatever because they had this Freemason on their show and 32nd degree Freemason on their show, and I feel Truth Seeker, man. He was like, "Yo, like, what's up with that? You know, like, what's good with that? Man? Like, what's going on?" And you know, it's not like Amazon's bad inherently, you know, by any means, but
right. I agree.
By any means,
but
huh?
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, and like a truth community kind of so-called, you know, quote unquote, like yeah. And they interviewed Archaics too now, that Tommy Truthful dude. So I don't know about him. I'm not sure because I don't know about the Archaics dude. So
people like to keep it safe though, dude. And once you start making a living on it, like I don't give a fuck. I'll say anything and let all this shit get burned down and banned, and I'll talk about Jews and whatever. You know, some people like if this is what you do, you know, maybe you don't want to be getting too close to shit that might get rid of your livelihood, and some people want to play it safe and keep it a little more mainstream. I don't know. Speculation.
yeah, but I appreciate just chilling, bro. Do you know these names? Well, obviously Blavatsky, but Roddenberry? This is back when I was talking about Hubbard and Parsons, I guess, and Crowley and all that.
Roddenberry, no.
Me neither.
That sounds like, kind of sounds like somebody who changed their name. Roddenberry, not sure. These dudes, I don't know. I think the dude, I don't know, Drew. Yeah, I think I've heard of that guy before. I know. Yeah, actually,
Drew.
I do know that guy.
He top right dude. Yeah, the top right dude is Drew. Chalk Body Outline. He made some funny videos about Archaics, about Santos Bonacci. He's made some funny videos, but
yeah, I think him and my friend Malika had a little spat going at each other.
Oh, Malika's the one that called in.
Maybe.
Or she's the one that called into Jay Dreamers, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I talk to her all the time though. She's on our podcast all the time.
Yeah,
that
she was on
smart as fuck, dude.
She was on the syncretism. She was part of the she was out there in Mexico.
Yeah, that chick's smart as fuck, dog.
Yeah, I've heard her not to be confused with Anna, right?
No, yeah. She's Malika is the Indian female.
Well, Anna is too, isn't she?
That's her. Oh, you're right. That's her account on Apirna.
Oh, so that's the same girl.
Yes.
Oh, that's her. No shit. I didn't even put two and two together. That's funny. That's funny. Small world, man. Wow, that's just fucking full circle right there, man. That's trippy.
She knows what's up, dude. With like a lot of shit.
See, that just shows me how small, man, of a niche, fucking, whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it a community, online community, it just shows me because
what billions of people on the internet, and there's what you even call it 100,000 people in this community, and that's small when you're talking about a whole world of fucking people. Which it's probably closer to what 1,000 of people who like actively at least come on the screen and talk and shit.
What do you mean, like?
In these
what do you mean by that?
Of people.
Wait, what?
Say there's billions of people using the internet, right?
Oh yeah. Most people are just exactly.
1,000 truthers. That's not that many people, You're bound to fucking run into other people. It's kind of like going to festivals and concerts. Like I've ran into people across the country before,
I mean, it's trippy because really? Have you actually? That's crazy.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've ran into people at different festivals in the same state that were fairly far, hours away from each other, but like 4, 5, 6 hours away from each other. But yeah, that's pretty serious. Across country, especially, would be wild.
Yeah, these fuck, dude, I don't know. It just
Let me see what they're yapping about, because it doesn't look like it's about the subject of the title of the video at all. But then we're about to hit 4 hours and 44 minutes and 44 seconds. There's 4 people in the chat.
Dun dun dun.
It's 4:14.
4 people. I wonder how many people are awake.
I don't actually know how I've survived this much DMT.
Because it's produced naturally and won't kill you, I guess.
No, I just.
But you can lose your sanity and end up having a complete mental breakdown. Either way, for the next time, Luke's self and Luke's higher self decide to experiment with the DMT on camera, we'll make sure that it's not live and that we record it so he can then watch it while in a clear state of mind the next day.
Be very fun.
I don't know. I've been smoking that shit since I was a
I'm
teenager,
ready.
bro.
You're crazy, man.
You're crazy.
You're crazy.
You're crazy. You guys.
Whatever. That's its
All
own thing.
Any last words? I guess we're at 2 hours.
Are we actually ending it? I thought we'd carry on.
Whoa, you go a little bit.
You can carry on. You can grab a Stewie.
I'm not a performing monkey.
You are.
What?
You guys Jeffrey.
We were watching some of it, man. Look, I have proof. Look, see?
I know you guys weren't getting to the blowjob part. Or maybe you did, and he exited out of it.
Every other guy felt with her, and then here's the other side of it. If you watch someone long enough, you could tell me somebody's hot on one day. You just watch them long enough. There's a certain day where they're going to show you the I've seen her on dates. I've seen girls times in some places with some motherfucker getting this shit, right? And another, for 3 seconds, free, and I be attractive qualities.
Man, coming to your space, and knowingly know that he wants to fuck your girl, and so I thought I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It's like, are you?
That's not confidence, bro.
Yeah, no. I know. Let me finish, Paul. So like, I thought for a second, maybe that's showing confidence, but at the same time, it's like, if you're a real man, maybe you would not even allow that.
It's not about allowing it either. We're pendulum swinging. If I have confidence and you want to fuck somebody or he wants to fuck you, well, go hang out. And when you get fucked, come tell me about it. I'll decide what I want to do next. I'm not confident or not confident. Why would I want to bring that into my reality? For what reason?
Right.
To teach Jennifer.
Mental picture.
Desires are going to sink you. You're going to do it yourself because you can just easily silently run away. You did your own
Oh yeah.
thing, but you couldn't leave well enough alone. Much like
left.
Yeah, I guess so.
Healthy ways, like you all get on property and it's healthy, not monogamy, right? But like we're talking about.
Is there any part in particular that's like even worth watching? That in particular that you think I should skip to? And what's up, Land of Assad? Good to see you. I can't believe I missed that Old World Florida meetup, but shit happens, so it is what it is.
Here we get beamed up. I don't know. We didn't.
The upside never happened, apparently. It's a Mandela, allegedly. That's what she said.
I've never watched Star Wars, Star Trek.
I think, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't really either, I don't think.
Reacting to haters talk shit about it. Well, we didn't watch it. I don't know. The blowjob thing I heard them talking about. I don't know what point in the day that was. I was cleaning my house. I heard them.
Trying to see what tab.
What were we saying before, right? Like people have it so fucking good that they just seek fucking suffering in anything that they can to make life seem to find some meaning.
Scan's great again. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna because
my bad.
Whatever, dude. You're not bad, buddy.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Shouldn't say that, damn. Have you ever watched this channel, Forever Conscious channel?
Nope.
I haven't really either, but I've been subbed to it for a while. I've never really like given it that much of an ear, but it seems to always be about like near-death experience, out-of-body, experiences, and that kind of spiel. Some paranormal, it seemed like kind of stuff. But yeah, I already asked Jeff if there was a part of the video that he thought I should click to, but he didn't answer, so I switched
think
up.
about that term near death. Like how far? I don't know. That's crazy. All right, when are you not near death? Like your skin is paper thin. You're a skin. You're a cut away from death at any point, right? You're
Right.
near. Your fucking house could collapse on you at any second. Like heart could stop. You could have an aneurysm. I feel like we're all always experiencing near death.
Anything could happen, man. Just watch Donnie Darko. You could have a plane crash into your bedroom. A plane wing, whatever.
Yeah,
Crash right into your bedroom. And
dude, I haven't seen that in forever.
it came out on 1/19/2001.
No, I didn't know that. It's a good flick, though.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
1/19/2001. Donnie Darko. Donald Trump. 88. He was born in 88. Like, you just pay attention to the video and look at all the 88s on the pill bottle. Trump people say 88, Back to the Future, 88 miles an hour. Biff is fucking Trump. Dude, the shit's like ridiculous with the Trump, Back to the Future, Donnie Darko shit. It's out there.
There's a twin.
Really out
there. There's some 9/11 shit in the Back to the Future too, right? Like twin lakes, or twin pines, or something.
It's like ridiculous, man. Think about the part with the when the flames go down the runway and then there's the 9 on the side. I'm sure you've seen the like breakdown videos and shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Billion 9/11 things, which is I don't know, dude. I feel like we're young. I think I'm younger than you. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie, Back to the Future. I was raised by my grandparents, dude, and my dad is like old as fuck too, kind of. And I didn't live with my mom when I was growing up, so I was exposed to, I don't know, I feel like different shit than most people our age, my age, in terms of like media and movies and books and television and radio, stuff like that.
What do you think, man? I mean, it's a lot. Oh, it's 4:20. Oh shit, never mind. Hold up.
Fired up.
It just happened again. Rarely.
Get in there.
Get in there. Yeah. You're where again? My bad.
Colorado.
New Mexico. Okay, my bad. Probably 3 times. You know where Dick is or no?
No.
You know where Dick is?
Somewhere in Colorado, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mountains, I assume. It looks like outside of his house. Looks like everywhere else in the state. Mountains. Mountains or desert, flat. Not even one of the two here. You're either deep in the mountains or in a flat desert.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream about this. I don't know why this is like so sketch to me, man. I mean, obviously the 322, but I feel like this dude was young and he looked like he might have been kind of influential the way he was.
Look at this shit going on, dude, and the shit with Paul and the shit with all these little communities. And then mainstream media is pushing sob sit, whatever the fuck that even means, Maybe it's all correlating. They could be trying to put an end to something before it even starts growing as well, like they always do too.
Let me see that article.
Yeah, I saw like a brief thing of it. I don't like watching people fucking die, dude. I really don't. It's kind of fucked up. What I did see is if I was that kid, I would have got out of the fucking car. What Yeah, there was multiple of them, dude. There's multiple pigs pointing their gun at you, and you're sitting in there, and they're screaming in your face, telling you they're gonna rip you out of the car. Like I've had the shit kicked out of me, dude, by the cops when I was like 16. I ate like
Wow, there you go.
I had like 25 hits of acid and stayed up all
Wow.
night and did a bunch of my mom's Ambien and
Wow,
Clomid.
dude, look at this shit, man. Holy fucking hell.
It's a little blurry.
190, 156, 187 on the homicide code, 79. That's a fucking perfect match to Jesuit order, I think, man. Let me see.
911.
Holy shit, dude. Or double
mask.
match
triple
with Jesuit order.
You put in double mask in that thing.
Wait. What am I thinking of here? I'm fucking up.
144.
I don't like using I know first of all I know what I'm doing wrong. I never use this calculator. I always just use the Gematrinator, but they changed the Gematrinator and now it costs money to fucking use the features and shit. Let's see here.
I need a cavity research. Hello, flat earthers. Hello.
Yeah, man.
Flat earther. Look, dude, it's so funny. People gotta fucking identify with anything.
Yeah, I'm not into it, man. Not into the labels.
I don't even like my name. I wish I didn't even have to use that.
Alright. Stones.
Verse what? Verse what kind of wall? A sand wall?
What am I fucking doing?
What about Farnese? Paid actors. Who?
Ah, okay, that's what I was thinking of. My bad. Not
Who's a
Jesuit
paid
order.
actor?
Society of Jesus.
I
So
wish I was getting paid. That'd be sick. A bunch of motherfuckers on here get paid to just say the dumbest shit. Like, people will watch people argue, and people will pay to watch. It's just like television. Like, people will donate to watch people argue about whose dick a girl is sucking. And Jesus Christ.
check it out, bro. Look at that.
Slippery slope.
What do you think of that one right there?
That's pretty weird.
Can't get any more of a signature than that, dude. Jesus Christ. Look at this article right here. This is what you do. This is how you decode the news, right? They put emphasis on words. See how they do this in quotations like that? Or whatever this is called. Apostrophe. Whatever.
Have a Pepsi. Hydrate your body.
So they're putting emphasis on this for a reason. Huh?
No, I'm reading what this Reno person is saying. Flat earthers, paid actors. It's a slippery slope. Have a Pepsi. Hydrate your body.
Pepsi's nasty. Flat Earth gay. Shut up.
Space is
Alright,
fake and gay.
just kidding. So everything is fake and gay. There was this clip of Hard Hat saying everything is fake and gay, and I fucking had it, man. It was so gold, and then I lost it. And, man, I want to find it again. I'll never find it again, though. Maybe I'll just get him to say it again, but it won't be natural then. You know. It was a legendary
Maybe it
moment.
wasn't natural in the first place.
That is true. But anyway, so this is just the second I saw those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look at the date, dude, that it's published on. 3/3/223.
Man, I know those numbers. Where am I at? Oh.
What about the author of the journalist? What about his name if you put that in there? Adam Fuckface, whatever it said. Adam Sabers. Sabes.
I got a 33 in there, little stooge. That's what they are. They're the lower. You know, Jesuits lay the bricks, Masons write the scripts, essentially.
They could be AI, dude. They could just be archetypal figures who like bots writing fake news articles, and then they give you a fucking random picture of some guy. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't see anything there with the with that, but
the body may perhaps compensate for the loss of a true metaphysics. Okay.
Perfect match though, dude. So can't get any more of a perfect match than that. Other than, I mean, I could look at the extended ciphers. It could maybe match it even more than the 4-base ciphers. But dude, that's like the chances of that happening is so ridiculously slim. I mean, it's literally encoded. It's almost like saying the word stonewalling us is like saying society is genius. It's almost like saying the same thing.
I mean, yeah, it's got a lot same, you know, similar letters.
Probably because whatever the meaning of stonewalling is, for some maybe originates from some type of Templar Jesuitic influence or something. But I don't know. I'm not read enough into it specifically, man.
Where does it all come from?
I got so many tabs open. I'm trying to close some. So many fucking tabs.
Douchebag outside my fucking house, like raging in his truck. I don't have no idea what he's doing. It's so annoying. Sovereign citizen killed.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I have trouble believing anything on the lamestream media. So, but I'm gonna go over this tomorrow anyway and try to keep that in mind and consider the fact that, dude, I mean, that's the thing about whatever you want to call it, studying, looking at current events, decoding the matrix, whatever fucking name you want to attach to it, is that you're still feeding the matrix and you're still feeding the beast essentially. And a lot of times just being on this being on the metaverse makes me feel that I am too. So that's why. Yeah.
Just from my own experience too, dude. Like even
feeding data sets to further have a better grasp on, literally be able to simulate our life. You know, our through a synthetic avatar they make in a fucking and replace us and don't even know, you know, type shit.
It takes a while, dude. Investigations can take fucking 40 years sometimes, depending on what you're investigating. It could take, you know, who knows. So like I see the kid holding a phone, right? So we already only have one side of the story with the body cam. So what is this kid's phone going to tell us that we don't see through this? That maybe in a few weeks, you know, what happened in the 20 minutes before this video started, in this short clip that we see? What happened before that? And what happened after? That's what I want to know. You know, who is this kid? Does he know these cops? Has he fucking ran into them before? Is this kid notorious for fucking with cops and doing this shit? Like, I don't know. There's a lot, you know, there's a lot to just make a quick judgment on it.
Yeah, I don't want to make a quick judgment, but the pictures make him look like he's a pretty innocent, sharp kid, but maybe had a lot going for him. That's why I automatically was like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucked up, dude, no matter what.
And then I saw this story about in the Independent about the mom having, and I think the mom and the son having gone to the police department a year prior about some bullshit, trying to kind of assert their knowledge into their rights and stuff. But let me see. I don't think this is a different story.
The slavery stuff.
Wait, what now?
You're on the PC streaming and look pretty free to me. Yeah, well, why? Because you're not in shackles. So if you saw someone out in a field picking cotton, it might look like they're having a great time out there just picking some cotton, right? And you don't know the fucking context of the situation. So that's a pretty blanket statement to make. Looking pretty free. How do you know there's not someone in the other room with a fucking gun to my head right now making me do this? Right, you don't. So
Yeah, how do you know I'm not in a sex dungeon, bro? Come on now.
I mean, that's an extreme, but it's valid.
Yeah, that was a little
And
extreme. I apologize, guys. I was uncalled for.
I'm just reading what this person's saying, you know, what's with the slavery stuff. You're on the
I know, I'm
PC
seeing.
stream, you're pretty free to me, right? Yeah. I mean, slavery is
I think
what?
that's Reno.
Reno. Is it?
Yeah, Reno,
Yeah.
like from Reno 911.
Right. Yes. Yes, it is actually. Look pretty free. So what does looking free mean? Give me some examples. What is looking free to you?
It's the city of. All right.
You gave a few pretty good examples. So which applies to you? Are you not free to stream? Okay, so
Yeah,
if a
but
slave
basically,
if I have someone forced labor with a gun to their head, but they're allowed, I let them go drink water. So you're free to get up and go get a glass of water, just like in school. Well, you're free to get up and go use the restroom if you need, but you're gonna come right back and be under our control. Okay. That means you're not a slave, just because you have some freedoms.
yeah. The story's gonna be like I'm gonna just feel weird the whole time because again, I just imagine they're just feeding these stories, right? They're just coming up with these stories and they're just keeping people in the matrix. It's that simple. It's just like they gotta like even if these aren't happening, they're making them happen. They're pumping out fake stories, and so it's like even if the world was like say things were getting way better in a lot of places, and instead of reporting on it or not reporting on it, they were literally creating false fucking. Oh man, I just swear this shit happens, man. This is why I don't pay attention to the mainstream, and I don't decode anymore, and I don't really, other than looking at what's going on with stuff that might help me, that might affect me on a personal health level or the health of those immediately around me in my immediate surroundings or something. Then
yeah, it's important.
But this stuff still interests me though because, I want to know
awareness, bro. Yeah, it's good to be aware.
Yeah, so
it is to no one in particular, which makes it fair. You think the system is set up in a way that essentially makes
I'm gonna keep
okay,
actually.
Here's one of the definitions of slavery: a situation or practice in which people are entrapped as by debt and exploited. Submission to a dominating influence. The state of a person who is held in forced servitude. Okay, right. So if I'm entrapped by debt to a federal reserve system and I have no choice other than to use their debt, how is that not slavery? So if I go to a job and somebody takes 1% of my earnings and I'm entrapped and exploited by that, by definition, that's slavery. So yeah, it is slavery.
Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah.
On that note, before the time Gregorian slaves change my fucking time and make me a slave to their slave time, I'm gonna wrap my pashmina around my face until I suffocate and fall asleep.
Yeah, my bad. I meant to open that earlier, but
No, you're good.
Or were you just saying to read it or?
Okay, will you fix the roads? That would be called voluntarism as well. So I was just sending it just to let people know. I mean, this is, it was when you were watching. I think Jeffrey, spread some knowledge of the Maya. Will you fix the roads? Roads existed long before income tax as well, my friend. You should do some history research. Take a history lesson. Roads existed long before income tax. And the roads in my town are shitty as fuck. So, yeah, irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really use the money to build, you know, to fill the potholes like they say they do.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, I don't think they do that at all. But I think they use it to fund black ops and psyops.
And there's the thing called private land as well, too. You know, so if I buy a house and it's out in the middle of the woods and I need to pay somebody to get a road built up to that property, it would be on me to fix the roads, not my income tax. So yes, that also happens all the time. On that note, I love you, buddy. I'm spent and I need to pass out.
All right, you're good, man. Yeah, I'm gonna probably wrap it up here in a little bit.
It's
Shortly.
not just roads. It's different times now. It costs more. Well, you said roads. This person doesn't make any sense. God bless you, buddy. Good night and good fight.
It's probably a troll, maybe. You know.
I will talk to you soon, my friend.
All right, thanks for coming on, man. I'll hop back on your panel too soon, bro.
Namaste.
It's a little more entertaining there, you know. Peace and blessings, sir. Like how he bowed out as he was bowing out. He bowed out as he was bowing. But oh, you're not trolling? Okay, all right. Well then you're good, man. You know, you're good. It's not about control. Oh wait, I mean it is about control. All right, just because I'm in the spirit of you know, it's the 3-year anniversary of the biggest scam of all time. I'm just gonna play maybe one more video. Yeah, of a funny variety.
Region. Severe.
Officials in 2 Latin American countries alerted the WHO of several outbreaks of a new infectious disease that's mysteriously appearing across the region, severe epidemic enterovirus respiratory syndrome 2025. Over the past 6 weeks alone, there have been 500 confirmed or suspected cases reported. The virus could cause a severe pandemic if early containment and mitigation efforts are not successful.
The pandemic in this type of situation and trend would be a risk for the global health security.
Pandemics are inherently political, financial, and so much broader.
We have not spoken on the leadership in country. And I think that we need to be also very careful. We cannot decide a lot of things without the leaders be involved and agree on that.
There is no substitute for national leadership.
It's important to support the local response or the national response.
Training those that are in these areas first, enabling them with the tools, protecting them, and if needs be, regional solidarity first.
At this stage, communication is key, and communication should include not just scientists with data, but also social, religious, and political leaders.
Trust. This is an essential issue, and trust was broken among countries, between populations and healthcare systems, between healthcare systems and governments.
I'm very sorry to say that in 2025, we need to strengthen the health system.
WHO needs to be a voice for the voiceless.
No one is safe until all of us are safe.
As of today, there have been an estimated 1 billion cases worldwide, with more than 20 million deaths, including nearly 15 million children. Countless millions are alive, but left with paralysis or brain damage. The most successful countries are those which invested in preparedness and trained for this moment years in advance. This included having full-time pandemic preparedness and response teams, which conducted detailed operational planning and routinely tested those plans through exercises and drills. If more countries had participated and heeded the guidance, the toll might have been much less.
Do not call conspiracy everything this people calls a conspiracy. Do not fear what they fear, and do not dread it.
Do you feel it in the air? Everything is strange in a world wasted by fear.
It's called a neuralizer. It's a gift from some friends from out of town. This red eye here will isolate the electronic impulses in your brains, and more specifically the ones for memory.
Who are you? Really?
Really? I am just a figment of your imagination.
Sweet home Alabama.
So, what to do with memory? In medicine, we think of memory as a potentially harmful thing when people present with post-traumatic stress disorder. They can't stop thinking about the thing that's creating emotional distress. It's a very active development in the field to figure out, can we erase memory? Can we modify memory? Can we change memory? The short answer is yes. Several years ago,
Hi, I'm Murphy, and this is the Alpa 28-liter Travel Pack Beldia. Travel fast and light with the Alpa 28-liter, a smaller, more agile version of the Alpa 35-liter Travel Pack. It combines
It is an absolutely staggering amount of money, and it was buried away on page 199 of the Department of Health's annual report that was published yesterday. So there was other stuff going on, which is why it wasn't picked up, but I did find it this morning, and I'm going to talk you through these literally jaw-dropping, some would say scandalous numbers. £8.7 billion lost in total on £12.1 billion of PPE purchased in a single year, 2020 to 21. Of that, £670 million, I'll say that again, £670 million of PPE is being written off because it can't be used because, for instance, according to the Department of Health, it's defective. £2.6 billion of PPE not suitable for use within the health and social care sector, which the department considers might be used suitable for other uses, although these potential other uses are as yet, in the words of the Department of Health, uncertain. £750 million of PPE in excess of the amount that will ultimately be needed, and £4.7 billion of adjustment to the price because they paid over the odds to the tune of £4.7 billion.
We'll see how long this one makes it for.
Are you ready? This is 153 pages of the confidential agreement between Moderna and the U.S. government. And it goes back to 2015. What? Jason, what was happening in 2015? Frankenstein coronavirus. That's right. The same time Dr. Barrick and Dr. Shi published their paper on the new Frankenstein coronavirus. In fact, let's skip down to page 104. It shows that the NIH and Moderna were collaborating with Dr. Barrick. Wow. His signature is on page 106 of the Material Transfer Agreement. But let's get back up to the top of the specific agreement. The NIH appears to be transferring the mRNA tech to Dr. Barrick. But look what they want to make clear. Quote, mRNA coronavirus vaccine candidates developed and jointly owned by the NIAID and Moderna. I'm sorry. I mean, I've seen ulterior motives before, but usually you see them coming. Did you know that the government co-owns the vaccine? Oh, by the way, this is not part of the Trump's thing. This is not part of that.
Hey, what's up, man? Whoa there, bud. You got your taco card? What taco card? It's not mandatory that you prove that you've eaten the taco before you come inside. Can't have you in there making other people hungry. No, I don't have a taco card. Sorry, man. New taco mandate. Everybody must prove that they've eaten the taco before they can come inside. Otherwise, people might get hungry. Okay, but isn't it my right to choose whether or not to eat a taco? Yeah, and we have a right to refuse service to anyone who doesn't eat a taco. Gotta protect the taco eaters. But aren't those people already protected from hunger by the taco? Yeah, but something extremely specific example out of context with selective information that proves my point to be true so that I can have moral high ground. Whoa. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Okay, but what if I'm already protected from hunger because I already ate a burger? And I can show you proof that I already ate the burger. So scientifically, the odds of me making other people hungry are just as low, if not lower, than the people who chose to eat a taco. Nope, can't get it without a taco, bro. It's not dangerous, it's just a taco. Okay, but it just doesn't make any sense to eat the taco when I'm already full from the burger and I can prove to you that I already ate a burger. Oh, you're homophobic. What? You think women are less than you? You don't believe women exist? You're a bad person? That makes no sense. Hey, man, you said it. I literally never said that. You literally just said Trump 2024. This isn't even a political issue. No, I know. It's not political. Yeah. It's more like good versus evil. What? You're basically saying you hate all grandmas. Oh, the grandma thing again. You literally want people's grandmas to explode. No. That's a grandma exploding. Dude, no. You just run around exploding people's grandmas for fun? I don't have that ability, so I can't do that. Stop making people's grandmas explode into a million little pieces. I'm just saying, man, maybe don't force tacos in people's bodies if they're willing to risk their own hunger. Hey, fellas, it doesn't matter if you've eaten a taco or you've already had a burger. At the end of the day, if you are scientifically protected from hunger, then you should be allowed to live, work, and travel freely with no restrictions. Or do we now live in a world where we micromanage people's food choices and force everybody to wear a napkin in their lap at all times just to make other people feel safe, even though wearing a napkin in your lap should be completely unnecessary if you've already been taco-nated? That's a mass metaphor. So I challenge you both to close your two eyes and open your third eye to see the situation from a perspective of logic and reasoning. Instead of accepting the illusion of comfort that comes with unnecessarily strict taco mandates, which only creates division and segregates an entire section of this country, which consists primarily of people of color, who are actually the most likely in this case to have not eaten a taco yet. So let's not get wrapped up in the argument of tacos versus burgers versus cupcakes or whatever else people are trying to do to avoid hunger, and let's evolve out of this river of negative emotional reactions and into the former grassland of healthy disagreement that should be based on logic and personal responsibility. Who eats cupcakes? Dude, aren't those for deworming horses? Oh, but you don't think critically. I mean, maybe we should be thinking more critically. Maybe you're right, man. You want to come inside? I was about to play some Nicki Minaj. Oh, I love Nicki Minaj. Honestly, listening to Nicki Minaj should be mandatory. Come on. You literally just said Trump 2024. You literally storm the Capitol. You storm the Capitol every night before you go to bed?
But here's the problem. Politico reports that the Biden administration has been given new data this week showing that the vaccine wears off. Not the previous reports that the vaccine still keeps you safe from severe disease. This data shows it significantly wears off even against the most severe of outcomes. And we are about 4 months behind Israel in vaccinations. And in August, they saw their hospitals and morgues filling up with fully vaccinated people. This means the stats will shift. This fall and winter, we can begin to see hospitals filling up with fully vaccinated people as the vaccine
Why is it that you're trying to require anybody with a job or anybody who goes to school to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but you're not requiring that of migrants that continue walking across the southern border into the country?
Well, look, our objective is to get as many people vaccinated across the country as humanly possible. And so the president's announcement yesterday was an effort to empower businesses, to give businesses the tools to protect their workforces. That's exactly what we did. But certainly we want everybody to get vaccinated, and more people are vaccinated, whether they are migrants or whether they are workers, protects more people in the United States.
But it's a requirement for people at a business with more than 100 people. It is not a requirement for migrants at the southern border. Why?
That's correct. Go ahead.
Ooh, you dumb bitch.
It's really much. Exposure sites are put back in place, especially with reopening and people going back to pubs and stuff, because our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening, because they're not at the moment?
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. Yes, it will be in pubs and clubs and other things if we have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working through a number of those issues, but we will have to reflect and learn.
Knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress, do you wish to retract your statement of May 11th where you claimed that the NIH
And I was on mute that whole time. Wow, just wow. But I do think it is about that time that I do wrap it up. So maybe I will just play one more video.
Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid?
have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them.
Shadows, chains, shadows, chains,
Give me that money.
shadows, wrapped in chains. All I've ever known.
Man, this is it.
The shadows that we call our home.
We're here. Shadows and Chains 2.
Till dusk.
Dungeons and Dragons. The Coronation.
It's over.
Wow. Where do we start?
Preliminary reports say he suffered a heart attack.
It was so sudden.
There's a large segment of society
It's over.
that doesn't ask questions.
It was so sudden.
Found unresponsive in his wife's home Friday night.
They've swallowed the propaganda, hook, line, and sinker.
So sudden.
Blood clots traveling to the brain, cutting off oxygen.
And there are no signs of foul play.
Their cognitive dissonance
So sudden.
and Stockholm Syndrome have them tightly chained to the official narrative, regurgitating talking points from the trusted expert authorities like subservient, submissive pets.
100% effective.
Highly effective.
Is both safe and highly effective.
It's a pretty crazy background right there, man. Hellraiser with the Prince Charles or King Charles, whatever the Queefa lizard bitch. I don't know who that girl is, but man.
Stop juicing. Green juices, detox juices, starving yourself. All of those are now a thing of the past.
501. The quantum healing code for experiencing bliss. 1657922.
to feel the joy of the ages 24/7. 888-013.
I thought I just completely closed the tab there, but anyway, it's so late. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna play meditation, but maybe a little bit of. You know what? Actually, I'm not even going to play it because then I'll fall asleep on stream and that just won't be good. So, peace and blessings. Rest easy, y'all. Much love. And let me drop my other stream at the bottom. Hold up. Wow, I'm done. Hold on. Where the fuck? There it is. I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. Double check. Yeah, that's it. All right. Much love, y'all. I'm gonna do that stream tomorrow, maybe around like 1. Peace and blessings to y'all. Sleep well, or if you're just getting up, have a great day. Whichever way it is. Do it to it. And I'm gonna fall asleep too. I haven't done this in a while. I've just been sleeping without anything. So maybe this one. Never listen to this. All right, y'all.
Life can feel overwhelming. Hold it for a few moments and then breathe out, exhaling all the. Welcome to the Reality Revolution. I'm your host, Brian Scott. This is a deep sleep meditation using the power of several selected psalms. In this meditation, I will read from 12 particular psalms. The book of Psalms may be the most powerful book in the Bible. You do not need to believe anything to see the power of psalms. They act like magic spells. They are loaded with the intensity of thousands of years of people saying them. They carry unique language and light with each word. Joseph Murphy was a huge advocate of using particularly Psalms 23 and 91. And there are some additional Psalms that are beautiful and powerful. These work like affirmations, and they are amazing in a sleep meditation setting. For those doubters and unbelievers, I highly suggest you read the book, The Secrets of the Psalms by Godfrey Selig, and The Power of Psalms by Babatunde Taiwo. Each of those go into detail about each particular psalm and their unique magical power. And I have picked these particular psalms to literally transform you as you sleep, put you into a state of absolute protection and safety, cleansing you of your negative thoughts and bringing prosperity, abundance, and good fortune and luck, confidence, success, and a significant increase in your power with devotion and dedication and gratitude to the Creator. The Psalms in particular that I will read are Psalms 4, 16, 23, 91, 57, 65, 72, 90, 111, 112, 113, and 150. Psalm 4 helps in times of trouble and can make you safe. Psalm 16 helps to increase confidence. Psalm 23 is uniquely created for having visions in dreams, as Joseph Murphy regularly suggested, saying the 23rd Psalm as you go to sleep. The 57th and 65th Psalms help you to become fortunate in all undertakings and increase your luck. The 72nd Psalm keeps you safe from poverty. The 91st Psalm is powerful against protecting you from evil and dangers of evil and evil spirits. The 111th, 112th, and 113th Psalm all magically can increase your power. And the 150th Psalm, or the last Psalm, is for devotion. When done in combination over an entire night, you will awaken energized with unique divine power. And these words being programmed into your subconscious mind also awaken Akashic memories from thousands of years of the use of these particular phrases and ideas in combination with each other. There's no better way to sleep than to sleep with the Psalms. So you can mark it here, and for future times that you do this meditation, you can either begin at the Psalms or you can begin at my sleep talk down to help you get into that perfect state where the Psalms come to you. After each Psalm, I'll give a little bit of silence to maximize the effectiveness of each Psalm. So let's begin the process of preparing for sleep. You can lay down and adjust your sheets and pillow and really get comfortable for this wonderful night of sleep. You can feel that warm, fuzzy happiness begin to spread through your body in expectation of a marvelous night of sleep. You take a deep, conscious breath, intentionally slowing down your breath. Breathing in through your heart. You breathe in. Expanding your diaphragm. Hold it for a few moments. And then breathe out, exhaling all the air in your body. No need to count it at this point. Just take big, deep breaths through your nose if you can, expanding your diaphragm. Feeling the air entering the body, cooling the body, relaxing each cell, and then exhaling all the negativity from the day. Feeling the threads and fibers from the sheets below, tuning in to the swirling energies, electrons, protons, neutrons, subatomic particles all around you, spinning. Taking another deep breath, you become aware of the energy around you and of each part of your body. As you sit there, a white ball of light comes from above, creating a bubble around your body, protecting you with divine, perfect light. This light washes the entire room of any negative energies, cleansing and raising the vibration. You can feel and tune in to the many energies swirling around you and within you. And as you do, you can feel each of your fingers and toes and all the energy centers opening up in your body. It feels so good as the energies of the earth flow through your feet, moving through each part of your body, cleansing and healing you, replacing each cell into perfection. You can feel these energies moving through your big toe, your second toe, your third toe, your fourth.
In other words, all your toes. Feel it moving through all your toes.
Toe in your
and
small toes.
I'm gonna go
coming in through the
because it's 5:20
heel and
I'm
soles
streaming
of
for
your
almost
feet.
6 hours. So peace
You
and
can
love
feel the tops of your feet,
and blessings.
your
All that good
ankles and the
stuff.
ligaments in your ankles, moving up through your shins and calves, each part of your calf, through your knees. Feels so good as this energy moves through your thighs, your quadriceps. This energy moves through your groin, into your stomach,